Manish on the beat, shebang. All of my ops they dead. Why do they gas me up? Where does it go, my head? Mama, how much I got? A lot. Welcome to SkepTalk. It's the show where skeptics talk. And today, we're talking to you. I'm your host, Forrest, Valkai, and I'm joined today by Erika, the Given. How are you doing today?
First, are you a baritone?
Yes, bass baritone.
That is dope, dude. First soprano. You don't want to. If I did my, this is the difference between the two of us. If I did my shit here, the stream would explode. I would break the speakers of every single computer out there in the ether, and I won't expose people to that.
We should totally do that. We should absolutely do that.
I'm excited. I'm ready to go. I'm amped. I'm hyped. I don't know. I'm trying to remember what the kids are using these days for. You used gas up already, so I can't steal that. Okay, talk for a minute. I'll come up with one.
I want to remind everybody, we usually get about 2,000 people watching live and about 30 to 40,000 people within the first week, and all of y'all just got Iceman. Fuck you. It's a great show for everybody today. We're very excited to be here. It's been a long time since Erika and I have done a show for together as a unit, as a group, as a family. But for those of you who do not know what the show is all about, Erika and I are both biologists, and we are here to take your questions. If you are a theist, a Christian, somebody who believes that we should believe in whatever gods, or that the Bible is the good book, or that we need saving or whatever, but especially also if you want to talk about science, if you don't believe in evolution, if you don't believe that the earth is old, if you don't believe that the earth goes around the sun, if you don't believe that the earth is a sphere, if you don't believe that life can come from non-life, if you don't believe that morals could evolve, if you don't believe in vaccines or trans people or the Big Bang, or if you do believe in chemtrails or whatever other thing.
Race is real. Race is real. Race realists, call in.
Race real. Yes. So I had a note on an alarm that was going to go off in a minute anyway, so I'm glad you brought this up. A massive shout out to John Winters in my chat, all over my comment section, and massive shout out to Eric Dondero, who is currently fighting in his life in his own comment section, because as we promised, we posted the full clip of him calling the show to make sure he could never say that we ran from him or he destroyed us in debate. He is claiming that he beat us in debate, of course. But I made sure to share that clip to my channel and to invite him once again to call back in, because he said in his many comments on my channel that we could not handle his arguments and that he would make us cry in our diapers. And then he called in, lasted 20 minutes, pooped his pants, ran away screaming, because he said he literally could not physically calm down because he just hates us so fucking much. I have invited him back, because he's still in my comments all the time. I have invited him back countless times to call back in and try again and to talk about science, and he just won't do it. And then he got mad at me for picking on a smaller channel in my comment section where he was commenting. So, he also says that he is the greatest paleoanthropologist in the world, that literally nobody knows anything more about it than he does. And in his call...
invite. Like, he has a perpetual invite to come back on the show.
Invite.
He's welcome to come back on and make his case every time.
The greatest paleoanthropologist in the world. He said in his comments that literally nobody knows it as well as him, knows more about it than him. And if you listen to his one call with us, you'll notice that he blew it on several basic science terms, mispronounced the names of the species that he was complaining about.
Yes, that's what I was just going to bring up.
Didn't know, like, really introductory biology concepts, and once again, has no fucking idea what was that.
Didn't know the author of the paper he was citing, right? Like,
nope.
He missed he whiffed it on some 101 topics, and we have offered him perpetual redemption to come back on here and just really spank us on this topic, and yet, silence.
And yet here we are.
Maybe we'll hear from him today. I do have my fingers crossed.
It's been a time. But yeah, that's the thing. Those folks, John Winters is another one. Apparently, several people in my comments, you're acting like you know this name. several people in my comments have called this guy out and said, hey, you've changed your name like 30 times and you're just a fucking weird troll and everything. But he loves hanging out in my comment section and tell everybody how clueless and stupid I am. And I'm like, hey man, here's the next show. They're like, you don't know anything. You're clueless. You don't know anything. Cool. Since I'm that easy, here's the next show. Call it. I have work that day. Oh no, you're just gonna have to. And this is after you left a ton of comments threatening to expose me to the world and how you're gonna make sure everybody knew what a brainless loser I am who doesn't publish and doesn't know anything. Oh no.
Forrest, work is not an excuse. These streams are 8 to 12 hours.
That's what I'm saying.
Some overlap. You are not working a 12-hour shift that is from 12 a.m. 2 a.m. in the morning to 2 p.m. the next day. You are not working that shift. There is some overlap here. I promise you. Call in. We are ready to take her.
Pick up that phone. Tell the world.
I hope we get this fellow in. I think that would be just a delight.
What a fellow indeed he is. If there's one word for him, a fellow. I have other news before we get started, because we already have calls coming in. By the way, number on the screen, 720-619-2288, if you want to talk about science or religion. I have other news that I think is really good. I've started Twitch streaming now. And so I am looking for ideas. Please leave them in the comments or whatever. I'm looking for ideas for alerts and notifications. Great. If you have like a particular clip in mind, like a really funny clip of me that you think I should use, or a little bit that's like, maybe 3 to 10 seconds long, a little something that represents something that a happy memory from my content, let me know and I'll try to turn it into a little emote that can pop up whenever people subscribe for a certain amount of times or whatever. That's something that I've been thinking about a lot lately, and I would like people to help me with that. And if you tuned in to my very first Twitch stream just the other day, where we played children's edutainment games, we played Magic School Bus and Grossology and whatnot, then you'll know that I did this. That's the fart noise that I've always had on this soundboard. This is the one that Erika doesn't like.
I know the one. Yeah, I know the one. That's
but I dedicated some time, and I got 30 more fart buttons on this soundboard. So
what else is on there? What is there room for anything else?
There's a whole page just for fart sounds.
Wow.
Just for those.
So awesome. Yes. That's so great. You could just get that one I like. I like the one with the acoustics.
Thank you.
The wetter ones are not my speed though. They're not. I'm not really into that. And I think I speak for all of us when I say this country's had enough of diarrhea.
This country's had enough.
For the past little while. Like we're good. We're good on that.
Oh. Anyway. Yes. Thank you to the person in chat who understands exactly what this. I am living all my dreams at this moment. And with that, I'm about ready to start the show. Are you? Or do you have any updates? Any things you want to throw out there before we get started?
Are we talking about like shilling things? Like is that on the docket? Okay.
Allowed.
No. I'm gonna get ahead of it because somebody put it in the comments last time because I didn't do it myself, so I'll shill it myself. I wrote chapters in a book, and you should buy the book because it's quite good. It's Alice Roberts is the editor. It's Humans: The Evolution of a Species. It's a Smithsonian and DK book. Eyewitness, if you remember those books growing up, if you see the picture, you would recognize the covers of these books, like Eyewitness Sharks, Eyewitness Medieval Times, Eyewitness Dinosaurs, whatever. These guys are responsible for that. I wrote 2 chapters in this book, and they're quite large, if I do say so myself. I wrote the cast of characters, which is all on hominoids and hominins and who is going to be discussed in it. And I wrote the reproduction chapter as well. It's got some really wonderful figures that I picked and that I designed, which is kind of cool in both of my chapters. And it's a really nice bird's eye view of the current state of human evolution from a layman perspective. So it's cool, nice to have on my CV. I'm listed in the authors, so don't dox me or whatever. If you do buy this book, because you can only keep that stuff secret for so long. But anyways, if you want to support me, I got 2 copies. I got the one in the back, and I got my editor's copy. So Buy my book.
Amazing.
I don't make any money off of it, by the way. I keep saying that. They paid me a flat writer's fee. I'm shilling it because I think it's good.
Well, fuck! I just bought one. Damn it!
No, they're good. They're really good. Like
I'm turning it.
You should have them anyways. Like I'm recommending it.
It's $33, so you can jump on that if you like. With that, we've got plenty of calls pouring in at this moment. Line number one keeps getting better.
I'm loving that. Is this?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Is this? Do we know this person?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to start with that? You want to just jump right into that?
Yeah, I think we jump in for sure. I think. Okay. Yeah. I think this is win after win after win on here.
It certainly is. Let's talk to everybody's favorite, John from Arizona, who says that race and gender are not social constructs and is also a race realist and is also MAGA. John from Arizona, you were on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
I'm fine.
What's up, dude? All right. Glad to hear from you. I'm interested in these perspectives. You want to tell us a little more about them, and we can dive in?
Yeah, this is all my personal opinion. I've talked to Forrest. I've talked to Dr. Blitz. I've talked to Javon. I've talked to a lot. I don't think I've ever talked to you, Erika. So this will be interesting.
Well, I'm excited.
Yeah. I think the political left is crazy and they're subverting Western civilization. And
I forgot that you're the
Oh, well, I'm the what, Forrest?
Yeah. I forgot that you're that guy.
That guy. Well, I talked to you and
we have a veritable cornucopia of opinions that we could explore here. Do you have a preference, John? Do you want to talk about gender or race or the left subverting Western civilization? Because all of those are winners in my book.
They do get funnier as they go along. Like in that particular list, it is ordered from most boring to most funny.
There's a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll probably get to all of it. I just, postmodernism, the Frankfurt School, Hollywood, MTV, it's made the left crazy. And I know it's ironic I'm a Zionist. Because
you are a neo-Nazi, right?
I wouldn't.
I wasn't expecting.
I think that.
All right. No, you wouldn't have to say it. You just said it. You just said it with all the you already had the Western civilization dog whistle in there, and then you're throwing in the Frankfurt School and the media and Hollywood and all these. It's very obvious. You're not fooling anybody. Yeah, you may be fooling yourself, I guess. But
we know what you mean, John. We know what you mean. I'm interested not so much in those claims because I can hear those claims by getting on Twitter any second.
Anytime.
So I'm interested in why you believe them. Again, do you have a preference where we start? Because otherwise, I think we just start with gender and move up.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I guess I would rather more talk about race, but just as far as gender goes, real quick.
Let's talk about race.
Let's talk about race.
You're the caller. We'll take it in your order. Our treat.
Yeah, race is an attempt to simplify ethnicity, right? And race is not a social construct; it's biological. I believe in evolution.
Both wrong.
I'm assuming you do too, both of you.
Yeah, but both wrong. What you started out there.
I know you like to. It's all right. I know you like to interrupt. Go ahead.
Well, no, I just don't want you to get off on a whole thing before I tell you that the first things you said are wrong. Because if you're going to talk for 5 minutes with that as the beginning premise, there's no reason for me to hear everything else you have to say. Do you want to continue before I tell you why the first things you said are wrong?
Well, let's try that. Just tell me this. What is the relationship between race, ethnicity, and ancestry? Because I think they're all related. They're just basically synonyms. They're a little different, but they're essentially very close. So you can tell me
ethnicity and ancestry are ethnicity and ancestry are related for sure. Those are
two out of three of those are concrete definitions that are to some degree quantitative. Right? Like we can actually measure ethnicity, we can actually measure ancestry using comparative genomics. But race, on the other hand, has no consistent definition across space and time, which is why it's not scientific.
Can I put this?
Well, I mean, if if I look at people who are like, say, Korean, Japanese, Chinese, I might not be able to know that specifically, but I know their race is Asian. That's why I say
right,
race is an attempt to simplify.
Because race is a broad socially constructed categorization system that does not hold up to any sort of scrutiny, has changed over time, over the years, with certain people being accepted in different races and new races being made for different people. And it also is fundamentally a white supremacist construct that was created by white people to categorize people on basis of what they saw as their inherent value and see who could get close enough to a white person as far as a good, decent human being. That's why whiteness is the only one of the racial categories that to this day we qualify by exclusion. The way to be white is to not be anything else, and that's the only racial category that we do that with. We categorize whiteness by purity and exclusion, whereas everything else isn't. Great example of that is Barack Obama. Why do we call him the first black president when he's biracial? Why isn't he just another white president or the first half black president or any of those things? We call him black because he's not white, because we can't categorize him as white, and whiteness has to be this construct of purity. And we see also throughout history different people who were called white and not called white. Jews weren't white at one point. Italians weren't white at one point. Irish people weren't white at one point because they were social pariahs and people didn't want them around, and they were immigrants and all these other things. And so we excluded them from whiteness until we got to a point where they were socially more accepted. And so it is just a grossly, unsubstantiated and not very useful, broad, sweeping categorization system that has been used not for very long at all and has changed a ton in the couple hundred years that it's been around. And it does correlate, it's related to things like ethnicity. That's why it's useful sometimes in medicine, because people can say, okay, this person's black. I now have some idea of their ethnicity, their ancestry, that tells me what their likelihood is of certain diseases may be elevated or not, as blah, blah, blah. But as far as actual biological reality, it's just not there. And there's a few different reasons I can get into with that, but I've just been kind of giving a wet overview of the whole thing at this moment. So I'd like to have you respond.
Can I add to just co-signing what Forrest says here, right? We tend to conceive of race in its Western American/European context, right? As it was originally put forward by naturalists, good and bad, in the 1800s and then moving forward. But race functions sort of as an in-group, out-group identifier within the West, and there are in-group, out-group identifiers in every part of the world. So that's part of the problem with race, which is that what we consider as two different races traditionally in the Western portion of the world might be not considered two separate races somewhere else, or the characteristics that define different races might be different, or the characteristics might be broader or more narrow. And so when you are speaking about a specific race, different people from different parts of the world aren't going to be talking about the same thing, which makes it worthless as a term within science. So, yes, there are obviously ties to white supremacy here in the West, of course. But it's also worth noting that racial groups differ depending on where you are, and prejudices differ depending on where you are. And there is no standardized, what's the word I'm looking for, yardstick to define what it is that we're talking about, which is inherently what makes it non-scientific. So ethnicity, sure. Ancestry, yes. Race, no. And that's what people mean when they say race isn't biological.
I can pull up, I've got 3 or 4 specific examples as to why it's not biological, but I want to hear your response to all this first, John.
Yeah, look, I mean, the way I'm defining a social construct is something that people just make up rather than being biological or physical in nature. So maybe that's maybe you're defining it differently. But if we just, even you say Irish people weren't considered white, 150 years ago. Well, this is true, but you couldn't look at somebody back then and tell they were Irish, could you? or do you think you could?
Unlikely.
You can definitely tell that. Right. So they just didn't like Irish people. That's why. And look, as far as like people from Spain, they're part white. There was the Moors invaded around the 8th century. So there's just, when you say like who's considered white, who isn't, it's because they're a mix of white, like European Jews or Ashkenazi Jews. The genetics is one of Middle Eastern and Southern Eastern European, because Jews left Israel around 70 AD when Rome sacked the temple. So they're part white.
So are you defining
just because they're
race?
Part white?
But you're
go ahead.
You're sorry. You go ahead, Erika. You go first.
No. I was gonna say, it sounds to me like you're defining race genetically, and you're basically subbing in ethnicity for race here, which would mean race is in fact a social construct and is not useful to us biologically, because you're just using ethnicity instead.
Especially like the fact that what you're describing here, if you're talking about this genetic variation, like you talk about Ashkenazi Jews and whatnot, and like that's a thing. Yeah, we can trace that genetically, and we can say where these people have moved and how they've been integrated into different societies, all these different things that Nazis hate. But the problem is, when we actually talk about those genetic modifiers, when we like the most genetic diversity in our entire species is within Black Africans. So if we're actually talking about race in a way that you're trying to, you need to identify about 12 to 20 races for Africans specifically. And you would see them as what I would agree with you that there are like very many different ethnicities within Africa. You would need to identify them into racial categories. And every random Black person you see, you would have to identify now different racial traits within that. And I don't think that you are going to do that. And so like what you're doing is just lumping dark skin together as all one category, even though that is the most genetic diversity in our entire species, and splitting hairs between this Jewish population versus this indigenous European population versus this non-indigenous European population. But they're all white, so it's fine. We can just put but like that's silly. It's really silly to do. Same thing with Asia. Asia is a massively diverse population of people and cultures and ethnicities and languages and all, and you just say Asian. It's all just there. And that's just, it's goofy. It's a really goofy thing to do.
Well, and the characteristics that you're using from a physical perspective to identify race show up depending on the environment, which means they can and do pop up all over the place in every type of population if the pressure is there. This is why dark skin, specific eye shape, specific face shape, specific width of the brow ridge, the nature of the face protrusion, the length of the limbs, the sturdiness of the limbs, like all of these characteristics that you would traditionally use in part to define given racial groups pop up constantly throughout human history depending on altitude and latitude. So it's like, I don't know how helpful that is. Furthermore, as Forrest said, because the genetic diversity is so much larger in sub-Saharan African populations than it is anywhere else in the world, and it's not close, you also have a nesting problem where all of the genetic diversity out of Africa nests within the genetic diversity found within sub-Saharan Africa. So from a cladistic perspective, everything nests within that group, and in that way, everybody is the same race, which means
sub-Saharan Africans are white.
Or everybody is Black. Like that's the thing, right? Like it becomes a worthless category. So then that brings us back to, okay, well, define it ethnically. And then the question is, okay, how do we do that from a biological standpoint? What's the cutoff genetically? It ceases to be standardizable. And this is why, again, we say that race as it is used is a social construct, not an easily identifiable biological one. Not for want of trying, mind you.
Look,
no, it has been tried. It has been tried.
It's not just skin color. People from India, for example, have dark skin. It's also hair texture and bone structure and several different things. You're not going to look at these people who are in Africa and mistake them for from white people from Norway or for Japanese people, right?
I don't think so. But I think if you look,
I think that's a really good question, because what you just brought up, hair color and skin color and hair texture and bone structure and all these things, the interesting thing about those is that all these different racial identifiers you're talking about, they all vary independently of one another, and they all vary significantly more within the group than they do between the groups. There's not a cutoff point that you can strongly point to, but there is massive variation within the so-called race. And as Erika pointed out, every one of those things has an evolutionary history, not like some social categorization history. So again, you're talking about things, if this was a guaranteeable way that we could scientifically categorize people, then you wouldn't be able to have these things very independently. You would be able to use one racial category to predict a bunch of other ones reliably. You can't do, like, there's a bunch of diagnostic and predictive failures that race has that makes it not a useful tool for human categorization, classification, telling us anything about our story, anything about our history, doesn't make any new predictions. Like, it's just looking at people and, like a toddler, being like, that one looks like that, so that's different. And then you try to make that science, and that's just not how it works.
But, like, to be clear, too, this isn't like woke bullshit. This is quantitative, right? Like, we are unable to use characteristics that are considered racial identifiers to predict other such characteristics. If you can do that, by all means, write it up, you know? But the problem is people like you have been trying to make that case for a very long time and have consistently failed, the more especially comparative genomics has advanced.
Okay, I can just look at Forrest and tell that Forrest, I don't know if he's German or Austrian or English, but he's something like that of Western Europe. And Erika, I would imagine you're probably Eastern European, maybe Jewish. That would be my guess. And I can just tell this by looking at you two. Am I wrong?
It's funny that you got that. It's funny that you got that flipped. Sorry, go ahead, Erika. What are you saying?
No, I was going to say, you want to know my breakdown? I am 3/4 English and 1/4 Pakistani. That's my breakdown.
Yeah, I am Austrian, but that's only part of me. The rest of it is all East European, like very East European. My family records end where my grandfather just wrote, I was born in a village in the foothill of the Carpathians. Somewhere, we tried to track down what he was talking about. It's somewhere between Romania and Ukraine, maybe. And that's where that ends. And then some Austrian thrown in. So you got the Austrian right. I have also spoken about being Austrian a lot on this channel, so I'm not surprised. But yeah, I am extremely East European. No, I get a sunburn from a fucking phone flash, man. Like I'm very East European.
Wait, Forrest.
I'm a Carpathian little bitch.
Forrest, I just looked at chat and someone just goes trans Millhouse. That's my ancestry. That's my ancestry.
I'm still fucking mad that you got a funny breakdown and I got greasy gecko. It's the laziest shit. That's so lame. Yours could be a meme. If I was you, I would have made that my fucking PFP. That's fucking hysterical.
Jim cooked with that one. I do hate to say it. That was a good one.
He didn't mean to. He just said something hateful and it turned out to be funny. Like that's the problem with it.
For me, it's the Millhouse aspect that really...
The Millhouse is so funny.
Together, because
it's so random and out of place. It's so random and it's so...
Anyways, John.
The point. I can tell you're not. I can tell you're not Asian or African just by looking at you, right?
Yeah, for sure. You're looking at identifiers that, facial features and skin color and whatnot that have ethnic histories. The problem is you are then using them. You're using these identifiers to try to construct categories that are definitively socially constructed, not quantifiable, don't actually make strong predictions about somebody's background. You can tell a little bit, but you wouldn't know if I had, fucking Erika is about as white as me, and she's saying, yeah, I'm a quarter Pakistani as well. You didn't guess that looking at her. And so you're looking at something where certain traits can overpower other traits. Traits vary independently of one another. So I have very curly hair. If it was much curlier, my dad's hair was like fucking lamb's wool. It was very tightly curled. If you looked at just his hair, you might have assumed he was black but he wasn't, like, that's, or at least partially black, whatever, but he was Austrian. And so, like, if you're taking these these individual markers and you're saying, I can make a rough prediction of where you might be from, yeah, great, congratulations. You've stumbled upon the earliest levels of physical anthropology. But at the end of the day, those don't make it very far. And especially, like, if you have somebody who is from more than one place. In my paleosteology lab, we had a paleoanthropology and osteology lab at TU, and we had skulls from ancestral populations all around the world, and we showed, like, hey, here's a European, and here's some from Asia, and here's somebody from Aboriginal Australian, and here's somebody else, and you can definitely see slight differences in their skull shapes, and that's really neat. But those are talking about ancestral populations that are the most, like, from there ever. Doesn't it? Archetypal, that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah. I was going to say holotype, and I know that wasn't appropriate.
Yeah.
But that's, like, any amount of movement, immigration, change. The second we develop boats, that shit didn't work anymore.
Well, and I'll add, you can take these archetypal crania, right, or limb proportions for that matter. The limb proportion one is really cool because you can go from, like, the Maasai in Central Africa all the way to Inuit people groups in the North Arctic, right, or in the Arctic region, right, and you can look at their limb proportions, and just by their limb proportions you can tell the climate that they're from because of Bergman and Allen's rule. These are ecological predictors of body size and limb length, which is fascinating. But what's the coolest part about it is that all in between those populations is a gradation depending on that given environment. So if you took those archetypal skulls and then you took a skull from every population spanning in between these archetypal ones, you get a big smudge of morphology, which means that these characteristics just blend into one another. Yes, you can take characteristics and vaguely identify where someone is from. The problem is those characteristics, as we've sort of hammered home over and over and over again, they don't predict anything else.
Okay, look, y'all didn't define a social construct, but that's okay. The reason I'm going through this with
I can. If you want me to do that, I can.
Well, just let me say this real quick. The reason I'm going through this is because the left blames systemic white racism on all the problems of people they perceived as marginalized, such as the black community. I'm also telling you the problem with third world immigration. The average IQ of sub-Saharan Africa is about 75.
Not surprised. Yeah, this is also something you have been, I'm pretty sure you specifically have been corrected on by Owen Morgan, if I remember correctly, because you or some other fucking idiot said that type of shit. And then we talked about how if you do those same tests in populations from that area that grew up in more urban environments with better access to early education and stuff, those numbers actually equal out and they come to about the same place as any average, I know, even a white population. Oh my goodness. And also that IQ tests in particular have also a racist history and also aren't really diagnostic tools for human intelligence because they use culturally biased testing criteria and questions that are developed by people of a particular racial group that people of another racial group might not understand or identify with or be able to problem solve their way through in the same way because they just have different ways of thinking. They're not stupid. They just wouldn't write the question that way and it doesn't make any fucking sense for them. And so they're just not great, and I'm pretty sure if it wasn't you, I know somebody else has been corrected on that thoroughly, and I'm pretty sure it was you specifically.
Can I ask too, Forrest? You would know this more than I would. I believe you're more familiar with this area than me. But is it not the case that when you raise people from sub-Saharan Africa, using John's example, in developed nations with access to nutrition and education, that they are on par with their peers?
That's precisely what I was saying. Yes, is that there's all it's either Africans or rural India that racists like to use to say, oh my God, the IQ in these areas is so bad. And yet, if you take those same people and just put them in a suburban or urban environment and raise them with proper nutrition and access to the same early education tools as anybody else in those areas, suddenly their IQ scores skyrocket. And it's not like you just suddenly grew a genetically bigger brain because you were moved into some area.
Right. So, John, how do you make sense of that?
There's a difference in the alleles, in high-frequency alleles, such as diosmin-1 and CHRM2. There's several genes that are involved in this. This would be like me saying to you, look, I think athletics has a genetic component to it, like intelligence.
I do want to talk about that, John, but I feel like you tapped and go there, right? We did not sequence the genomes of these children in this study, right? Like little kids that were adopted from places like sub-Saharan Africa or rural India, whichever it was. I know certainly that this study has been around for a while, which means we did not sequence their genome to see if they had these specific alleles we're talking about. Are you proposing that every single child that had a regular quote-unquote IQ on par with their peers had specific alleles that just by chance they managed to capture within the entire study population, and that's the whole reason why they scored on par with their peers in developed nations?
I'm not familiar with the study you're referring to, but what I would say is that look, I don't know why if you believe in evolution, I don't know why you would think that that people, ethnicities, or races, whatever you want to call it, and why they would not evolve the same. Whether it's intelligence or athletics
now you're just moving into social Darwinism, which is not surprising.
No, I'm not. Look. What I was going to say is that for about the last 50 years, every single gold medalist Olympic 100-meter or 100-yard dash sprinter has been of African, probably West African descent, and I don't think that's a coincidence either. Okay, I don't think it's a coincidence. I don't think it's all social environment that most of the NBA players are black and the owners are mostly Jewish. All right, this is what you all on the left, because of your delusions of equity,
what he does every time,
just won't accept.
But like, John, let's play ball. Haha, sports joke, sports pun. With this for a minute, unintentional chat. Do you not think, like, let me use carnivorans as an example. Like, you want to talk about evolution here. So carnivorans as an order, right? Animals that are members of the order Carnivora all have a high cognitive ability compared to herbivores or non-carnivores, I should say, of their same size. And the reason this is thought to be is because these carnivorans tend to have, in specific groups that are oftentimes pulling the analysis, complicated social systems in the form of wolves or of lions or of hyenas. And also they have to have a sort of bare minimum level of intelligence to engage in their type of foraging, which is hunting, right? So they don't, like, an herbivore doesn't necessarily need the same sort of cognitive baseline to eat grass, for example. And so carnivorans across the board all have, for their body size, relatively similar levels of intelligence. That is the reason ecologically why you would have a similar level of intelligence in all people groups, because it benefits all people groups to the same degree wherever and whenever they live, that you might not see reflected in the physical strategies that they use to engage in that hunting. For example, it is true that people who live in sub-Saharan Africa, specifically like the Maasai, have very long limbs and don't have very much body hair, right? And
if you were listening earlier, she already talked about Allen's and Bergman's rules. That's right. Allen's rule that would cover that.
Right. The limb ratios, right? They've got these long limbs and they don't have a lot of hair coverage. And this is for thermoregulation and endurance hunting, which has been a means of hunting local to the region for thousands of years. Whereas there's a completely different type of subsistence lifestyle with Inuit people who live in the north of Canada, who don't spend a whole lot of time doing endurance hunting and do have more body hair coverage because it's freezing cold up there. So these adaptations are at play in some people groups that have to do with their means of subsistence. But John, intelligence doesn't seem to be one of them, and it's not just in humans, it's across the board. It's in most orders of animals, order is probably too broad of a category. I probably should have picked like family level and talked about, apes versus cercopithecus or something like that. But there's like a baseline typically within a family for EQ, or the encephalization quotient, because the strategies that you are utilizing require a bare minimum level of cognition, and this is what we see in humans.
I also just
sense?
really quickly,
okay,
I'll let you answer that, but then I have a thing that I want to show you as well.
okay, it was harder to survive in cold weather climates. And when humans left Africa into Europe about 50,000 years ago, and same thing into Asia, it was harder to survive. That's why the evolutionary process changed. It was that there became more of a concept of delayed gratification and planning ahead that is just not seen, and there wasn't a need for it in Africa because you had to plan ahead more. Go ahead.
But if that was the case, we should see a similar discrepancy based off of warm and cold weather. You should be able to clock IQ on the basis of how hot the place you live is. In nations like the United States, which do have a huge thermal cline, moving from the south to the north, that should be just as evident. But I was
going to say, if this is true, then we should be able to say that Inuit people are like the most intelligent people in the world, and anyone living near the equator is dumb as fucking sand. And that's just not the case. We don't see that anything close to that at all. And you can look at other civilizations that you would not consider as amongst your, people where planning ahead is really important. People living in the Andes, like the Inca and shit. That massive issue with planning, huge terrace farms where you really had to have a lot of structure, and they have all sorts of records of like crops and all these different things. You, as a white supremacist, wouldn't look at those people and be like, oh, they must be really smart because they're brown and they're not from here, right? And so, like, at the end of the day, it just doesn't hold up. Your argument doesn't hold up to reason. And I also pulled up a couple of studies, because we were talking about studies about, children moving from rural to urban areas, and I found two that I think are interesting. This one here, they took children age 15 to 23, so some of them weren't even children, moving from a rural into an urban area, and they saw average 12% IQ spike when they moved up into an area out of just, whatever rural area they're in. And if they were in, like, the super inner city, and they moved up to the suburban area, it also went up 4 points instead of 12 points. And that is backed up by another study here. This one is people who get more green space when children grow up in places that don't have a lot of greenery, and then they're given residential green space, whatever that means. I'm just going over the abstract here. That has an increase of 2.6 points. So it turns out having some space outside and nature to be involved with some greenery, some outdoor space is really beneficial. But the most beneficial thing is having access to good education and other people and good nutrition and all the other things that come along with urban environments as opposed to rural environments. And here's the funniest part. Both of those studies were on white people. One of them was on U.S. Americans, and one of them was on Belgians. So, like, even somebody who doesn't like non-white people can understand that this benefits everybody.
Okay, so are you telling me you don't think genetics has anything to do with intelligence?
Dude, I feel like
you're just going to skip over all that.
I feel like you're not hearing. Dude, I feel like you're not hearing us.
I'm hearing you. You're. Oh, I'm hearing you. From what I'm gathering from you, you want to see this is the thing with the left is that the reason the third world is the third world is because of white. The reason is because of white colonialization, and the reason we have a 1350 problem here in the U.S. is all systemic white racism. I think you're fucking delusional. Okay, 1350. It has to do with the.
I think anybody who brings out 1350 and then says that somebody else is delusional is extremely funny.
Like I feel like you just heard myself and Forrest list a bunch of different examples as to why ethnicity can't predict intelligence, and in fact doesn't seem to predict intelligence when we look at actual experimental data. And we explained why that might be, and we explained why physical characteristics that are not related to cognition might be different location to location, while cognition might stay relatively constant across Homo sapiens. And then I feel like you heard all of that, and then you said, so you don't think genetics has anything to do with intelligence? And like, I feel like that's not appropriately addressing what either of us said. I feel like that's not an answer.
to the people in chat, there's a few people in chat asking what 1350 is. 1350 is one of the laziest white supremacist talking points in the entire fucking world, and it's the idea that here in the United States, 13% of the population is black, and yet 50% of them, or 50% of violent crimes are committed by black people or something like this. And what they fail to mention is that it's not that black people commit 50% of violent crimes, it's that they're arrested for 50% of violent crimes. Another thing that happens to black people more than any other racial group is that they are exonerated. Black people are exonerated more than any other racial group in this country because they're falsely arrested for no fucking reason because dumbass racists, call the police on them for no reason. They'll investigate them for no reason. They get, and then of course, John skipped over the socioeconomic factors there. The fact that we use property value, property taxes to fund education, which means black neighborhoods where black people have historically been forced to settle because of redlining laws and blah, 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 have lower property values and therefore worse education outcomes, and also worse businesses and worse economics, and they're also over-policed. And so you have problem after problem after problem that stacks up. But when we actually look at the statistics, they're not, more violent or more dangerous or anything like that. It's just not how that plays out. We have a systemic racism problem, and people like John like to dismiss that by looking at what they perceive as the effects of quote-unquote black culture. It's really silly shit. Anyway, that's just to catch up the audience on all that, what we would call dumbassery in biology.
It's a combination of lower average IQ and higher serum testosterone levels, and
and now he doesn't know what testosterone is either.
Or a harder time. We're in a harder time planning ahead. That's what,
and this is we can add testosterone to the list of things you don't know what it does. But really quickly, just while we're here on the topic, also I feel like it's really important to point out. I mentioned over policing, and another thing that people like John don't like to talk about is this thing called the cover of darkness study, where because they say, oh well, if black people just behaved better and didn't do the blah blah blah, then they wouldn't be arrested more. Well, there was a study done by, I believe it was by the fucking Justice Department. It was using literally tens of thousands of data points of police stops across the country, and they found that when the sun is out, black people are pulled over significantly more often. They're beaten, they're pulled out of their car, they're arrested, all these things really, really often. As soon as the sun goes down and you can't see who's driving, there's no major disparity. The disparity almost completely disappears because you can't see there's a black person driving, and so you don't pull them over and harass them. Weird, right? And the same exact thing happens in schools. Black children are more likely to have a cop in their school than they are to have a counselor or a therapist or a psychologist or a guidance counselor, any of those things. And cops treat every problem like it's a criminal, and that's part of the reason why black students are also exposed to a lot more violence, are more likely to be suspended, beaten, arrested, all these things, because they did the exact same thing that a white student would do, and the white student is sent to in-school suspension or the guidance counselor, the black student gets the cop. And so we have a whole bunch of reasons why, John's talking points don't make any fucking sense. And they're all things that Nazis really don't like talking about because, once again, it's data and evidence rather than just a simple, genetics probably has a thing to do with stuff and something testosterone.
Well, I also feel like genetics is kind of a cop-out. I don't know enough about the research behind specific genes related to cognition to speak on that. What I can say is that I would be very surprised if there were any data out there that ran against the premise that all human populations, regardless of where they are, essentially have a normal distribution of intelligence of various people. Some people have a predisposition towards being really, cognitively inclined in some areas, others not so much, and it depends on the area in question. And I would bet that normal distribution looks roughly the same, regardless of where you go on the planet, and regardless of what subject you're looking at. The question isn't whether or not genetics has anything to do with intelligence. I'll speak for myself. I feel like I've got a really good brain for understanding some concepts and a really shit brain for understanding others. I'm not very inclined towards certain areas, and I feel very inclined towards others. So where I fall on that normal distribution is going to be different depending on the topic in question. So I would ask you, John, if I get on board and say, yeah, I believe that there's an aspect of intelligence that is, depending on how we define intelligence and what we're testing for, that is genetic, it's just the same distribution across every human population. What evidence do you have that it's not?
Well, it's what I mentioned earlier, that I like the average IQ of East Asians is about 105, right? Whether that's in Japan or the US or China.
Sorry, you were just repeating the same thing that we already debunked just a second ago, so I figured I'd just fill it in with something a little bit more meaningful to the audience.
Yeah, I mean, John, do you think, let me ask you a question. Let's see if we can break this down a little bit. Do you think that upbringing has nothing to do with intelligence? Or I should say, not intelligence. That's not what I want to say. Do you think that upbringing has nothing to do with your score on an IQ test?
No, I do. I think it's about 60-40. I think it's about 60% genetic, 40% environment in general.
That's a really interesting ratio. Where do you get that from? Is that vibes-based? Do you have like a reason to propose those numbers?
It's just I've read Charles Murray and Richard Land and Sam Harris
do they cite those numbers? Or do they just vaguely say that there's probably some relationship between certain genes and predisposition towards given topics?
I think it becomes more genetic as we age.
I can't speak.
It becomes more genetic as we age.
I can't speak to the senescence aspect of it.
No, Forrest,
that's great. I would love for you to provide a source for literally anything you're saying, rather than just telling me to look something up that you should have done your homework on beforehand. But I don't know, man.
I did. I gave you. I'll give you several. I'll give you the bell curve. That's Charles Murray.
I'm familiar with
the bell curve. That's the one. Yes, isn't that that's the one? If I remember correctly, the one that is thoroughly debunked white nationalist propaganda bullshit that doesn't actually
this is what I
accurately represent what it's actually talking about, right?
Fuck up a minute.
Nah, see, this is our show, not yours. Sorry, it's just not how that works.
Yeah, you're like the Cowardly Lion. You're afraid to let me fucking talk.
Well, you just cited something that we all know is bullshit. It would be like if I were to talk about how evolution isn't true. If I were to talk about how evolution isn't true and I cite Dwayne Gish, you know what I mean? There's no reason to take that seriously.
I mean,
especially considering the fact that you have been actually trying to articulate your points, and we have been debunking them this whole time and providing you with actual science that is actually backed up by the American Anthropological Association, and you just don't like that.
I'm so curious though, because I have also heard criticism, to put it mildly, of the bell curve, but the specific criticism, if memory serves, and you would know this better than me, John, since you've read the bell curve and I have not, is the big criticism not that IQ is an inappropriate proxy for intelligence due to the exact reasons we've been discussing here?
No, I mean, what Murray says about it is, I'm paraphrasing, but he says that he thinks it's a combination of environment and genetics, and he doesn't make the claim that it's, he's sort of agnostic on it, right? I think he thinks it's a combination.
Don't you think if you're going to propose that, you should be able to have some kind of empirical reason to pitch that it's a combination? I feel like I've not heard a reason from you, Erika, nor from the bell curve that it's genetic at all, right? Let me just break this. I'm sorry to interrupt. Let me say this one thought because I think it's going to impact what you say next. If it's true that you can take someone from sub-Saharan Africa or rural India or wherever and place them in a developed nation with access to plenty of resources and they score on par with their peers, does that or does that not pose a serious problem for the idea that any significant portion is genetic when we're talking about variation between populations?
I disagree with what you're saying. The research I've seen is that like people that come over here from Africa have IQs in the low 80s when they're tested. So I just disagree with you.
Forrest, did you pull that study up earlier?
I referenced a couple. I also we have talked at length about why that's not true and specific examples of why that's true. I didn't pull up that specific one. I was looking up that time that the American Psychological Association reviewed the bell curve specifically.
Hold on. I'm willing to look this up. Let me see here. Hold on.
They said
something at the same time. So let me set this down. And then I'm just going to look this paper up, John, and then I'm just going to read you the results, if that's okay. And then we can discuss that paper itself. Because I believe that this paper is like a silver bullet to your point here. And this paper, I believe, came out after the bell curve did, which means that it would also be a silver bullet to Murray's points as well. So I'm going to pull it up while Forrest takes the stage for a second, and we can readdress it here in a moment.
The American Psychological Association assigned a task force to review the bell curve, and they said that it provides no adequate explanations for anything that it's claiming. Stephen Jay Gould wrote that the entire argument of the authors is on four unsupported. I'm going to keep talking even if you keep bitching. Stephen Jay Gould said that the entire argument of the bell curve rests on four unsupported and mostly false assumptions about intelligence. Number one, that intelligence must be reducible to a single number. Number two, that the intelligence must be capable of rank ordering in a linear order. Number three, intelligence must be primarily genetically based. And number four, that it must be essentially immutable. All four of these are untrue, unsupported assumptions that the book is based on. Nobel Prize-winning economist James Heckman also considers major two assumptions. Number one, Heckman's reanalysis of the evidence in the bell curve found two major contradictions. The factors that explain wages receive different weights than the factors that explain test scores. Other factors besides G is whatever their major thing contribute to social performance and is easily manipulated. Noam Chomsky, don't really give much of a fuck about him anymore, but he also criticized the book. See here, philosopher Ned Block. There's a bunch of stuff. There's a major criticism of the statistical methods of that book. There's a whole section here on that. The U.S. Armed Forces qualification test is apparently the major basis. This is from William Matthews. He writes that a major part of the bell curve's analysis is based on the U.S. Armed Forces qualifications test, which is not an IQ test, but is designed to predict performance under certain criterion variables. So what I was talking about earlier when I said that these tests are meant to analyze specific things which have cultural context that don't matter to people from other cultures, that's a one indication of exactly what I'm talking about. You'd be surprised to find how many sub-Saharan Africans would give a fuck about testing for the American Armed Forces. And so this goes on and on and on about people who care about this stuff and talk about this stuff. The point is, nobody, psychologists, sociologists, anthropologists that actually know a thing or two about this, take this book seriously or have done in a very long time, or any of the arguments that it makes seriously, which is why in actual universities, I'm here in Oklahoma, which is the reddest of all the red states, and that's where I did my training in anthropology. And even I, in Trump land USA, was taught why this kind of argumentation is just completely fucking stupid. So I'm not impressed by it, and I'm certainly not going to sit here and take a book from the 90s super seriously when we have fucking 30 years worth of better evidence on top of it, and this book has been thoroughly trashed by anybody who actually matters. Erika, what are you thinking?
I got some serious thoughts. Let me pull up my last paper here because
yeah.
All right, I got 3 papers for you here, John. All 3 are published after the bell curve in the 1950s.
Can I respond to some of this or?
Yeah. You know what?
You can after she's done, and then I have one more thing to say that Monkey at Typewriter just pointed out, is that Charles Murray is also a political scientist who decided to try to write about intelligence and education and all sorts of other shit that he isn't qualified for. Go ahead, Erika. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I got 3 different papers. The first is by Marinus H. van Igendoorn from 2005. Who synthesized multiple international adoption studies and found that children from disadvantaged or developing backgrounds adopted into enriched environments in developed nations showed massive IQ gains, ultimately scoring on par with local native-born peers. And that paper is called Adoption and Cognitive Development, a meta-analytic comparison of adopted and non-adopted children's IQ and school performance. The abstract goes through what they looked at. Do you want to hear the size, their sample size here?
I sure do.
This is a meta-analysis of 62 studies. Their sample size is 17,767 adopted children. And they examined whether cognitive development of adopted children differed from that of A, children who remained in institutional care or in their birth family, or B, their current environmental non-adopted siblings or peers. At the end, they say, taken together, the meta-analyses document the positive impact of adoption on the children's cognitive development and their remarkably normal cognitive competence, but delayed school performance. So when they're taken out of the previous environment, which lacks the education, the nutrition, the family support, and adopted into one that does, their scores rise on the level of their peers, exactly like we were just talking about. And I think specifically this one is looking at adoptees versus people who are in the foster care system. I don't have access to the full paper at this exact moment. Like, I'm just looking at the cover. I haven't opened it up yet. The second paper is from 2017, titled, Why Are the Cognitive Abilities of Children So Different Across Countries? The Link Between Major, wait for it, Socioeconomic Factors and PISA Test Scores. And they say at the very end of this, at the end of the abstract here, after they describe their sample size, which is significantly lower than the prior one, they say, we suggest that in countries considered herein, well-educated parents that have higher awareness of quality of life indirectly raise the cognitive ability of their children. So here they're analyzing the difference between families with resources and families without resources within singular countries, and find the same type of disparity that you see between countries. And the last study is the paradox of intelligence, heritability, and malleability coexist in hidden gene environment interplay by Matstill and Sauce, which is spelled sauce, like the kind of sauce like a dipping sauce. And similarly, they talk about gene environment and how it does, or in most cases does not, predict scores on IQ test scores. So I'm telling you right now, dude, the 3 papers that I pulled out, and this is just in a cursory Google search, guided by the first results on Google Scholar and the AI suggestion on Google, right? When you look up the relationship between environment and IQ scores. So to me, since all 3 of these papers are newer than the 1990s, I don't think that Murray has a leg to stand on here. And I think that if you want to continue to say that there's this relationship here, you owe it to yourself and the people whose platforms you come on to read these papers and say what you think. And I will say, too, I have not read these papers in their entirety. I just read the abstracts now. So I owe it to myself to read them, too. That's all I have to say. But
Erika, don't you know, Google and all that algorithm is run by the Jews.
Oh, shit, I forgot. Oh, no.
Oh, no. They went
right,
from basketball to Google.
Disregard, John.
Disregard everything.
Okay, look, you can mock me all you want, man. Look,
fucking racists are just dumb as all fuck, man. For real. Oh my glob. I can't handle somebody picking up a cell phone and the phone itself rivals their intelligence. You know what I mean? That kills me. And then they want to call in and talk about shit that they don't understand with numbers they don't understand from outdated racist. You said I could mock you all I want. I'm doing it. So what blows my mind is that these fucking hey man, don't talk about fucking me. Go fuck your wife who is also your sister and your brother. Anyway, I'm talking about fucking how stupid Nazis are, because bring your face to Tulsa, bitch. What are you talking about? Anyway, I'm trying to do what you said I could do. You said I could mock you all I want. I'm doing the thing. So racists are so fucking stupid because what they do over and over and over, oh my God, nobody cares, John. What they do over and over and over is they try to use science they don't understand to talk about people that they know nothing about, because it makes them feel happy about having no fucking accomplishments of their own. They have nothing to be proud of. They have nothing that they've ever done that means anything. They have nothing to stand on of their own good graces. They have nothing to pride themselves on, so they take pride in what? Skin color. They're fucking, that's what you've got? That's your big fucking achievement? I was born and I look like this? It's the lamest, weakest, bitchiest thing in the whole fucking world. Oh, it's so fucking funny. Go ahead, Erika, what are you talking about?
Dude, this is my thing, right? I very explicitly in my conversation with you here, John, like used no language that I thought might like trigger you. I'm not talking about woke shit. I'm not talking about PC shit, whatever. And I tend to believe like all of that stuff, right? But I didn't use any of it with you. I used cold hard data and regular relationships that can be demonstrated ecologically, genetically, or sociologically. And then my question to you was, what do you think of this? And your answer was, I don't believe it. And then I read 3 paper abstracts partially to you. And so now I want to know, what do you think? Why did these papers have the results that they have if there is this immutable large relationship between genetics and intelligence that's based off of where a person is from? Or do you concede that point and that you need to go look into these papers?
I'm going to go ahead and make the prediction before you take him off mute that he's not going to give his any new information about any of that. Probably not actually going to articulate what his feelings are on these, because the problem is you asked him what he thinks, and Nazis don't think. So I'll give John this one opportunity to answer what Erika's saying, and then I'm going to move on to somebody who has a brain and a dick and a heart. John, you're back on to answer Erika's question.
Yeah, studies say different things, okay? And we can look
studies say different things.
Bro. Come on, man.
You're such a fucking douchebag, man.
Oh, my God. Oh, studies say different things, John. Some studies say I'm not a douchebag.
You don't look like you're trained to me, you fucking dipshit.
Oh, my God.
Are you trained for
I'm what?
Are you trained?
What is...
Are you trained?
Trained in what? Trained in biology, hell yeah. Trained in critical thinking, absolutely. Trained in...
How about martial
arts? Martial arts. I'm trained in biology. I'm trained in critical thinking. I'm trained in having sex with people who aren't related to me. I'm trained in all sorts of things.
Maybe you shouldn't run
it's really funny.
Mouth so much.
Oh. Anyway, at this point, John, you are just evolving into entirely fucking toddler bullshit. Oh, my dad's bigger than your dad, John. How dare you? At this point, John, you're just running into the... You're running into the toddler fucking, yeah, but I'm big and strong and I can beat you up so bad. I go hurt you so bad. Which is Nazi.
Forrest
shit. It is actually, I want to throw out there, very predictable for a Nazi. Hey, you're saying things I don't like. I'll fucking hurt you. You have science that disagrees with me. I'll hurt you. Your data and evidence and like actual analysis of the things that you went to school for to study and learn disagrees with my feelings and makes me feel small. I'm strong and white and I'll hurt you. Fucking bitch baby Nazi bullshit. This is why you fucking losers lost the last time, why you're gonna lose this time. Anyway, have fun continuing to eat your own excrement. John, please give your mom back her phone now. And I'll leave this for you. Thank you, John, for time. Bye-bye.
Don't punish me too.
No, that's because we're friends.
Oh, dude, you know what? Like, what a fucking colossal waste of time. Like, this is my problem, right? I assume naively and perhaps stupidly. It must be that portion of my genome that isn't white that's causing this, of course. I must believe that all people, or at least some portion of people, if they just see the right data, if they maybe he would think to himself, I genuinely am delusional enough that I thought for a moment that he would maybe say, you know what? I've actually never seen those papers. I'm going to go look into them and see what they say and maybe change my mind. And then I realized upon his response that I am, in fact, an idiot and that it's actually coming from a regular 3/4 white percentage that believes that, that I can make a difference here. I don't know what to say about that. I am simultaneously surprised and not at all surprised. So whatever, man. What a colossal waste of my fucking time. Right.
I don't think for one second I'm not delusional enough to think that we're ever going to get through to John. I care about the thousands of people that watch this. I want them to hear the actual evidence that we present, and I want them to hear how fucking weak and pathetic John is. That's what's important.
That's the part that I think is actually important, is the non-answer. The non-answer, the nothing that we got in response there. He comes on here and genuinely says that his best support for the fact that it is a 60-40 relationship between genetics, he put a number to it, a 60-40% relationship between genetics and where you're born. And when we asked where we can find that citation, he said a book from the 90s that got bodied by Stephen Jay Gould, who is dead. Like, you've got to be kidding me. Get better arguments. Yeah. You might as well bring out the calipers and start doing phrenology. Like, we might as well start skull measuring if we're going to be doing it.
I would not be surprised if John believed in phrenology, I'll be honest with you. I would not be surprised in the slightest if John believes in phrenology. Neither
would I.
But that's the cool thing. I hope everyone remembers, like, when people can't think, they punch. That's what happens, you know, when you have a small mind makes big noise and swings their hands around because they have nothing intelligent to say or do. And when people have nothing to be proud of, they have no accomplishments, they take pride in their skin color. It's the dumbest fucking thing in the world. So, sorry, Nazi John, you failed once again. Although, this time, I do like the fact that he was on the line for a fucking hour. Because he usually is the type to say some really dumb fucking bitch shit and get kicked immediately, and then, you know, that feeds into us all, they won't let me, they suppress the truth, they won't let me. We had you on for an hour, bro, and you had dick to say, and every point you made was wrong.
No, literally. Like, what's your response? Hey, here's the results of a study. Here's a specific study. Here's a general ecological trend that everybody agrees happens. What do you think about that? But what Murray says.
Well, the Jews! The Jews, though!
Yeah, they're Jewish owners. That was crazy. He had to throw that one in there. I was like, okay.
I'm really glad we didn't get sidetracked, because I really think that John, he's so used to getting booted. I think that when he's backed into a corner and he knows he can't say anything and he has nothing intelligent to bring up, he's gonna just throw in there some racist dumb shit like to try to derail the conversation. Yeah. To try to get that out there.
100%.
It's crazy. Speaking of IQ, the reason why Nazis put 88 on everything is because that's their fucking IQ, and they brag about it.
Dude, he didn't know who he was on with. We don't kick people.
Right?
We're not capable of ending a conversation early. He had no idea who he was up against. The most hard-headed and in some ways naive hosts on the line.
Right? I keep telling people that because I get that argument all the time. They're like, you're just going to talk over me and mute me and ban me and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, call in when Erika and I are on.
The Jim Bob defense.
Just, please.
The Jim Bob defense. Call in.
I still get some of his fucking like troglodyte followers popping up on my live streams from time to time. Be like, why won't you debate him? You're too scared to debate him. Like, he's too scared to have a conversation without slurs. That was the gambit. Is you can't use the N-word. And he was like, no.
No deal. No deal. Sorry, man, no deal. Sorry. If he's not out here busting hard R's, then what's even the point of being on the internet?
Right.
You know? I mean, but it's like, bro, it's not Twitter. Relax. Like, just have a conversation. Actually, for me, like, I feel like the slur thing was always going to be broken. For me, what I find much more embarrassing is that he rejected a conversation with me on the request that he be able to name the 4 mechanisms of evolution. He was like, I'm not going to memorize 4 things. I'm not memorizing 4 things. I will not be doing that. Fuck you. Not going to happen. And it's like, okay, well, then you look bitch made. Like, I don't really know what to say.
I know we're still talking about this fucking losers, how long later, you know what I mean? But like the fact that it was literally... He kept saying, I know.
Smile on my face. I will talk shit about Jim Bob with a grin on my face because I'm
I know the mechanisms. There's mutation and then other ones. It's like, yeah, dude.
I honestly, if it wouldn't immortalize him, that would be a great Twitch a great Twitch button. Would be I know the mechanisms.
I had it for a minute, but I lost. I moved that file and I don't want to go looking for it. But like that one, and then fucking when he was talking about Hardy Weinberg, that's right. We were laughing at him for using AI to tell him things because he can't fucking read. And so he uses an AI overview for everything, and he uses ChatGPT to read him stuff. And he's like, how can you use math or how can you prove that natural selection isn't happening? And we're like, it's called Hardy Weinberg. It's called Hardy Weinberg. That's how you do it. And what he didn't understand is there's the Hardy Weinberg theory, the concept, and then there's the math that you use to test it. So if Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium is happening, then there is no natural selection. Natural selection is stopped. And so you use this really simple mathematical formula to check if it's happening. And we're like, you use the Hardy-Weinberg equation to check if natural selection is happening. He Googles Hardy-Weinberg and comes up with the AI overview that says it assumes natural selection isn't happening. And he goes, how are you going to say, you're going to say that you can prove natural selection is happening with somebody that says natural selection? Because he doesn't know how to fucking read, and he doesn't know what anything is. And that's his big win, is that he read one sentence out of an AI overview that told him something very obvious. He misunderstood it. And he had a problem
we're pining for you here, my man. We want you on the show. We want to talk to you. I want to talk to you so bad. So badly. There's just like two rules. We won't even use the mute button ever, right? The only two rules is that you can't use any hard R's. No hard R's. And number two, you got to know the four mechanisms. You just met four things. You just got to memorize four things.
That's the beginning of the argument. You have to say, here's the four mechanisms of evolution, and then we'll talk about whatever after that.
Pretend I realize that this is daunting. So just pretend like the four mechanisms of evolutions are slurs themselves. That way you can
yes. Imagine I'll be really offended if you say the word genetic drift. Yeah. Oh my glove. I'm not gonna, there's no fucking way I'm gonna waste a month of my life when I'm working on I've got a charity event coming up. I'm in the middle of my fucking PhD. I'm doing videos like fuck. I'm not gonna waste a month of my life to play and prepare for an hour or 2 hour, whatever, like back and forth debate with you, bro. But I want a casual conversation where you can't use slurs and I can't mute you, and we talk about things like human beings. It would be great. And I know you do that kind of shit because you're on the fucking whatever podcast and whatever. Like you're comfortable with conversation style format. I know you are. You've done it before, and you got fucking smoked by Not So Airtight. That's
damn.
I would love to have him. It would be so fucking funny. Dude, and I can't wait for this clip to go up on his channel where he cuts out anything that we say that make him look bad and say, these fucking soy losers are still talking about me.
They're still talking about me.
They're living their head rent free.
Jim Bob, always, man. You're the one that got away from me. You're the one that was too obstinate to learn the four mechanisms of evolution. Here's my thing, Forrest. I got a lot going on too. I'll drop everything. I will drop everything if you just memorize the four mechanisms of evolution and like we talk about those mechanisms, right? Like the data themselves. I'll drop everything.
Those are just neo-Darwinian evolution too. There's more to evolution than that. There's a lot more to. There's like neo-Lamarckian factors that we get. We just want that. We just want the basic, bare minimum introduction to what evolution is and how it works. That's it. It's so easy. By the way, shout out to the person in chat. Shout out to the person in chat who says you won't learn about Hardy-Weinberg because that sounds too Jewish.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we made the same joke last time because it's so true.
It's so funny. It's so funny.
Like Berg? Oh. I don't think so.
Oh, hell no.
What is that?
Oh, man.
Man, that guy's crazy.
Anyway, we got more people online, and we've got the lines are like gummed up and full. So I'm gonna burn through a few of these folks that seem really friendly. We're gonna go through as many as we can really quickly, and then we'll try to get more antagonistic callers. So
the lines are gummed up and full because Forrest and I just can't shut the hell up. Like we're like two biddies gabbing. We're just having a little chat session in the middle of the show. Yeah, it's just fine.
We're just old white-haired women with our knitting needles bitching about some douchebag on the fucking internet from thousands of years ago.
And in 6 hours, someone will show up and be like, I just got off my work shift, and they're still gossiping and bantering?
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
That's your sweet 50.
Let's talk to TACIS in Thailand, who wants to talk about whether or not the concept of a rational male is pseudoscience. TACIS, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm awesome, man. So what did you want to ask about? Sorry to keep you waiting for so long.
Thank you for waiting.
No problem. My nephew got into this book called The Rational Male, and he's organized his whole life around it, and it just seems like it's evolutionary psychology just garbage kind of thinking?
I'm looking it up right now. I've never heard of this is a book, but I know the concept. Rational male is a rational and pragmatic approach to intergender dynamics and the social and psychological underpinnings of intergender relations. That's what's coming up here is like the top line of it. Yeah, I don't know about this book in particular or this person in particular, but I know the concept of rational male is what I usually hear is pseudo-social psychology to say that men are very logical and rational and women are very emotional and flippant and whatever. And that we as men that we as men are expected to be domineering and cheat on our partners and all these things because that's evolutionarily advantageous, and women are expected to glom onto their partners and be very submissive and what's the word I'm looking for? Dependent. And so we are expected to be very strong and very punch and very stoic and have no emotions except for anger. And that whole thing, is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's horse dick.
I'm seeing here, Forrest, the buzzwords that I'm seeing come up around this book are hypergamy, classic. Female imperative, classic. Plate theory, which I've not heard of before, but
that's where women carry plates for men.
That's where classic. Yeah, that's so true.
Yeah, totally.
And the sequel he's expanded the series with volumes like Positive Masculinity, Preventative Medicine, and Religion. So I mean this feels pretty typical red pill to me.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I'm also
red
seeing
pill.
it. Yeah, I'm seeing it posted on the X Red Pill subreddit as well.
Nice. Yeah, a couple of things that I think are really important.
We're looking at some Evo Psych stuff here for sure, but I'll keep looking.
Yeah, and it's not even real evolutionary psychology. Actual evolutionary psychologists don't talk about this shit. It's people who sniffed the cover of an evolutionary psychology textbook like it was an underage girl's panties from a vending machine, and then decided that means that they get to be whatever kind of misogynistic bitch they want to be, and women just have to tolerate it because they're a big strong man, and they listen to Andrew Tate because they're lonely little pieces of bitch baby bullshit. And so what that means is, the reality of it is, we the myth of hunters and male hunters and female gatherers, which a lot of this stuff is based on in prehistory, is largely a myth. We see that there's actually way more massive overlap than people think. The myth that women can't be leaders or can't make good decisions or anything like that, also thoroughly debunked by actual evidence. The myth that women aren't fighters, thoroughly debunked. Like the Scythians, a great example. Fucking huge amount of women being active warriors in that society. We see over and over and over that what these people are actually trying to push is just a fantasy where they're in charge and they get to do whatever they want. And this is sold to lonely, disenfranchised, weak, scared young men who, every young man goes through a period, well, most of them anyway, that you're lonely, you're confused by the world, you're scared of going out in the world and trying to make your way, and life seems really big and really difficult to manage, and there's a lot of plates to spin. We do have a male loneliness problem, which is propagated and perpetuated by, men a lot. We do have a lot of toxic masculinity problems, where men are taught that they have to not express emotions, that they're not supposed to, they're supposed to be really firm in their decisions and never make mistakes, that they need to not talk about their feelings or their insecurities or anything like that, because that makes you a little bitch. You can't do that. Never cry, never talk about it. Young men are, in this country at least, I don't know how it is in Thailand, but I'm betting it's not much better, are significantly more likely to abuse drugs and alcohol, to smoke at early ages, to take unnecessary risks and perform dangerous acts. This is all because of a psychological phenomenon talking about performing masculinity and what we call precarious masculinity, that masculinity is something you have to perform and maintain, otherwise it'll be challenged and it'll fall apart. So you maintain it by doing dangerous things, being a hard guy and real tough and hard-boiled and all this stuff. So you're maintaining the social performance of masculinity all the time. And so you end up with this population of young men who are very lonely and very confused and very scared, and they turn to a weak person's idea of what a strong person is, which is people like Andrew Tate and Andrew Wilson and Ben Shapiro, whoever else. These people who talk about how Jordan Peterson, yes. These people who talk about how all the progress in the world was done by big, strong men, and anytime women do anything, it's because a big, strong man lets her, and you're always in charge, and you're always in control, and you just have to take control and assert yourself, and then you can live like me with all my Lamborghinis and cigars and blah, blah, and all these supermodels and all this stuff. And then these young men try that, and it doesn't work because that's not how reality is, and they don't realize the fact that these people are scamming them. They're making a shit ton of money doing this so that they can buy all these fancy things and then promote that. That's marketing material, that they're investing in marketing is what they're doing. And then you see that as the side of a marketing, and you think, I'll get that if I do it. And that's not real. They're selling you this lie. And these young men then leave this situation where they've now been rejected by the woman they really liked because they were acting like a fucking douchebag, and they've been rejected by the society they wanted to be participating in because they're a misogynistic asshole, and they're not getting any money because they're a piece of shit who isn't actually working on anything. They're just grind maxing or whatever the fuck their way, and they're chewing on a rubber thing to try to make their jaw whiter or whatever other thing they're doing, and it's not working. And so they're more lonely, and they're more frustrated, and they're more disenfranchised, and they go right back to those same people to sell them the cure again. And what I think is so important for people who are stuck in that is to recognize the actual script is, here's all these problems with patriarchy. Here's these problems with capitalism. Here's these problems in your society that are keeping you down, that are hurting you. This is the toxic masculinity that is hurting young men and turning young men into violent, lonely adults. This is the serious problem that is hurting you right now. This is why men have such hard jobs and such higher suicide rate, all these things. And then at the very last second, rather than saying, we need to dismantle this system, this is hurting everybody, this is they say, and it's all women's fault. It's the problem is the people who are hurt significantly more than men. That's who's really at fault here. And these young folks buy it, and it fucking drives me up a wall. But that's what's going on with all that. It is horse shit. It is a business model that is meant to take lonely, scared men and make them more lonely and more scared, so they keep watching, they keep clicking, they keep buying. Erika is abandoning me. I was about to hand it over to her, so instead of that, I will ask you, Takimus, what are you thinking about everything I just said?
Sorry.
Well, it tracks. It tracks. The person I'm talking about is significantly older, like maybe middle-aged, and it just breaks my heart. I don't know what to do about it.
This book is wild. I went to the Amazon reviews, and I've just been reading the Amazon reviews. And this person says, have you ever wondered why women claim to like nice guys but reject you for being one and then date a jerk? You wonder why those girls in high school friend-zoned you, or despite witnessing millions of acts of friend-zoning, women universally believe it doesn't exist. Then they complain about players, men who essentially friend-zone them. Have you ever pondered how many women say, I can't find a good guy, while you and 100 lonely good guys follow her around? How about why women treat you completely differently when you're playing in your indie rock band and then they do at your day job? Or why women say one thing and mean another, and it goes on and on and on and on like this. And at the end, it essentially summarizes the point of the book by talking about how women, while they are all different, quote, different is in quotes, are in an intrinsic sense sharing biological attraction clues, rather cues. Much like all men, like physical characteristics, you may be naive to learn them. So basically this is saying it's treating women more or less like a monolith, like an adversary to be conquered. And I think that is so antithetical towards the act of finding a partner. What is the point? Like, I've never really understood this mentality personally, but the idea that dating, and I understand that the current dating landscape is a mess. That's true. And there are a lot of problems, and they're exacerbated by the internet, and people are more atomized than ever, and all of that deserves attention. And the general loneliness epidemic deserves attention too. All of that is important. But the cure for this, the cure for the loneliness and the isolation and the fewer people are dating than ever before, is not to completely villainize one group of people at the behest of another to sort of placate their fears. The truth is, women are people, and men are people are people, and people are complicated, and you can't treat them like a single entity that is a puzzle to be solved. It's relationships aren't like that, and if you treat them like that, you're going to find yourself all alone. It just doesn't work that way. And I don't have the answer to like how we teach this to the majority of people who are impacted by this type of mentality, which unfortunately is young men. There are young women that are impacted by it out there too. There are misandrists, right? There are just far fewer of them, and they don't tend to engage in violence against men, sexual or otherwise. That doesn't mean they don't. It's just, I'm speaking in generalities here. It sounds like you need to have a candid conversation with your friend and basically say, look, what you're looking at here is somebody applying evolutionary psychology to approximately 4 billion people, which is not appropriate in any context, let alone dating.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, that's all I had. Sorry, my dogs are barking, so I cut myself off.
Okay. Well, you've answered a lot of my questions. I don't know. I'm kind of, the pseudoscience aspect really bothers me.
Yeah, you can look up what actual psychologists say about this stuff. I'm going to be on next week, I believe. Same show, same time. Yes, next week I'm on the same show, SkepTalk, with a friend of mine who's a social psychologist. Her name is Roxanne.
Oh, great.
And she specializes in gender relationships and gender relations and feminism and all sorts of stuff from a psychological perspective. So she'd be able to talk about this much more than I could from that specific perspective. But I can just tell you, there are plenty of resources out there on actual psychology. No serious psychologist that I know of takes any of that nonsense seriously.
I'm also wondering, like, I'm wondering what specific claims are compelling to your friend, right? Like, what stuff, like, we don't have the book, so we can't really get into the specific claims very easily here without them being brought to us. So I would say, have him call in.
Yeah, tell us what his problem is with the foids.
I'd like to, but I think it might go down like the last call with John.
Oh, I don't know.
That might be good for him. Who knows? Yeah. I find like people like that don't get a lot of pushback. So, yeah, we're always here. He should call in next week, especially talk to my friend Roxanne. She's going to love that I'm throwing her to the wolves like this. And I would love to hear from him. If she doesn't have something to say to him, I definitely do.
The wolves. The puppy dogs.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate talking to you all.
Thank you for waiting, man. Have an awesome rest of your day.
Thanks. Good luck.
Great. All right.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
We're going to jump on to another call from a friendly person, probably. Some of you has an interesting question. Let's jump in with Ashley, calling in all the way from Finland, who wants to know if dragons could have ever evolved. Ashley, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well. It's a little bit late, but other than that, I'm doing fine.
Let's talk about dragons!
Yeah. I will preface this by saying I don't believe dragons have ever existed. just letting you guys know that. But I'm just wondering, are there any biological barriers to prevent dragons, as have been depicted in mythology, from having evolved in some capacity? I know that there's mechanistic issues with getting too big, for example, Smaug or something is just way too big for an animal to be capable of flying. with any sort of like biological mechanism.
Yeah, that was also my question.
Are we talking about worms, wyverns, like how are we going? Like do they have front drakes? Are we talking about things with 2 front limbs and 2 wings on their back? Because those are hexapods, and that's a whole developmental problem, not just an evolution problem.
Yeah,
are they things? That's what you're talking. What are we saying?
I was specifically wondering about something like true dragons, a so-called 4 legs and then 2 wings.
The European style dragon.
Could they have
legs
evolved or
front legs
in any capacity?
Legs as wings. Front legs as wings is a lot easier to pull off than front legs and wings. Because front legs and wings, you need to develop. Front legs as wings, you just take the skin that's already there and stretch it. You take the bones that are already there and morph them. It's like no problem. That pterodactyl literally means wing fingers because their entire the structure of their wing is just their pinky finger, as opposed to like a bat, which has all of its fingers elongated that gives actual structure to the wing. There's lots of ways to make wings happen if you already have the limbs there. But if you're adding wings to the back, now you need a duplication of the front limbs in the front and the back, because you need pectoral muscles to pull those things down. You need new scapulas to anchor those things. You need new rhomboids to anchor those scapula. You need every bit of everything, like from the nips up, has to be doubled in order to make this thing work. And that's really difficult to do. Not impossible. You can duplicate some Hox genes and duplicate some developmental fields, and you'd get it. And I know that because that was one of my exam questions in grad school. I had an evolutionary developmental biology test, and one of the exam questions was explain how a griffin could have developed. And just literally it was just that. Okay, so we take this FOX2B or whatever the fuck I forgot what the exact one is. HOX2 FOX blah blah blah. That is the gene that does front limbs. This variation of it is more often seen in like legs. This one is more often seen in wings. So we need to duplicate this gene and move this morphogen over here. It's possible to do, but it's way, way, way more expensive than a wyvern or a worm that just has front legs that are wingling things.
I mean, you've got the issue of the breath too, right? Like the
whole breath thing. Yeah,
you could get something acidic, something relatively explosive, but you've got to have some kind of setup that's protecting the actual mouth and throat of the animal itself.
How do bombardier beetles do it?
I mean, they combine chemicals, but they also do it out of their butts, essentially, not out of their mouth.
Right, but it's still an orifice. It's an orifice that could burn.
It is, but I think the combination is happening like right near the end of the orifice, which I don't think you could do in a dragon. Like you see what I'm saying? Like in dragons, usually the mixing is in the throat.
What do you think about, like, we're talking about like what may be here? So like, what if, you know how snakes have the trachea goes all the way to the end of their mouth so they can breathe while they're eating, right?
Yeah.
So what if you had a situation where that trachea was bisected, and then it's like a bombardier beetle where you have a mixture of things, but it's right here at the end of the mouth. You have like one thing coming up from the lungs through the throat and another thing spraying out like up here to meet it. Like how a flamethrower has the flame just outside the nozzle, you know what I mean?
Maybe, but I'm having a hard time imagining, because I'm thinking that much like most defensive properties that are coming out of the mouth, you're deriving it from the gastrointestinal system, not the respiratory system. So it wouldn't be the trachea; it'd have to be the esophagus, which then I don't know how you're getting the power to actually force it out, unless you've got something where you've got like a larynx where they merge into one another, but that creates all its own problems.
Well, that's like a syrinx that birds have. They have instead of the one larynx, they have the syrinx. And if that's the case, you could also have the double air sacs that birds have. Instead of having air pass through each one sequentially, you have one that's for oxygen and one that's for whatever thing you're developing.
Like
you know
mixing?
What I mean?
But I don't I don't know how you would, like, developmentally speaking, usually when you're getting some kind of weird fluid, it's being derived by something that's effectively adjacent, right? I mean, you get milk from apocrine glands.
Lactocytes.
That makes sense. Because like they're right there. What?
Lactocytes.
Yes. But still, it's derived from apocrine glands, right?
You're talking about the Sudoriferous glands and apocrine glands are the same.
The glands themselves.
Sure.
Yes, the glands themselves.
But
not the fluid.
I'm talking about the cells within the gland that's doing that.
I was talking about the structure of the glands themselves.
The whole structure.
It's like they're pulled from the same thing, right? Like, you have an epithelial sort of like germ cell, and from that you can get various different types of glands. You can get skin cells, you can get scales, you can get feathers, you can get a lot of different stuff. But I'm thinking like, okay, what in the respiratory system are you going to alter in an animal? Because we're not doing something. Well, I guess we could if we can do anything we want. A hypothetical evolution, sure, you could get a dragon. But I'm imagining like on Earth with some relation to some living organism here, and I'm trying to imagine what you would derive to get a breath from. Because the closest thing I can think of is a bombardier beetle, but that setup is completely wrong for something like breath.
It doesn't have to be. Well, we're assuming that breath works the same way, like inspiration and expiration. I think is the whatever the fucking you mean.
Yeah,
like the whole that tide thing, right?
Yes,
but it doesn't have to be. It could be more like you talked about milk and whatnot. It could be more like that, where instead of having a mammary gland and a lactiferous duct, you have some acid or whatever the thing is that's doing the thing is being developed by those cells there, swelling, and then having some sort of like diaphragmatic thing that like squeezes it out with some sort of force. So it doesn't have to be.
That was going to be my next question, because it's like with milk, it's like a letdown reflex, right? Like you're not squirting it in most cases that I could think of.
Right.
It has the ability. And it shoots out, exactly. I mean, like, okay, we're getting into the weeds. Yes, I think you could evolve a dragon. I think it would probably not look breath-wise or flight-wise or size-wise very much like the gigantic dragons that we have in mythology. Now, as we were talking about earlier, a wyvern is a different story. Have you ever seen a vampire bat run when it's on the ground?
Yeah.
They run like wyverns. They run like wyverns do. Yeah, and they do it on their little finger, right? So with the rest of the fingers pointed backwards, like how wyverns are typically depicted in fantasy. I think you'd have a much easier time getting a fantasy accurate wyvern than a fantasy accurate dragon amongst our extant phylogeny. That's my take.
Yeah. Now we covered a lot, Ashley. What do you think?
Yeah, because you brought up the fire-breathing stuff as well, which very interesting, because I was going to bring up the bombardier beetle as an example of something kind of like that, because I've heard you guys talk about that a lot when it comes to a lot of creationists talking about like, how did this evolve? Kind of
they
stuff.
Have their,
so I knew about
that. Where it mixes it in the crest.
But you talked about the Hox gene duplication, having to duplicate another set of limbs. I have a very rudimentary understanding of evolution or evolutionary biology, but that sounds like you're talking about a duplication in limbs of a reptilian or a reptile that already has limbs. But what if there was like something pre-Tiktaalik level of like a bony fish, or like it's not the ray-finned fish, it's the lobe-finned fish. If there was a lobe-finned fish with 6 lobes instead of 4, that crawled out and then spawned a lineage of terrestrial animals that had 6 limbs to begin with, would it be in that case more plausible to get
that would definitely be easier to do? You could even say, like, fish. The fish already have like multiple fins. They don't just have the pectoral fins that would have eventually developed into upper limbs. They also have anal fins and everything that you could then make a little bit more functional in this way. I'm still stuck on a couple of things about the fire. So pyrophoric chemicals are chemicals that are going to ignite instantly when they are exposed to oxygen and water. And so like I'm looking at like different examples of those, and I'm wondering if there's any like that you could potentially derive from food. You know what I mean? That this thing could be able to make by eating something and then breaking them down metabolically, catabolizing it and then metabolizing it back, or anabolizing it back in these glands.
what about this? What about a liquid that is at least moderately flammable, or an acid, like maybe an alteration to stomach acid or something like that, that gives it just even a mildly flammable property. And then pharyngeal jaws with teeth that grind against one another that act as like a flint in the throat. Yeah, that.
That's pretty cool.
But a set of pharyngeal jaws specifically that grind together, and that's what ignites it. Again, I'm still worried about fireproofing the throat, because I'm imagining that most situations that you're going to use to protect that tissue from the heat is going to reduce the efficiency of that mucous membrane. So, which is going to be bad. Or reduce the efficacy of the weapon itself. I'm poking holes. I'm sure there's a way to do it.
This thing, could it be a thing if this thing is got a airtight little lung biscuit here? Could this thing be generating motherfucking white phosphorus? Because they say that like dragon fire just burns through everything and all this stuff. It's like white phosphorus would do that, and I'm wondering, and it ignites
like a gular pouch.
Yeah.
Houses
and
it
has this stuff in that way, and that would also lead to selection pressure for the iron scales, the super strong that you can't pierce it, because if you pierce it and expose that to oxygen, the whole dragon explodes, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So you're getting a tougher hide because there's a massive selective pressure for weaknesses around that one area. But then since you're deriving all of the skin cells, or at least most of the skin cells, or the scale cells rather, from skin cells that are all over the body, then it's going to inadvertently select for tough hide everywhere.
And it would have to be something better than keratin. It would have to be something better than keratin. So this thing would be eating a lot of shit. That's why they sit on mountains of metal, because much like the volcano snail, it's incorporating metal into its external surfaces. Like the volcano snail uses iron in its shell to protect itself from hydrothermal vents. This thing is eating the gold and shit that it's hoarding in order to incorporate it into its new layer of scales to protect its gular sac.
It's so heavy now, though. It still has to fly. It's so heavy. True. Like you know what I mean? Like either it's got to be. Alternatively, what if they're like little guys? What if they're like
little dudes?
German Shepherd-sized body, huge wings.
More like kobolds.
Yeah, like kobolds. Yeah, like little dudes. They're little,
Wingling,
you know, and they're still menacing because they've got the flame breath, but they're little. They're little.
Yeah. I like that. I like that a lot. So we'd have to eat some sort of phosphorus-rich food to synthesize white phosphorus, and also it would be eating a lot of metal in order to synthesize. And it would have to be certain purities of metal. Gold is great because it doesn't corrode. So like gold would be, that's why he's sitting on a mountain of gold, is because that is a metal that he can easily restructure, that is relatively soft. I don't know what kind of like bioavailability it has or what it's able to do with it, but it's doing something.
You've almost got a symbiosis then with hominins, because you need something to create and extract your metals, and that's also why they
purify it. Yes.
Yeah, and that's why they hang around human settlements, because not because they want to eat the humans or raid their flocks, but because they need the metals.
Right. And in a pinch, they know that they can steal a damsel, and then a knight will come with all sorts of really great, expensive armor and swords, which are also great sources of metal. You know what I mean? It's all it is. Yeah.
You could play around with it for sure.
For sure.
Does that answer your question,
that's very interesting conceptually as well. About the symbiotic relationship with humans. That I hadn't actually considered, because I'm doing this mostly in terms of like storytelling, because I like telling stories in my head. That I might write down at some point. But I wanted to have some kind of plausible, or at least semi-plausible mechanism by which certain traits would come about in like without having to appeal to magic.
Yeah, you can do it. I think you can get you can approximate a dragon biologically. How about that?
Yeah, I mean that's pretty cool. And as well, since Forrest, I think Forrest is the one that brought it up. Is that they would have to eat a lot of food that has phosphorus in it. But what if there is instead of just eating like foodstuffs, like what most animals do, there is an incorporation of some kind of mineral that is being actively consumed as well. Because I know it's going to sound very childish to bring up How to Train Your Dragon's lore, but How to Train Your Dragons is what got me interested. It is awesome because, for example, Grunkles within that canon eat rocks to produce lava. I'm not talking about lava specifically for like fire breathing, but what if minerals are being actively consumed to produce some kind of flammable substance?
I love Grunkle.
Most flammable substances I understand are organic, so have a carbon backbone, like hydrocarbons and stuff.
Hydrocarbons, yeah. Hydrocarbons are literally the chemical equation for fire is hydrocarbon plus oxygen equals carbon dioxide and H2O. But I think, like, you know, even if we're talking about just phosphorus is a good. It's some percentage of your body weight. It's your DNA. The fucking phosphorus is a major part of the backbone. Phosphorus is one of the 6 most common elements in all of life. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but like I remember that. Hold on a second. I've got a thing over here, a little breakdown that I have in this textbook from long ago.
Do I need to pull up the stream because I do not have it currently.
Phosphorus is about. No, it's okay. Phosphorus is about 1% of your body mass, and so if it's just out here eating living shit all the time, fire would be, if we're using phosphorus and that's the mechanism, it would be an expensive resource. It would be something they only used every now and then, but it would be possible if they're extracting it from this. You know what I mean?
You can make it happen.
Yol Torshul is what I'm saying.
That's very interesting because in terms of just the fire breathing, I had like 3 concepts for how it would happen. It would be, as you said, a pyrophoric chemical that is just lights itself on fire, or having some sort of like flint system or like a striking system for a flammable gas within the oral cavity. Or perhaps even having 2 separate, or having 2 separate. Or having sorry, lost my train of thought. Or having two separate gases that mix, and then their mixture reacts with the oxygen in the air, and then lights on fire. But you said a lot about the protection of the mucous membrane in terms of like flammability, because fire plus mucous membrane typically does not is not anything good.
Yeah, you'd want it out of there. You wouldn't want to have the fire coming from the throat. You'd want to make the fire right outside. Yeah.
Yeah, so
you can have a really tough mouth, like a camel. They can just munch on or a giraffe, which is in the same camel family. They can munch on cacti and shit because they have a really, really, really tough mouth. You can make a super tough mouth that's resistant to some heat, but like in the throat, you're going to want to get that out of there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. So the basic idea I had for that sort of like the flint striking system is that there be a as Erika brought up with the pharyngeal jaw kind of striking system, but instead it would be on the very, very front part of the soft palate of your mouth, or the dragon's mouth would have a sort of a muscular attachment that has a mineral deposit of iron, and then some of the flint-like material that would create a spark. And then within the digestive tract, there is a separate organ that collects sort of flammable gas as a byproduct of the digestive process, and just has extra abdominal muscles that would create a lot of pressure that could be blocked off by the throat by a secondary set of muscles. And then when enough pressure has built up, the throat would relax and let the flammable gas escape extremely quickly, much like with a jet lighter or something. So it doesn't actually touch any of the mouth or mucous membrane after it lights. So would that be sort of feasible? I mean, it's very outlandish, but is there any sort of like...
So is everything.
Yeah, we're talking about dragons.
That can't happen.
Yeah, it's all good. No, I think you've got a good grounding for it.
Yeah, you got a lot to work with here.
That's good.
Hey, well, we're going to jump on to the next one, but I really appreciate you calling in, unless you have one more thing you want to throw at us.
Oh, thank you very much. I actually did have a little bit of an education PSA, if I may. I think you'll agree with it. Is that I'm 23, so I'm pretty late to the... I mean, relatively speaking, late to the tertiary education game, but I'm actually starting college this week, which is pretty cool.
Hell yeah.
That rocks, my friend.
Thank you very much. I'm going to become an engineer, so very far away from biology, but still find it interesting.
Nobody's perfect, Ashley. Nobody's perfect.
Yeah.
I know. So just as a PSA for the audience, it is never too late to continue your education. In case you are within your late teens or early 20s, or even in your 30s or 40s, and you're considering that, oh, it's too late. I just don't have the chops to compete anymore. That's not the case. Just do everything at your own pace and go to school if you want to. If you want to learn a new thing, go find a community college course or online college or something that you want to do, and just do it. It's never too late.
Love that for you, my friend.
I dropped out of college 3 times and finally went back and started taking it seriously at 24. And now 10 years later, I'm still dumb as all fuck, but I got some degrees. So, like, yes, absolutely, there is always time, and I love that message. Anyway, with that, Ashley, we're going to jump on to the next one, but I really appreciate you calling in.
Thank you very much. Have a good rest of your stream.
Bye.
Best of luck, dragon lover.
Bye.
Somebody asked who's paying for the college. If you're here in the U.S., fill out your fucking FAFSA. Fill out your fucking FAFSA and get a fucking Pell Grant. And at a community college level, if you're in a 1,000, 2,000 level course, they are cheap enough. And you're going to, if you take Comp 1 at MIT or Comp 1 at fucking Tulsa Community College, it is the same Comp 1. It doesn't matter. Get your fucking gen eds out of the way. Get a Pell Grant for it. You don't have to pay those back. And I guarantee if you're at a normal-ass community college to start out, taking the same courses, that Pell Grant is going to more than cover what you need. You're probably going to get all your tuition paid and have a couple $100 left over. So, like, do what you got to get your fucking money. You pay taxes. Take some of that back. Do what you got to do and get started. And then you can figure out whatever else you want to do later on.
Odds are, if you get decent grades, get good grades. Like if you're gonna go to the trouble, try. That's my best advice. Is that if you're gonna do it, do it. Forrest cosigns with that fart.
No, I typed in. I changed the banner across the bottom. I added in evolution is real and obvious, and I apparently wrote evolutionalian or something. So I had to fix that really quick.
No, I love it.
I also took out the part where Lux put in that destroying Mercury is evil. They don't know what they're talking about. But really I put in...
Is that your stance?
That we should destroy the planet Mercury?
No, that destroying it is evil.
No, I think it's a wonderful and necessary thing to do.
You think it's based? Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, Mercury isn't helping anybody, and it's full of iron. And what we could be doing is we could put there's ice caps. There's not ice cap, but there is ice on Mercury at the poles in the craters where the sun never touches. There's places you could build a base on Mercury and start mining it for materials that you could then send, instead of sending things from the Earth, send straight from Mercury right to the sun, a solar panel, and build, instead of a Dyson sphere, a Dyson array of solar panels.
Yeah.
One solar panel you send up there is going to fuel 5,000 more mining camps, right? The amount of energy is ridiculous that you'll be getting. And then you do that again and again. You mine Mercury into non-existent. You destroy the planet Mercury, and then you beam all that energy right back to Earth. And we have an energy revolution that's like comparing the fucking atomic age to cracking 2 sticks together 2 million years ago. You know what I mean?
That's my thing, man. Like, anything to stop ravaging the planet that we live on. Like,
Yes.
I will sacrifice the other planets at the altar of Earth. I'm an Earth supremacist at this moment in time, so.
Yeah. And then we can use that amazing technology, number one, to fuel biomedical sciences. Because, like, I want to live in a world where not being able to run a marathon on your 300th birthday is considered a profound disability. Like, that's where I want to talk about, you know what I mean? And also, we use it to clean up our environment and clean up our planet and reverse climate change and get everything. And then we use those techniques that we learned how to do here on Earth on fucking Venus. Because Venus, unlike Mars, is Earth size and has a solid atmosphere, just has too much atmosphere. If we could clean up the atmosphere of Venus and make it no longer raining fucking sulfuric acid, we now have 2 Earth-sized planets instead of having to kickstart the core of Mars. You know, that sounds like way bigger problem than just picking up Venus.
Counterpoint, we do all this, but for the data centers. Let's do it for the data centers, you know?
Yeah.
And we can build as many data centers as we want, and the rich can terraform Mars and turn that into their nice little bunkers, and we can all toil away here on the planet as wages, working the physical manual labor jobs. How about
wages? That also sounds like a ton of fun. I think we've gotten 2 things out of this. We need to put ice. We need to put ice on Mercury, and we need to put the billionaires on Mars. And if we could do that right now, that would be great. Right this second. And then I promise we'll work real hard as soon as they're done. We'll try
so hard. We're gonna make Earth so great for you guys. And I promise all the escape pods back to Earth, they do work. Trust us.
Yes.
You can go back to Earth.
Right now, our scrolling topics are aliens haven't visited us, the Earth isn't flat, the Earth isn't 6,000 years old, climate change is real, we don't need God, MAGA is anti-science, vaccines are good, evolution is real and obvious, the Bible is not the good book, and humans are apes. Do you want to add any more to that?
No, I'm fine. I would love to be wrong on exactly one of those, and it's the aliens one, but I would love for a MAGA caller to tell me why MAGA is good for science. Because we're looking at the actual destruction of an infrastructure that's 100+ years in the making in what was once the science capital of the world and no longer is. And is rapidly falling in the numbers. We're not number 2, right? Like we're rapidly falling deeper and deeper into the mire here. We've got to stop even if we stop the bleeding now, it's going to take decades to fix. Decades to fix.
Yep.
The institutional knowledge that we have lost is unfathomable. And these morons don't understand it. Like, I regularly see people crowing on Twitter about how it's, like, not a big deal, like, what Doge did. With the USAID, that's just regular run-of-the-mill heartless nonsense. But with the science stuff especially, like, you're not even doing America first. Can we just appreciate that? You're not even doing America first with that.
You're not.
You're doing America
You're just doing
last.
anti-intellectualism.
That's China first, my friend. So, you know. But hey, I better watch what I say, because they might offer me a job.
China?
Yeah, they might offer you a job too, Forrest.
Yeah, I'd take it. We'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
With that, let's jump in to... we took 2 calls that have been waiting for a long time, so we're going to do that again here in a minute. In the meantime, we're going to talk to a different John. This John is calling in from Florida, says he's a young Earth creationism. He is a young Earth creationist. And wants to talk about, this is what it says, and I don't know if this is what our screener wrote. It says uniformitarianism versus faith. Maybe that meant to say is faith. I'm not sure. We're going to find out. John, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika today. How are you doing today?
Hi, I love both of you guys. Thank you very much for taking my phone call. And I want to start off with, saying basically what you just read off. And I want you guys to completely shatter my young Earth creationist worldview. I am so 100%
That's what we're here for.
Sure about it that I want you to completely destroy me so I could, like, change my views. That's how I'm sure I am about it. But can I first ask you guys, like, 3 sentences?
It's a really fun way to start a conversation, and I'm excited.
Are you trolling? If you're for real, I'm psyched, man. I'm super excited. Give us your spiel.
Yeah, Erika, we've talked before.
I thought we might have.
I think, yes.
I thought we might have.
I forget when, but yes. And I've also watched your series with Duffy. Is his last name Duffy? With the young Earth creationists that you do. Yeah, I've been watching that, so that's really interesting and cool. Okay, so can I read the 3 sentences first? All right, let me put my reading glasses because I'm old. All right.
By all means.
So, wow, I can't even see it with my reading glasses. Excuse me. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Scientists see how the laws of nature work today and believe those same laws worked billions of years ago, even though nobody observed that past. That means uniformitarianism takes faith too. Theists also see complex systems where many parts work together for one function, which can point to an unseen designer. So my claim there is they're both unseen. Now I'm ready to get trashed.
Okay. Can I you want to start or you want me to start?
I don't care. It's up to you. Okay. My stuff's geology, so my stuff is geology.
I was going to talk more. I was going to go more theory and principle. So if you want to give specific examples first, I'm cool with that. Or I can dig into like grander examples.
Yeah. So I take a little bit of issue with the idea that the way uniformitarianism works is that we look at rates in the present and believe they ought be applied into the past, because I don't think that's a fair representation of how uniformitarianism works, and also, of course, how the idea came about. But more importantly, modern geologists they're not uniformitarianists. They are actualists. Actualists are people who believe that uniformitarian works as a general rule, but that we can identify local catastrophe. And the reason why they're actualists is because we know that in the present, regular run-of-the-mill processes happen, but so do local catastrophes. And they leave traces of themselves, both, respectively. So I would say that is sort of what modern geologists accept about the Earth, right? That what happens today generally happens into the past, but they don't believe that it happens like into the past. We know that it happened into the past because unless the laws of physics worked differently back then than they do now, the signals that we find mechanistically, geomorphologically, isotopically, physically from if we're bringing radiometric dating into this, are consistent. Right? So when we find, for example, a big fissure in the ground in the present as the result of a fault slipping, right? And the Earth cracks and it's rend in twain, and all of a sudden there's this new crack in the Earth because two tectonic plates have slid past each other. Okay, well now when we find that type of feature in the fossil record, in the geologic column, since we know that that type of fracture doesn't result from anything else we've ever observed, it is a safe bet that is what caused it in the past, too. So it isn't that we just believe it, it's that we know of no other way. There is no exception to that rule that we are aware of. The same is true with, like, what I always bring up, which is like radiometric dating, right? In order to explain the radiometric dates that we have right now, which young Earth creationists and conventional science agree alike, is billions of years worth of radioactive decay. Creationists just generally propose that it happened really, really quickly. Everybody believes that it's billions of years worth of decay, though. If you take what Andrew Snelling at the Rate Team said in between 2000 and 2005 seriously, which I tend to. If that's the case, then we have one of two options. Either it happened conventionally, slowly, according to regular rates, or it happened really, really quickly. And everyone knows where I'm going here with this. If it happened really, really quickly, because every single time that unstable elements decay, they release a tiny, tiny, itty-bitty little bit of heat. If you cram 4.5 billion or even 550 million years worth of radioactive decay into the single year of the flood, or into 4,400 years, or into 6,000 years, or into 10,000 years, end up vaporizing the granitic crust of the Earth about 24 times over at minimum. So as for all of those reasons together, all of these signals collectively point towards our ability to trust that signals in the present have been working in the same way into the past, and when we stretch those back into time, we find that the Earth is in fact very ancient.
I want to point out two other things that I think are really important here, because like it's possible for a young Earth creationist to hear all that and say, well, you're still talking about this is how it works today, and this is the pattern we see in the rocks today.
Very good.
And
Very
maybe
good.
something changed. So just want to throw out there, this also, it's not just that we don't know of any other way that this could possibly work. It's also that the models that we have make testable predictions about the past. Yep. So, for example, fossil fuel companies, they know where to dig and where to drill and where to do things because radiometric dating works today, and we're able to say, we know this is how old these rocks would have been, and we know what kind of things would have been around at that time, and we're able to say millions, hundreds of millions of years in the past, the Earth would have looked this way, and that would have left this kind of signature, and if we find that kind of signature, we can drill here, we find oil. There was actually a young Earth creationist fossil fuel company that tried to start up, and it went fucking bankrupt. Zion Gas and Oil.
It's Zion Gas and Oil.
And it went fucking bankrupt.
If I can interject for a moment, that actually takes us to evidence for your worldview, while, for example, complex design is evidence for our worldview, which is not sufficient evidence.
I promise I'm going to get there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I appreciate you reminding me, though, because I'm going to put complex design down, and I'm actually going to let you respond to everything we're saying before I jump onto that topic, but I do have it listed. The other thing I would say is this also works for evolution, because you can look for cases. One of the most famous cases of this is Neil Shubin. He wrote that book called Your Inner Fish. He's the guy who discovered Tiktaalik, and he did that exactly this way by using actualist principles to say, if everything we know about evolution is right, and if everything we know about the age of the Earth is right, and if everything we know about Pangea, and this and that, all these different things, if it works, we're looking for this transitional fossil, this fish that could walk on land kind of thing. If such a thing were to exist, it would be in this place, and it would be at this rock layer. And he I forgot where exactly it was in the world, but it was literally off the side of a highway. He found an embankment where they kind of carved through a mountain to Pennsylvania, yes. And just like all over the country here in America, you'll have those really high mountain passes where we carve a road through to keep the road relatively straight, and those are high rock face on the side. And so he goes to Pennsylvania, and he's like, this is where it should be, and here's a rock face on the side of a fucking highway that's exactly this deep. We're going to dig right here, and that is exactly where they found motherfucking Tiktaalik, which was one of these great big missing link fossils.
Wait. Sorry, yeah, I thought you were talking about their first one. Tiktaalik was found in the Arctic Circle, but they did do an earlier version that was, because I was thinking we were talking about the same thing. From the video, they are doing an off the highway thing. They find an early relative there. But then they find Tiktaalik later on when they go up to the Arctic, because there was like 3 good spots of exposed rock. Same concept.
So I mixed them up, but it was this fucking thing. Yeah, exactly what they were looking for in exactly the place they looked for it, in exactly the rock layer they looked for it, because this works so very, very well. Now, the only explanation for that, from a young Earth creationist perspective, that I can think of, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but from where I'm standing, if I'm thinking about this like a creationist, is that somehow this God made these things all to look like they evolved so that you could make these predictions using evolution. And that's a trickster God. That's not the God of the Bible as I know it. So, like, those are 2 things I would like to talk about now.
Can I push back on that? Yeah.
Please do, and then we'll get into complex design here in a minute.
Okay, well, I'm going to use confirmation bias for all the scientists in the world, because once you buy into an idea, this is going to be not popular, of course. So with the Tiktaalik you mentioned, for example, let's say that's a second piece of evidence. Well, then the theists are just going to go to, the contingency argument or the first cause argument. So there's always going to be evidence on both sides, but the problem is it's not sufficient evidence. So if we both picture like a single Luca, I think, is it Luca or something else these days?
Last universal common ancestor.
Yeah. Okay, so so let's just compare like 2 little movie clips. Last universal common ancestor to a full human today versus a dust, because in the Bible it says dust to God made us out of dust. So just in a little pictorial, dust and Luca to a full human is an extremely supernatural, extraordinary, hard to believe claim. So in my view, I see both sides looking at the same thing, suffering from lack of sufficient evidence. We have evidence, but not sufficient evidence to overcome this huge hurdle, which is why this is constantly debated. This is why theists and atheists continue to debate.
I completely disagree with this, John, and I have a couple of major issues with this. One, this isn't a debate between theists and atheists. Accepting evolutionary theory in the ancient age of the Earth is the consensus position amongst Christians, Buddhists, Hindus, Jewish people, Muslim people, atheists, agnostics, pick any religion. If they are a scientist, they hold the consensus position to like 99.98% or something along those lines. Right? Like, of all walks of life, people come to the same
they fell for
conclusion.
the sweetness of honey of science.
But you can't say that.
By human,
you can't say that as a blanket statement across all these people. When you have cases like Mary Schweitzer, who young Earth creationists love to point to, she's the one who discovered soft tissues and dinosaur bones. She was a devout Christian who got into science to debunk evolution. She took a biology class in college just to see what was going on and to argue with her professor. And her professor, rather than being combative, took all of her questions and gave her good answers and said, you should become a scientist and try it. And she became a paleontologist. She accepted evolution because she was trying to debunk it. And she couldn't do it. And then when she found the creationist gold mine of soft tissue and dinosaur bones, she was like, all right, we're going to test this in both as best we can. And she proved how that shit is possible and doesn't comport with young Earth creationism. And she's now an outspoken person against creationism. Well, she's still a Christian. She still loves Jesus. Right, and she's but the Earth is old and evolution is obviously true.
Well, my claim is that all of these scientists, both Christian and atheist, cannot see out of their worldview, which is no different than I always use Muslims, for example, but of course it could be any religion. If someone tries to deconstruct someone else, it's painful. This is something that has been in humankind like forever. So science is great, but at heart, humans are religious from old, not science.
But John, modern science isn't a religion. Science is a way of knowing. Science is how we make predictions about the world that we live in within the bounds of the natural world, right?
But outside of that, human beings are conducting science. In history, if you go back in history, we were always myth believers and myth worshippers, and this is why the idea of God has never been squashed, because we've been myth followers forever. So
but science doesn't aim to squash the idea of God. That's not the role of science. Science doesn't want to do that, and nor does evolution want to do that, nor does the ancient age of the Earth want to do that. These are not conflicting worldviews. Like you're painting them as if it's like, oh, it's one worldview that is godless and naturalistic, and the other worldview that isn't, and that's simply not the case. Like I don't think you get to do that. I don't think you get to just say, well, all of the people, 99.98 or whatever I said earlier, % of scientists from every walk of life, from every part of the Earth, over the past 100 years, independently have come to the same conclusions, which is that evolution by natural selection and many other processes is responsible for modern biodiversity, and that the Earth is very ancient. You don't get to look at all of that and say, well, they're all blinded by the sweet taste of science, and that's the same thing as young Earth creationism. No, because the predictions that these people make influence medicine and agriculture and the energy industry. They influence every single aspect of our life for the better because they consistently make accurate predictions. Where has young Earth creationism ever done the same?
Well, it would have to be the theological arguments and like the stuff I mentioned earlier. There's a lot of evidence on our side for, like I said, the contingency, the irreducible complexity, explaining so many things in the human nature, like love and why we're together and marriage. And I mean, do you guys know Tom Holland?
But just to be clear, John, I'm sorry to interrupt you here, but like what I think is really striking about this, you said a minute ago, you're talking about like the story of Luca up to humans as opposed to dust into humans. And these are both these huge claims. And you said, and we both are lacking evidence in this area, or we have the same kind of evidence in this area. And then this is the kind of evidence you're bringing up for what you're talking about, is things like irreducible complexity and explaining love and stuff. What I don't think that you're maybe exposed to, or maybe what somebody is misrepresented, especially if you're talking about irreducible complexity. I think that this concept has been very heavily misrepresented to you. Is that when we're talking about like Luca to humans, we actually do have, not only do we have the fossil evidence, we also have genetic evidence, and we have all sorts of other things that actually do point exclusively in this way. And these evidences are from totally different areas of biology, sometimes different areas outside of biology, that are all pointing in the same direction. And so we can take that evidence from scratch and build up to the idea of evolution from a common ancestor. Meanwhile, the evidence that you're giving us for young Earth is negative evidence. It's not, here's this novel testable prediction that I made. It's not, here's this data that I collected. It's none of that. It's evolution can't explain this thing, and the Bible talks about that thing. And you know, talking about love has an evolutionary explanation. Behaviors like compassion and altruism have evolutionary explanations. Irreducible complexity is something that's been so thoroughly debunked, it's laughable. And the young Earth creationist perspective on this is just evolution doesn't explain this thing to my satisfaction. Therefore, not just evolution, but literally everything we know about all of this kind of science is completely wrong. And the Bible, the young Earth creationism with a God and all this stuff, is the only other alternative. And that is a false dilemma fallacy and just not how actual science works.
It's worse than that, actually, because, John, the things that you're describing aren't exclusive to young Earth creationism either. That doesn't get you to a young Earth. So really what you're talking about is evolutionary theory and deep time versus nothing. Like, you don't have a single argument, not irreducible complexity, not the origin of love, not the origin of marriage, not the origin of life. None of those are exclusive to young Earth.
There's a lot of giants in history, but there's all at the same token. So you both made the claim about.
Let's name one argument exclusive to young Earth creationism, because you said you're a young Earther, not a Christian, not an intelligent design advocate, not an old Earth creationist, not a theistic evolutionist. You said you're a young Earth creationist. What's one piece of evidence for young Earth creationism specifically? Go.
Okay, but before that, because I wanted to say something really quick. I promise I'll reply to that.
It's okay.
When you guys earlier said 99% of scientists and all that stuff, there's a huge amount of giants in philosophy, and saints, and like Thomas Aquinas, and huge intellectuals in history that would probably, at that time, I don't think they knew anything about old Earth or evolution. Even if they did, they would probably go with the days of the Bible.
Wait, are you serious? Thomas Aquinas was not a young Earther. Thomas Aquinas was not a young Earther. Specifically, Aquinas was not a young Earther.
Well, I mean, that's okay, but that question, okay, but the problem is because God is eternal. So the reason this is
that's kind of important. That's kind of important, John. The main example that you just gave is not a young Earth creationist. So please provide some evidence for young Earth creationism, not theism, not ID, not OEC, young Earth. Go.
Based on science or based on theology? Because most of young Earth creationism comes from the evidence of theology. It's not only science. Because it's not like necessarily we're anti-science. We love
so really quickly, I can answer that question, but by asking you, can we? And I think this will help everybody. Could we please clarify, when you say young Earth creationism, are you talking about a particular creation story? You referenced Adam and dust. So are you saying specifically Christian biblical creationism?
Yes, but there's unknowns in that as well. So I think
that's fine.
Hypothesis here. Yeah, 50,000 years, 100,000 years old would make sense with the dinosaurs and catastrophe. I can't talk anymore.
Catastrophism?
Catastrophism.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. That's what's his name?
Lyle?
Morris, John Morris, and everybody. They do that thing. The whole it's either John or Henry Morris. I forgot which one's which. Whoever's running the Institute for Creation Research now. That's a big thing they do, where they talk about, for example, right? They talk about how volcanoes can lay down a bunch of layers at once. Sorry, go ahead. I apologize, John. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. The problem is, what irritates me is they always fall back on the Bible and trusting Scripture. And that's my biggest pet peeve. It's just I don't want to say it's just a book because I'm not degrading it, but it's literally a collection of ancient writings, and then they use it as if like science, like Noah's Ark. We don't know if Noah's Ark was someone telling a story or they built a huge. Sure, I mean, supernatural can do anything. Of course, God can make a huge ship and whatever, blah blah blah. But at the same time, that's not science. It's not a science book.
So I'm making a note here on my whiteboard, and I want you to call me out if I forget this, but I'm making a note here on my notes just that says that you are a Christian, but you are not a Bible literalist. So we can say
no,
God definitely made things, and evolution isn't right, and I think you said the Earth is around 50,000 years old, something like that?
I would say 100. If I had to guess, I would say 100,000.
Okay. So I'm going to put approximately 100K years. But like, I just want to make sure I'm understanding that, because that's really important. So if we're not arguing the Bible specifically, that's big. I would now, with that in mind, I would like to return to Erika's question, because you were saying, she asked you, can you give one specific piece of evidence for specifically young Earth creationism? And you said that a lot of that comes from theologians, and that you love science, but like theology is in play here. That means that we are now stepping outside of the bounds of the Bible says, and we're talking about here's this guy, this philosopher, who is using rhetoric, who is using religion, who is using something other than actual data collection and analysis to come up with a conclusion. And I want to hear your answer to this, however you think is the best and most appropriate way to answer it that best represents your position. But I'm going to hold your feet to the fire on it here. If you say, well, this guy said that something can't come from nothing, therefore stuff. And I'm like, all right, well, that's not fucking evidence then. That's just saying stuff. You know what I mean? So I want to ask you the same question again. I just want to make sure I understand where you're coming from. What is your evidence, actual evidence, just for young Earth creationism that only points towards what you're talking about?
Okay, so my strongest evidence would be irreducible complexity.
That's not young Earth. That's not young Earth, John. Intelligent design advocates.
It is with the way I back it up. I think when we spoke earlier.
But you have to understand. Irreducible complexity is an argument for design. It is not an argument for age, right? There's no way to spin it so that it has any bearing on the age of the Earth. Right, like Michael Behe is an old Earth creationist. Casey Luskin is an old Earth creationist. Stephen Meyer is an old Earth creationist. Like, or ID people, but they believe the Earth is 4.5 billion years old.
Okay, I disagree just a bit. There is a way to spin it, but it's not something you guys might have encountered yet.
I want to hear it.
So that's like, it's possible that you guys haven't heard this yet.
I want to hear it too, but I want you to keep in mind that I'm gonna jump in if it's not a scientific reason that ties it to a young Earth.
Right. Now, me and you, we've already talked about this last time, but I believe, like, I'm very, very strongly opinionated that if Darwin did not have the book, and you know what book I'm talking about, he would, like, if deep time was not a thing, evolution would not exist. We would just call it, hey guys, dogs adapt, we change, which is great. God makes things to be allowed to change. No big deal. Like, we had so much dog variety in not a very long time. So I don't see how it's very difficult for God to create a world instantaneously and say, here you guys go, you can have changes and adaptations and you can survive a little bit without me because we're separated. To me, it's in all fairness, it's that logical.
I think that you are conflating Darwin with evolution here. And that's a very common thing that I hear a lot from people who are in your camp. But I think that you're missing the point that our understanding of evolution has changed significantly since the time of Darwin. Darwin got some shit wrong, and we know it now. And I would never, if anybody wanted to learn about evolution, no, what I'm saying is, if anybody was learning about evolution today, I would never, ever, ever in a million years encourage them to go read On the Origin of Species to learn about evolution. Would never want anybody to do that. And so it's not confirmation bias.
Because that's the root of the problem. If we actually go back then, we will be able to, on our side, I believe, we will be able to uproot the confirmation bias that has affected so many scientists.
It can't possibly be confirmation bias if we are changing our minds about it. Because that's the thing. We used to say, like, there was literally two different groups of people. There were the Mendelians and the Darwinists, and they were at each other's throats, where one group was saying, no, Darwin talked about, heredity being a form of blending things, and like this is actually this Lamarckian information coming in, and Mendelians are saying, no, genetics is particulate, and there's something we can track and stuff. It wasn't until the mid-1900s that we combined these ideas and came up with modern evolution through the modern synthesis. That wouldn't have been possible if it was confirmation bias. We would have locked down in on what Darwin said and been using the same kind of shitty evidence that Darwin was using and the same kind of shitty arguments that Darwin was using. Darwin had a lot of good points, but he had some bad ones too.
What exactly are you trying to say, though, John? What about
the confirmation?
Like,
the confirmation bias is based on two things: uniformitarianism and deep time. That's the religion. And again, when I use religion, people get upset, but it's not.
That's historically not true. So Darwin had, the reason why common descent is proposed is because evolution by natural selection was evident. It was evident in domestic populations. It was evident in wild populations. Darwin had a copy of Principles of Geology with him, the author of which, Charles Lyell, never came around to fully accepting evolution, which I think is seriously philosophically problematic for the point that you're trying to make here. But Darwin had a copy of this and thought to himself, okay, if species are changing now, as you said, John, this is obvious. Everybody can recognize that species can change a little bit. And if species, as they change now, converge on common ancestors within their species, then if you have a lot of time, species will converge upon one another. And eventually you will end at a last common ancestor of all life, and that's how you get common descent. So
you need a lot of time. You need deep time for that.
Yes. If your problem is with all of that is the time part, then your problem is just with deep time. So it's not with evolution, it's with deep time. So what's the problem with deep time?
It's my original 3 sentences that I read to you guys. It falls exactly under that. It's faith-based.
So you
guys can't see the past.
You think that physics used to be different in the past?
Yes, absolutely. Especially from a theological point of view. I mean, the creator of the physics laws could back then could do whatever he wants with whatever he had.
If physics was different in the past, John, then we can't know anything about anything. The Earth could have been created last Thursday at 10 a.m. Because physics could have been.
That's what we talked about last time, if you remember.
Yeah. So what was your counter to that? Because you said you were going to look into all of that.
I don't recall saying I'm going to look into it. I was just saying that last Thursdayism is a possibility, but it's also a possibility with young Earth creationists saying that God made everything for the human race, the whole universe.
So, just to be clear, I just want to understand here. You're not arguing that our position. You're not arguing that our position is faith-based, therefore it's wrong. You're saying our position is faith-based, therefore we are both making claims that are complete unsubstantiated bullshit, and nobody knows what's right, and it could just be anything, so you might as well just choose what you like.
Pretty much.
Almost, but without the bullshit and because we are like, people should embrace these discussions. Like, I don't like when people fight all the time.
I agree with that.
Get super angry, and because, I really like both of you, and I used to be a former atheist and evolutionist and all that stuff. And my story is really long. Like, I literally was into Jay Gould and all this stuff and read as much as I could. And I would, like, if any religious person came up to me, I was like, no way, take this magic stuff away from me. And it's just crazy how I've changed. But all I can do is be honest with myself and just reveal what I know. But I just don't like the fighting part. Like,
I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
Sir,
like,
I'm sorry.
If I can just say one thing, it's kind of off topic. I just want to say this. If he exists, God loves you guys the way you are.
That's awful.
So
that's awful to say to me.
Yeah.
That's a really cruel and hurtful and unnecessary thing to say to me after I've been nothing but nice to you this entire time.
It's like parents having unconditional love for their children.
John, I have been nothing but polite to you this entire time. And I am telling you right now that I find that messaging horrible. So I would really appreciate it if you would shove that right back up your ass. That's not going to fly with me. And I'm happy to talk to you about that, but that's not the point of this call. The issue that I'm having here is that you're talking about that this, you're giving us something that doesn't have a mechanism There's nothing that you can say about God made things this way and use these techniques and this and this and this. None of that exists in your worldview. You're not showing us anything that has any amount of testability whatsoever, because anything that you can say is evidence for your claim, I can turn around and say, nuh-uh, physics was different than that, and that's not how, and it means exactly the same nothing. And your actual argument boils down to that no, it's what the fucking Nazi from earlier called in about talking about postmodernism. That's what you're giving us here, is the idea that literally nothing is knowable about the past. Anything before this very moment, I could have been born in this second with every one of my memories implanted in my brain, the way that your God implanted fossils in the earth in a way that looks exactly like evolution. And I wouldn't have any way to know that. I have to accept that's a possibility. You are accepting every possible unfalsifiable claim as baggage just to pick your favorite one. And you're saying that you're coming from a background of science while demonstrating a complete lack of scientific thinking. To say that I'm going to go with things that I have real, testable evidence for and can build an inductive model, not deduce out of what models that I like, which one is the most comfortable for me. Well, while also accepting that I could have been born last week.
You said, John, you said that you've been watching my shows with Will Duffy. Will and I had a conflict earlier on when we were talking about the age of the earth, where he was essentially like, okay, well, let's say I believe that God wants to create the earth ready for humans. And thus that would explain things like the Great Cliffs of Dover because we need limestone, and fossil fuels in the belly of the earth because we need to power our cars, and blah, 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 blah. I said, okay, do you think can you see a reason why he would do that and then fill those with dead things? Fill those features with the bodies of organisms that look as if they once walked the earth and inhabited fully formed, fully fleshed out ecosystems just like the ones we occupy today. And he said, absolutely not.
I don't agree.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish my thought real fast here, John, because I have like a point here. He said, no, absolutely not. And I said, okay, well, those formations are filled with those dead things. And he was like, okay, yeah, like if they're filled with fossils, then they have to represent real time, because that's too far of a cry. That's too deceptive of a God. That's a violation of Romans 1:20. That's a violation of God is not the God of confusion. So for you to believe that God would create an entire false history beneath our feet, most of which has zero purpose to us whatsoever, is, I believe, not just antithetical to science, but antithetical to Christianity.
Okay, but that's also the young earth creationists can say, how dare the old earth point of view have a God that would deceive the 7-day creation in the Bible? I'm not a biblical literalist, like we said, but they can also feel deceived.
So no, that's not true. That's actually no. That's not true. And the reason that's not true is because we have a difference here in objective facts about the world that we all witness versus interpretations that have varied since before the proposition of deep time. There were propositions from Augustine to Origen to Aquinas, and many, many people whose names I don't have memorized in between, who proposed perhaps that Genesis ought to be taken non-literally, not because they thought that deep time was necessarily lurking there, although some did, but because perhaps God might have created the earth instantaneously too. When you have a book that's capable of being interpreted in many, many, many different ways, you don't get to cry deception on that, because different people have come to different conclusions of the same subjective text. The same is not true with the natural world. You're proposing that physics lying to you is on the same level as a different interpretation of the Bible, which you said earlier in this conversation is difficult to interpret and shouldn't be taken literally. That is not consistent.
But I don't see myself being deceived, because I see a supernatural creator as being like, I don't know what the word I'm looking for. Like, it's kind of like if someone is a CEO of a company, they have the right to kind of do whatever they want under the title of CEO. So God being supernatural creator of the universe, he's not under our perception. He's just made everything the way supernaturally he felt like it for humanity. So in other words, before humans existed, it's fair game for him to do whatever the heck he wants. Because why should we feel deceived? Yeah.
I want to just interject here because I feel, and I'm really not trying to be. If this comes across as me being angry or shitty with you, I hope it really doesn't. But if it does, please understand. I'm expressing some frustration here, but I'm not trying to be a jerk to you. What is annoying to me about what you just said here is that you are accusing not just Erika and I, but every scientist in the world of confirmation bias and of falling for a comfortable story, of falling for a comfortable story because it was just even when we're talking about cases of people who gave up their religion, gave up their community, gave up their family, gave up their entire worldview because the evidence was so strong. And we're talking about theories that are backed by the best evidence that we have, and any evidence that we get that contradicts it, we are forced to account for it and change our theory and change. And the story of this, of evolution, geology, whatever, is fraught with that exact thing of we used to think this, then we found that, and we changed it to this. And then we thought this for a while, then we found that, and we changed it to this. Over and over and over and over and over. The exact opposite of confirmation bias in every single case, and especially when compared with the sheer amount of people who did not want to believe these things and was forced to. And in order, when you are confronted with this idea that it is you who may be deceived and you who may be, in this problem, your response was, and I wrote it down, quote, I don't see myself as being deceived because God can do magic and he can do whatever the fuck he wants. There's no rules. Physics can be whatever. And we're sitting here saying every single thing we know about every single thing would have to be wrong for this to be there. So we're going to go with what we know about everything. And not only that, we're going to prove it. We're going to use this model and hold it up to reality and learn new things that we couldn't have possibly known before by using this new information to find other information. And you're saying, nuh-uh, it was magic. And you're accusing us of confirmation bias. That's really frustrating, dude, because that is what you are demonstrating right now.
Well, it's not entirely true. I just want to clarify that. It's not all of science. The science is great. I've said that many times. It's just this part of science,
it is.
To me, feels like it's more faith-based.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but it is. It is all of science. Because what you're accusing us of having confirmation bias here is the foundations of physics and chemistry and biology for the past 13.8 billion years leading up to this exact moment is all called into question and is all shaped by magical forces that are completely untraceable, completely without evidence. Any evidence that's for them is as unreliable as any evidence for anything else and can be dismissed with the same level of non-thought. And you're saying all of everything we know about everything is all called into question by the existence of supernatural forces that we can't test and we can't check and we have no mechanisms for and we have no idea how they work or even if they work because some guy has decided that they don't work at this moment if he wants because it's all up to him.
This is just like
you meant me or
you're
saying some guy?
The naturalists who found all of this stuff out, most of which were God-fearing, Bible-believing Christians, dyed in the wool, more hardcore than you or any other Christian around today. They lived it. I mean, Linnaeus believed that by categorizing life, he was carrying on the work of Adam as he named the animals in the Garden of Eden. Liegel thought he was uncovering the past, the primordial world in between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2. These are men who really, truly believed that they were doing God's work in the naturalism that they engaged with. And do you know that they would have looked at the type of attitude that you're using here, and they would have thought that that was the most heretical thing imaginable, because God is not the God of confusion to them. They believed that the only way to know God's world was through methodological naturalism, which the creationists today mock and scorn as if it was the invention of some evil atheist cabal, when in reality, in the West, and it was independently derived in many other places with many other religions and many other people groups, but in the West, it was derived mostly by the Christian elite in charge, the men who had money and means to investigate this kind of thing. They used methodological naturalism, the belief that the natural world works in consistent, explicable ways. And they didn't believe that God would be someone who would be so confusing, such a trickster, so unknowable as the one that you paint. I truly, your answer here to me, my friend, is just nuh-uh. Like, you're just looking at all of science and saying, nuh-uh. You're looking at the comparative genetics that corroborates the fossil record for hominin evolution and saying, nuh-uh. You're looking at the multi-billion-dollar industry that helps us find fossil fuels, and you're saying, nuh-uh. Or the James Webb Space Telescope, which peers back to the origin of the universe and saying, nah.
But see, I'm not, that's the problem. I feel like I'm being strawman. So I guess, okay, let me give an example. I don't feel like I have to, not feeling, I shouldn't even use the word feeling. In science, I do not need to know that the Earth is billions of years old and the universe is billions of years old to build a plane. For example, that's just like one small example. Would you guys agree on that?
I think it helps.
Yeah, but I would say that you do need to, like, you do need to know that the Earth is billions of years old to find the oil to fuel that plane.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but that's because of the different points of view. Like earlier, you said, Duffy said that God put the oil where it belongs to make it helpful for humanity. So that's not completely deceptive. That was only a point of view he could entertain before he knew that those formations were also filled with the fossils of giant dead things. That he does not hold that position because of the giant dead things that are within them. Can you repeat that one more time? I missed. Can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, he said that he could only entertain that idea until I proposed the fact that those formations are filled with the fossils of giant dead things.
Okay, and now why can't those dead things be catastrophically dead, like buried really quickly with a lot of water?
Because rocks preserve the signals of their transformation. You can tell when given rocks via geomorphology or thermal signals or fracture patterns, when and where and how they were subjected to different types of pressure and heat and mechanical forces. And we know that these formations were not under water for 40 days and 40 nights. They were under the earth. They were subject to the pressures of the mantle in some cases. And in others, they're the preserved ancient swamps, which is when you actually end up with fossils inside of them or adjacent to them.
In my mind, I look at it as a large catastrophe of ginormous, like lots of water, lots of sediment piling, because there's a lot of fossils where they show like it's giving birth or it's eating another fish or whatever.
Right, but John, right now, we get those burial patterns from regular landslides and regular submarine landslides and regular volcanic eruptions, and we know the types of signals that those leave behind, and this is the critical point. We know the type of signals they leave behind at various sizes. Small landslides behave differently than large landslides, and mega landslides behave differently than large landslides. So therefore, small floods behave a specific way, large floods behave a specific way, and global floods would have behaved a specific way and left specific patterns, and we don't find them. We find instead organisms that are buried in tar pits or are preserved in resin or are desiccated in deserts or are buried by localized submarine landslides because we can find the edges of those ancient landslides, or that died by seasonal flooding, or that died by arid conditions in their local area, or volcanic eruptions, which require dry conditions for the ash to actually preserve them, right? Like, we know that these ancient varied environments are preserved all throughout the geologic column. The geologic column, to our understanding, does not hold a giant global flood signal, and that is directly testable. You can't say to my eyes it looks like a flood, because we've tested that. And in fact, there was an entire group of geologists prior to Lyell, the diluvialists, who did just that and tried to test the very hypothesis you're proposing. It has been tried and rejected in science. And I realize I'm being passionate about this, but I just find this very frustrating because to me, I hear you say,
it's completely fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not, and like, no bad blood or anything. Like I said, I'm just frustrated because I feel like you're saying, you just spent a lot of time essentially rejecting a lot of science, and then you say, well, it just looks like could be a flood to me, but like emphatically it isn't, and we know that because we've tested it scientifically in various different fields.
Tama, I love both of your passions, and like I said, I want to keep this friendly, and I love both of you. I just want to say one thing. Even with the oil thing, even with the fossil thing, we still agree a plane could be mostly built with computers and cars and towers and a lot of good science out there without us necessarily having to say universe is billions of years old. That's my point. I'm not anti-science. I don't think some biblical literalists and they the Noah's Ark, they go through these like mind-bending, twisted ways to prove Noah's Ark. Well, no, Noah's Ark could have just been a story. So I'm not one of those people. I love science, and I think science is great. I mean, who can doubt how much it helps humanity? But at the same time, there's...
about what you just said about how you don't need to know the Earth is billions of years old to build a plane? Okay, well, you don't need to know basic engineering that is required to build a plane to create an antibiotic. That doesn't mean either are unimportant, and it doesn't mean either are not true. The weighing in that different aspects of science have on different fields has nothing to do with their truth claim. But even
I was just making the point that
it's like evolutionary theory impacts agriculture and medicine and so on.
Yeah, I was just making the point that at least for the people that agree, that the few people that I've talked to, we're not anti-science. That's all I was saying. So I don't want to put all up that all of science. Well, that's what we'll respectfully disagree on that because I love science.
Well, no, I think you are because
and
you are reaping the benefits of science while calling into question, disparaging, and dismissing the core tenets that make it possible. Not just that make it work, but that make it possible at all. And I want to demonstrate that with something you said a long time ago. You said that there is not sufficient evidence for an old Earth and for evolution. You used that word several times. You used sufficient evidence over and over. And I wrote down at the top of my whiteboard, I said, what would be sufficient evidence? But now I want to know that twice. What would be sufficient evidence first for old Earth, evolution, everything we're talking about here? What would be sufficient evidence for you?
That's a great question.
Well,
I want to know another thing that's in the same vein.
It would be the same question where we say, what would be sufficient evidence for you guys to believe in God? It's the same dance. I'm not trying to blow off the question, but because the claim. Yeah.
Well, let me make it more clear then. What I'm getting at here.
Yeah.
What would be evidence that for your position? Because Erika asked you a minute ago about evidence that specifically points towards young Earth creationism. You came up with irreducible complexity. We had a problem with that, but regardless of that, I'm going to ask you the same question again with a little caveat here. What is evidence, sufficient evidence to accept young Earth creationism that you're proposing that cannot be defeated by your own argument against science?
It would be to fix spontaneous complex design. Like, I just don't see how that could be...
No. Evidence for your position. Evidence for your position that would prove what you're saying is true, or at least give it serious credibility, that cannot be defeated by your own argument here about how physics was just different before, magic was just in place before, some guy did it differently, and that guy can do whatever he wants. What's something you can tell me that would, not even something you can tell me that is real, something you could potentially possibly tell me that would potentially possibly back up your position, that cannot be dismissed with your own argument here?
And you're talking about not just science. Now we're talking about like even philosophical arguments?
Anything at all.
Well, then we'd have to go really deep into theology because, I mean, that's like a serious question.
Don't take me there. Don't just take me there. Put me there. Give me the best evidence you have or that you could ever possibly have that cannot be defeated by your argument. what would be the most sufficient, best evidence, even if it's not something that exists right now, the best thing you could possibly say, the best evidence you could ever possibly have to back up your position that cannot be dismissed and defeated by your own argument. No, it was actually magic and it just worked a different way at a different time. And there's this guy, and this guy did it, and he's allowed to do whatever he wants. So he did it differently, and then he just made it look kind of like that.
I mean, it's hard to answer that question because
there is no answer.
The concept of God is, well, because the word magic is automatically there with God. Like we can't discuss world views without bringing in magic. So it's hard to answer.
We can.
So I'm going to be honest with you.
Because what I'm giving you is every time we look for magic, we don't find it, and every time we think something's magic, it turns out to have a natural explanation. So we're not saying magic isn't real definitively. There's no magic ever. We're saying we have no good reason to believe in it, and it doesn't have any real explanatory power, and it doesn't make any novel testable predictions, and it doesn't give us anything that we can't get from any other materialistic worldview or physics. So we're just going to not worry about it, and if we have a reason to worry about it someday, we will, but for right now, we're not. It is the exact same thing that we have with unicorns, leprechauns, Bigfoot, and every other little thing. MAGA having brains, everything. We just say that's. If ever we have a reason to think that's there, we'll come back to it. But for right now, there's nothing there. And what you're telling me is, no matter what, no matter whether it if I give you an argument that agrees with you perfectly, then all anybody has to say is, nuh-uh, because the magic guy did different magic, and he just made it look like that magic. But it was actually different magic, and if you follow this evidence to arrive at your conclusion, that's just confirmation bias. It was actually different magic. And your argument means nothing.
Right, but I mean, I usually compare that to, like, I think you're calling it, like, God of the Gaps, and we say evolution of the gaps, where we say...
I'm not saying God of the Gaps.
Yeah, that's not what it is.
Yeah.
Forrest, I'm going to pee really quick. I'll leave. I'll be right back.
Yeah. And have fun pissing. Okay. Name it after me. I'm not saying God of the Gaps here at all. I'm not saying anything of the gaps. I'm saying you are providing a self-defeating, unfalsifiable claim while saying that every one of us that is providing falsifiable, verifiable, testable, prediction-making machines are all just doing confirmation bias no matter how much we change our minds. And you're saying, I have something here that will never be provable and I could never change my mind about, and it defeats itself, but I think it's just right. You are doing confirmation bias. You are doing unfalsifiability. You are providing bogus claims with no good reason to believe in it while accusing everybody else of doing the same thing and then saying you love science and reaping the benefits of the hard work that we're putting in that you say is wrong.
Right. I mean, I completely understand your point of view based on what you know about me. Like, because, there's a lot of things I'm not going to be able to talk about in a few minutes on the phone that we've been on, but I understand your point of view.
That's why I'm giving you the opportunity. That's why I'm giving you the opportunity to prove me wrong. The thing that would prove my opinion wrong, the thing that would show me that you're not doing that, the thing that would make your argument real is by telling me one piece of evidence that you could give for your belief that is not defeated by your own argument. Not even what you have. Anything you could ever possibly have. In any possible magical reality, whatever.
Is there a way to restate that question? Because you're making my head spin. So I'm with you when you're asking for evidence. Yeah.
Let me restate it while demonstrating what I mean, so make sure I really get the point across, okay? If you were to say to me, I could literally show you, I'm not saying you would ever say this. I'm just saying whatever thing. I could show you literally the stars in the sky aligned and said, Jesus is Lord, and it's showing me exactly that this is what the Bible is. I could then say to you, that's confirmation bias, and actually it was magic from Krishna or some other god that was actually spelling something different in a different language that you don't speak, and that actually physics was different in a way that it just bent the light to look that way in a way that you don't understand light physics to work. That's totally impossible by your standards, and it just looks that way, but really it actually proves this other thing.
Okay, so I think what you're saying is that we can pretty much say God could have made anything look the way it did. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that no matter what evidence either of us presents for literally anything, the argument from your position here would be physics was different 5 seconds ago because magic happened, and the magic man made it look like this. And so if you interpret it using logic and seeing what the evidence is, no matter whether you agree with me or you, that's confirmation bias, and it's actually just magic for this other guy doing some other thing.
Well, I concede your overall point. Yeah, I agree. Logically, what you're saying is correct. I just don't agree with the part towards the end where you said that that it's like it's completely like confirmation bias, because there's a lot of things that
what's the difference?
Could be true on a personal level. Like I can't prove to you that I love my mom or my family member. I can't prove that to you like to the exact degree. Like even if you see a few side effects, observable side effects, I still can't prove to the degree of love that I have for my mom, for example.
We could, but yes, just to be clear, we could do some things to like lend credence to that idea. We can't prove it because we can't prove anything in science, but we could measure your oxytocin levels around your mom. We could measure your behaviors around your mom. We could do things to develop a statistical model that gives us some indication, some level of confidence that you probably do love your mom. And then your argument would be, that's all confirmation bias because statistics worked differently 1,000 years ago and you can't prove that they didn't. And oxytocin only just came into existence last week, and all of human evolution and everything else, it's all actually a different hormone that you don't have any evidence for that did the same thing, but it was actually different. And the oxytocin was just whipped up by magic yesterday. And it means nothing. That's what I'm trying to get across to you. You're accusing us of confirmation bias while we are building a new worldview from scratch based on the evidence that we have available. And you're criticizing us for trusting the evidence, for trusting our logic, for trusting our reasoning, while giving us the alternative of magic can do anything, and anything you ever say with any level of confidence is just faith.
Sort of. I'm not actually pushing my views on you guys. I completely respect your positions and what you guys see.
I don't think you're pushing anything, but that is what you're saying.
Yeah, and like I don't know, John. Like I gotta say, part of my frustration stems from I feel a little duped because I feel like you came in here and you were like, I'm ready to have my mind blown, but you can't even provide evidence for what would convince you of a physical reality. Like I can tell you with a pretty good idea, like what would probably convince me that God is real. I've done that before on this channel. But when we're talking with you, every single, and I mean every single, as evidenced by the exercise Forrest just did with you, piece of evidence that we could ever conceive of generating, not just what we have, but that we could ever conceive of generating, can be hand-waved by you as, God just did it that way. He did it to make it look like it was that, but it's not actually that.
Or so, that's only the way that it works right now, but last week it worked differently.
Right. So there's
critically, that hand waving goes in both directions. I can do the exact same thing to anything you ever say to me by saying, nope, physics works differently than that, or at least it did yesterday. And you can't prove me wrong.
Like by that, like two critical things. One, this means that you can never be convinced of this. And that's why I'm disappointed, because that you are unconvincible if that is the case. If you can't name what would convince you in an objective physical sense for something scientific, you are unconvincible and you didn't come here to actually be convinced. So that makes me a little disappointed. At least that's my opinion. I'm not saying this pejoratively. I'm saying that's the impression that I've got. Number two, if we operated under your worldview here, if the founding fathers and mothers of science throughout time and space operated how you're operating here, we would still be banging sticks together. Not even that. We wouldn't even have basic tool use. Because any type of experiment would be completely pointless. We can't trust our senses. It's utterly solipsistic. And it's almost nihilistic in an odd sense. So that's, I don't know, man. Like, I think unless
time we're pushing, yeah.
I think unless you can
we're pushing the magic a little too far, because theism also offers arguments and philosophical debates, because they happen all the time. You guys, I'm sure, have seen debates between theists and atheists and other forms of debate. So it's not like, in other words, there's more evidence for God than there is for unicorns. Like, there is no evidence for unicorns, but God, you got that's the complex design and blah blah.
That's only because, John, the only reason there's more evidence for God than there is for unicorns is because God did magic to make all the unicorn fossils go away exactly 478 days ago. Prove me wrong.
I can't.
Right.
Because that is possible.
That's
right.
Yeah, and that's your argument.
That's all she wrote, John. Like, I really think that response. I mean, I know you're probably going to say this, and I'm jumping in, but I'm just like, you should introspect on that, I think.
Yeah, that should keep you up.
I agree with you guys on that point. Logically, you're correct. I would have to go into a lot of theology to explain my position why he would make everything for humans out of love versus putting memories in our brain last week. There's a big difference. That's going to take like another hour.
Yeah, but theology, John, theology was different a little while ago. God used magic to make the theology exactly what you think it is now.
It wasn't always like that, actually.
No, it was totally different.
I know, but
he made it the way that you think it is now, and he also made you think what you think right now.
Right, but the problem is love is observable today. That is something that could be studied and observed.
But it used to be different, and then God used magic to make it observable today in order to back up this new thing that you're thinking, but it's actually not true. It's just confirmation bias that you think that love is observable today, because actually it's different than that, and God used magic to make it look the way that it looks right now.
It's actually worse than that. The memories of those,
that turns them into like
the memories of those observations aren't real either. Those were just put in place for the purpose of making you think the way that you're thinking now, but it isn't actually so, and Forrest is actually right.
And you thinking that God can't be a control freak and that God can't do these things, that's actually also a new idea that God just created through magic to confuse you specifically.
Okay, so then doesn't this prove then that God doesn't exist if he's like putting everything in our memory every second?
No. He does definitely exist, but it's a different God than you think. It's a totally different God than you think that exists, and that different God used magic to make you think that the loving God that isn't a control freak that you think exists, he made that, and then also got rid of the unicorn fossils.
Okay, so I have a question that is basically asking you guys the same thing in return. What would convince both of you that God possibly exists? What evidence would you guys
if your God exists, it knows exactly what it would take to convince me.
My speculation is I think a deeply personal spiritual experience.
Your answer is so profound, because that's what Forrest just said is exactly what he did with me. See, that's the issue. I've been going through this for like over 20 years, and there's a buildup of many things that happen. Basically, exactly what you just said. He knows what it takes to convince me, and he has convinced me.
But he's convinced you with that. But the thing is, he's convinced you with bad reasoning and bad arguments and bad logic that work against him.
That's actually not God, John. It's actually what's actually going on is there is a demiurge that has created the earth as such to falsely convince you of the false God. And all of the observations and experiences that you think are pulling you towards this idea that God is responsible and knew exactly what it would take to convince you, that's actually the demiurge doing it, because he can do anything.
See, this is what I'm saying. I'm operating with the same way we talked about Neil Shubin and whatnot. if evolution is true and if the Earth is old, then we will find this fossil in this place that is a novel, testable prediction, and it works. You don't say, I know this is true because I just know it's true. You say, if this is true, then reality would look like that. And so I'm going to check. And if reality looks like that, that's a good reason to believe that this is true. So what I'm saying is, if there is such a thing as a God, and if it's loving and it wants me to know it and all this stuff, then reality would be in such a way that this God would know how to convince me to my satisfaction and would know how to make good logical arguments for its existence that stand up to scrutiny and don't defeat themselves. And what you're giving me here is arguments that don't stand up to scrutiny, that do defeat themselves, that aren't based in logic and sound reasoning, that are contradictory and unfalsifiable. That doesn't sound like anything that a God would make, especially not one like you're describing.
Right, but I
must be the demiurge.
With what you said earlier, for sure. Right.
And not to mention, John, the frustration that we just heard in your voice there, where you said, with all due respect, I'm just going to drop it. That's the same frustration that Forrest and I felt for the entire first half of this conversation, where every singular piece of evidence that we presented to you that has been enough for every person who believes that you are not just a brain in a vat on the face of the earth, who considers this evidence in light of methodological naturalism, of all religions, of all walks of life, from every part of the earth through space and time. You wrote those off as cognitive bias. God could have done it that way. And that's why it feels frustrating. Because it's ridiculous.
It is okay to be frustrated. But it is okay to be frustrated. I think this is normal for people of different worldviews to discuss these things and become frustrated and, put their brains and max and try to figure things out. I think this is completely normal. And
I'm only frustrated because you're not. I'm only frustrated because you are giving me an argument that defeats itself as if it defeats all of science while reaping the benefits of the science that you were casting aspersions on. That's what's frustrating to me, is that you are saying all of science is wrong and it's all confirmation bias while enjoying the internet, the phone, air conditioning, vaccines, modern medicine, modern food, nutrition, every bit of health and safety and everything that you benefit from every single day. The clothes on your back, the air that you're breathing, everything guaranteed by our scientific understanding of the world and the way that we maintain things around us, while saying all of this is confirmation bias and bullshit because magic could have just been a thing. And when you are presented with the same argument, you can't defeat it, you can't argue against it, and you get frustrated with us for saying, nah, it was a different God, and it was a different magic, and it was a different thing, and everything you believe, John, is wrong. It was just magic and physics differently.
Right.
Like, to be clear, the same science that gives us those technologies applied to the fields of geology, to the fields of geology, of biology, of paleontology, of astronomy, every single one of them is how we know that the Earth is very old and that evolution by natural selection is responsible for modern biodiversity. It's the same thing. If you want to reap the rewards of these present-day scientific advancements, then you are implicitly accepting the processes that got them to you. And that includes the processes behind the ancient age of the Earth and behind evolution by natural selection.
Okay, that's fair. I you guys have made your points completely fair. I completely understand. It's just, I wish there was a better way I can present my side, but unfortunately I can't right now. So I'm going to have to bow down to your science knowledge. I appreciate it.
No bowing.
Yeah.
Think on it.
But I tell you what, John.
Think on it and call back.
Yes.
John, I want you to call me back the second you can answer my question. When you can give me one piece of evidence for your side, even possible evidence, that cannot be immediately dismissed by me saying, nope, physics was different and magic changed it and it just looks that way to you and you just believe that because you want to, but it's actually different physics and different magic. The second you have an argument that isn't defeated by your own argument, I'm ready for you. Call me back immediately. I want to hear.
I will.
Alternatively,
I will
if you choose to get on board with like the types of science that are making these different claims, and you find something that compels you to young Earth creationism or about irreducible complexity specifically, or like a specific example or whatever, call back and we can talk about that too.
Yeah,
I will definitely.
All right, I'll talk to you. Later, John.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate the talk. Thank you. Have a good
Bye,
night.
John.
See you.
Take care.
Bye.
I actually thought that was a very fun call, as frustrated as I was. I really enjoyed that call. Like, I actually think that was very engaging, interesting, and like I know chat was probably getting frustrated, but like that's how these kinds of conversations happen, right? Like
they were. But the chat, if the chat ran this show, then every single caller would be perma-banned and considered a troll. Every single one.
That is so true. That's actually so true. There would be no chat if you were in charge. There would be no show. It would just be the hosts up here.
They'd start eating each other. They'd start banning each other as trolls. But yeah, dude, I want to say, like, for real, like, I do think that was a very productive call. I think John is a very polite person. I think he was genuine in wanting to have a conversation. I don't think he was genuine in wanting to listen to the answers. But I think that as we got to the end of there, he started to realize how disingenuous it was sounding. And I think that's why he was like, all right, I'm going to go think about this some more. So I think that John was a great call. This one. The last John can eat a bag of dicks. Yeah, the worst kind of dicks.
Yeah, the previous one. It's a tale of two Johns tonight.
We have a shitload of callers on the call screen, and a lot of these I'm trying to the remove button doesn't work. So this is a fun fact about the new call screen design that Jimmy has made, is that we get them popping up in this grid instead of in a fucking list like we used to, and when they hang up, it just turns into a big red box, and there's a big red button that says remove, and the button doesn't fucking work. And so I'm just scrolling through this thing, digging for green calls and seeing which ones I can actually talk about. I'm looking at, I think number 8 would be interesting, and I know number 2 has been waiting for a while as well.
Yeah, either or, that's fine. I really think, depending on how much sort of like dicking around we want to do, we can get through these as fast or slow as we want.
Yeah. Let's get through a couple more of these, and then we'll switch back over to combative people, because right now we've got, looks like, only people who just want to have questions, just general science questions. So we're going to burn through 2 science questions, but lines are open for people who want to argue. If you want to talk about why you don't believe in evolution, why you think that, don't like trans people, why you think the Earth is less than 10,000 or 100,000 or whatever years old, why you don't like vaccines, why you think the government is poisoning us with chemtrails, or if you want to talk about God and Jesus, that'd be a lot of fun. I would love a Jesus call. Tell me why I need to be saved. 720-619-2288.
We have got a great series of calls so far, right? Like, we've gotten a good balance. We've gotten some heaters.
Mm-hmm.
One was named John. The other was also named John. One was a heater. The other wasn't.
We had John the Nazi and John the creationist.
See if you can guess which is which.
John's call in 720-619-2288. Tell us your problems.
This is actually great point. This is actually going to be a John only kind of night. If your name isn't John, get the hell out. We don't want
to talk to you. Pursuant to that, we're going to talk to John, aka Carl, who wants to talk about sexual mating habits and evolution. Carl, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How you doing today?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay, good. So it's nice to talk. I'm a bit nervous now. It's my first time calling the show.
We don't bite.
Oh, no need to be nervous. Erika's very nice. I'm very stupid.
No.
Okay.
Girl.
So
I'm not nice.
Nice.
So anyway, I kind of so I had some questions about like the evolution of like animal sexuality, because the way I kind of got to here was I was looking up I was on Wikipedia going through another rabbit hole. I always go through rabbit holes, and I found an article about homosexual behaviors in animals, and I just found it really interesting, and I was like, I think I want to learn more about this, and I think the hosts of the line would definitely be interested in, talking about something like this. So
quite true.
Hopefully my assumption's okay.
Absolutely. I'm gonna What specifically did you want to ask about? Because I have some things that I want to say.
There's a lot of directions here.
Yeah. Well, first, I guess I just want to get started with asking, how did mating and mating rituals sort of evolve in the first place? Was this a one-time thing or a convergent evolution situation?
You want to go first, Erika?
I'm happy to. Most of my understanding is not the evolution of mating systems in general, but the evolution of different mating systems in primates. The reason why I think primates are a great sort of study order for mating systems as a whole is because primates exhibit all of the mating systems. And they exhibit all of the sexualities. That's what makes them so cool. And that's, even excluding humans from the mix. Primates have different types of interesting mating habits, mating systems, I should say, and social systems as well, because they live in groups. And the reason why they live in groups is because when you are a small animal, there are many positives to living in groups. You can see predators more easily. You can defend yourselves against infanticidal marauders of your own species. Depending on the type of sociality you have, you can have aid in caring for your young. You can have aid in jointly defending a territory. And for this reason, typically the animals that are at the core of groups in social species are going to be females. So females group together, and then males usually group with females because they want to try to have access to them to mate with them. What this does is this increases a selective pressure for essentially schmoozing your way to get into groups for both males and females alike, because both males and females disperse and must schmooze their way into different groups depending on the species in question. So for some species, like most cercopithecoids, or like baboons and macaques and guanins and colobus monkeys and things like that, males are the dispersing sex. So what that means is that when they reach of age, they get kicked out of their group. And they have to go find another group and then schmooze their way in. Massive selective pressure towards being friendly, massive selective pressure towards being amicable and making, for lack of a better term, making friends. In fact, there are actually dyads that we call friendships in baboon troops, where new males will kind of come into a new troop and they'll pick a female and kind of like buddy up to her in hopes that she can get them tenure in the group. And what's really cool about this is this isn't even predicated on mating. Sometimes these friendship male and female dyads don't even copulate around breeding season, and they just become pals, which is kind of cool and interesting. In other species, like most apes, females are the dispersing sex, and so they must be the one that schmoozes their way into a new group. So you already see this selective pressure at the very baseline of why do animals live in groups, at the very baseline of how do you figure out what mating system you're going to have, which is you got to be able to get along. You need to be able to convince other members of your group that you're worth having around. And in socially inclined species, this can be done first to get into a group, but then you want to sort of try to manipulate your position in the group, get as many people liking you as possible, because that is going to decide who grooms you, who you get to groom, what food you get to eat and when you get to eat it, choice feeding areas, sleeping spots, things of that nature, where you get to sit and hang out, whether it's in the center of the group, which is much safer from predators than sort of the periphery of the group, all of that kind of stuff. And that creates a massive selective pressure for sociality in general. Being good to be around, being able to convince others that you're good to be around, having a good personality, for, again, lack of a better term, although I think it's actually kind of an appropriate term. So then you get into mating systems as they spring from social systems. This is how you get these different social setups, whether it's mostly females, whether it's mostly males, whether it's a mix of males and females, and what that ratio actually looks like. But then it's like, okay, now that you're in the group, now that you've got a good position in the group, how do you convince someone to mate with you? Because contrary to what a lot of people on the internet like to talk about, like, coercion is actually not all that common in animal mating systems, at least in primates. And the reason is because even when the male is double the size of the female, trying to coerce your way into sex is super risky. One, because she can still do a lot of damage. And two, lots of times in highly dimorphic species, females form matrilines, or related groups of females who all have each other's back. And if there's a male that tries to coerce his way into mating with a female, or he's bullying the female, or he's harassing her kid, then the rest of the females come and they beat the crap out of him. And so you end up with this selective pressure in the vast majority of these species, again, towards schmoozing your way into mating rather than bullying your way into it, rather than coercing. And what's neat about this is that mating is fun in a lot of species. It's a fun thing to do, and it's something that actually reaffirms social bonds even outside of like pair bonding critters. So like in some primates like callitrichins, so marmosets and tamarins, or titi monkeys as well, Callicebus, and also the gibbons and some hominins, and occasionally some colobus monkeys like de Brazza's monkeys, you'll end up with lifelong mated pairs. So two individuals will pair up, they'll shack up, they'll have kids together, and then they'll keep having kids together essentially for life. Or sometimes you'll end up with serial monogamy, which is when you have mated pairs for a season or for a few seasons and then they split up. So all of this to say, pair bonding for short periods of time or for long periods of time is important, and sex is something that is fun for animals. And so with both of those things coming into play, as well as this massive pressure for being able to get along with other individuals, you end up with the selective pressure for homosexual behavior, which is non-reproductive sex for the purpose of group cohesion and individual cohesion. It reduces tensions because sex is fun, and it lets everybody realize, like, okay, it's not that serious. Like, we're not actually fighting. It's all good. And for this reason, we see this type of behavior all across primates. In fact, all across mammals in general, we see homosexual behavior, with really the primary prerequisite being, are they social or not? And to me, that speaks to the selective pressure for homosexuality in the first place, which is that it helps everybody get along. Otherwise, it would show up equally in social and non-social species, but it doesn't. It shows up primarily in social species. And so I think it is adaptive for group living species, and in humans as well as in some other animals like penguins, for instance. It just keeps lasting. It lasts outside of individual bouts, just like heterosexual couplings do. And whether that in and of itself is adaptive or not, I can't say.
Kissing the homies goodnight, not gay.
Nah. Does that answer your question at least a little bit from like an ecological perspective?
Yeah, it does, especially because I was going to ask about bonobos, especially because they're sort of like known for this kind of behavior.
Oh yeah, big time. And bonobos are interesting because their sort of sociosexual behavior, one, of course, it goes across all gender lines, but two, it's like really common. Like, it's not nearly as limited to mating seasons as it is in like Japanese macaques, for example. And it is done explicitly if you read, the works of like Frans de Waal, who's like the famous bonobo guy who's like talked a lot about this kind of stuff. It is done explicitly in response to increased tension or increased excitement, or to reconcile after a fight, which is fascinating because humans kind of do the same thing, don't they?
Going back to like earlier concepts of sex, because we're talking now about sex in extant modern mammals and like how the evolutionary pressures of it are for actual penetrative and mutually exciting sex. Looking back to the earlier things, talking about single-celled organisms and whatnot here, there's actually some earlier precursors that I think are pretty cool. So like for one, bacteria do a thing that's almost like sex. It's called conjugation. And what they do is the one bacteria will develop this like tube that's called a sex pilus. And will stab it into another bacteria, and then they'll do horizontal gene transfer. They will transfer plasmids back and forth, transferring genes back and forth to incorporate into their genomes, and then they'll be better at living because of it. That's one of the benefits of sex from a molecular level here, is that it increases diversity very rapidly. It speeds up evolution. It gives you the ability to adapt to new environments and new stressors and whatever. So having one bacteria just literally inject its genome into another and share back and forth allows them to share that information of how to survive in different environments. As you get up into eukaryotes, there's actually a ton of different hypotheses as to where sex as we think about it today, or sexual reproduction as we think about it today, may have come about. Some going back as early as the very first eukaryotes, or even before then to like the RNA world and shit. But the general vibe you can just think about is like, you have eukaryotes that develop into multicellular colonies. We see that happen in laboratory settings today. Multicellularity evolves. Then you start to get differentiation going on. The thing about the thing about these cells is that these are diploid, at least individuals. They have multiple of two copies of their DNA. That's really important because that means if one copy gets damaged, you have a backup, right? If you're a haploid thing with only one copy of your DNA, any damage that happens there is much more likely to go unrepaired, which can either be lethal for the individual or it becomes fixed in this population now as they reproduce. That's just now what everybody's DNA looks like. That's a problem, right? So having a multicellular colony that is all diploid and then they reproduce by budding, you have a clone, a little body buds and breaks off and goes off and becomes a new thing ever. You're just cloning at this point, like bacteria, just, cloning each other. If some of these cells in your multicellular colony develop as haploid, and then you can combine those with something or another, now you're mixing genomes really fast. Now you're doing gametes. Now you're doing sex. Right? And then you specialize that more and more and more. There's also the idea, other fun hypotheses include, just like endosymbiosis, how we got our mitochondria and chloroplasts, if you have chloroplasts, where you had a eukaryotic cell eat another cell, a prokaryote, and then just didn't digest it. And that little thing just kept living and doing its thing. And that ended up being a massive benefit for everybody involved. There's also this kind of parasitic, almost as this predator hypothesis that like maybe somebody got eaten and just some of that DNA didn't get broken down, but instead got incorporated, and this became a habit, and then we made it more of a thing after that. Or maybe it, like I say, it goes all the way back to more of like a almost viral thing of like early RNA being passed around back and forth. There's a lot of really cool things. I pulled up a couple of sources. I think the coolest one specifically for what Erika was talking about for homosexuality, I've posted this before and I'll post it every time I ever can. This is an alternative hypothesis for the evolution of same-sex sexual behavior in animals, published by Monk et al. In Nature, Ecology, and Evolution in a year. They did publish it in a year, in 2019. And I love this paper because it proposes the idea that if we were to look at homosexual behavior as something that pops up multiple times accidentally over the course of the animal kingdom, that's not parsimonious. That doesn't work in terms of like the least necessary assumptions, which is what we're supposed to do in evolutionary biology. And it makes much more sense to say that things just be fucking and it's fine. And it's only later on that we develop strict heterosexual behaviors that are, maybe those are better for reproduction. And so we call that, and then humans come along with our heteronormativity and label that in a way that is unnatural and make that the expectation and accuse that of being the template of natural world, and that homosexuality needs to be explained and bisexuality needs to be explained and masturbation needs to be explained, and all these different things are aberrations from pure a missionary position in the dark only for reproduction and nobody has any fun. Like, that's not what nature actually looks like. So I put that in the chat if you want to read that. I put a link to an open source for that.
It's worth noting to your point there, Forrest, and I bring this up every time. I attended a talk at the ABAs a couple of years ago that was by a couple of young primatologists. And they looked at, these folks, they got down and dirty in the literature. They were basically like, okay, is homosexuality underreported? Because there was this survey that was like, okay, X% of primates exhibit homosexual behavior. And they were like, okay, is that accurate? Because one of them had, I can't remember the exact species, but one of them had studied a species, and they were like, I know this thing is doing gay shit. Like, I've seen it with my own eyes in the field. And so they were effectively like, okay, why isn't it showing up like this in this survey? And so what they ended up finding out was that homosexual behavior is underreported in all ethologic studies, across the board for animals. And the reason is because, as Forrest just said, it's labeled as aberrant. And so when you're trying to record animals doing things, if they start doing gay stuff, then basically they were like, okay, well, I'm studying the mating habits of whatever, bowerbirds. If they start doing gay stuff, like that doesn't have anything to do with the thing that I'm studying, so I just won't record it. Or it ends up in a field note, and that's how they found out a lot more animals than previously published were actually doing gay stuff, is because it was recorded in the field notes, but not published, like formally. Like in the studies surrounding these areas. Like it was in the field sites repository, but not actually in the literature. And so they presented this updated survey at the time, and they were planning on publishing it. I think they ended up doing it, but I can try to find it here in a second once I'm done painting and stick it in the chat.
Yeah, I think the number currently is like 1,500 have been confirmed, like species like that have this behavior.
That's the number I know is 1,500. Yeah,
wouldn't surprise me.
And that's still rounded down. It's more than that, but like, yeah, that's the whole thing, man. Is like, just I can't stress enough. Like, if you or anybody thinks that sex has to be a particular way to be natural or normal or biological or whatever, it's no. It's just, as long as it's between one or more consenting adults. Nah, do whatever the fuck, man. I know that isn't what you were asking, but I hate that argument because we get that all the time. I get that all the time. You'll say, no, homosexuality, it's not normal, it's not natural, and you can't be gay, and you can't masturbate, and you can't do butt stuff, and you can't do whatever other weird thing you're into. Don't do ear stuff, don't do foot stuff, don't do armpit stuff, whatever it is. Because that's not natural.
Not the armpits.
I thought the ears were going to get you. But like, just do whatever the fuck makes you happy, as long as it's between consenting adults. Have fun.
I see the appeal of a sultry ear, the sultry curvature of the ear.
Who fucking doesn't, first of all? Let's not be puritanical here.
I saw a post the other day on Twitter, because it's okay. You can take me out back and string me up. I'm on Twitter, and it sucks. It is the worst place imaginable. I hate it. It makes me mad all the time. I never have positive experiences on there. That's the end of the sentence. I was on Twitter the other day, and somebody was like, I hate the argument that homosexuality is fine just because it's natural. No one makes that argument anymore. It's like, okay, yeah, the reason no one makes that argument anymore is because we found out a lot of animals do gay stuff. So like, let's not pretend like this wasn't an argument made by people for a very, very, very long time until we found out it was actually pretty typical. And then they said, well, you know what else is natural? Animals eating their own poop, and cannibalism, and infanticide, and murder, and they name all these bad things. And it's like all just things that humans also do.
That Europeans have done in the past century or two all the time. And
it's like, you are not so clever, my friend. You are not removed from this. Humans do a lot of things, and it's a fallacy to try to pretend like just because it's natural, it's good or it's bad. But to pretend like it's unnatural, now that is a scientific idea that we can actually test. And mating systems are just very varied. And people need to get over that.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to take too much of your time, but I just have one more point on this. So we know bonobos, they have a lot of this same-sex behavior, and they're actually one of the closest living relatives to humans. And so that sort of begs the question, like, what happened? Like, where did we diverge from, the common ancestor of bonobos and humans? What happened differently on the human lineage that led to more heterosexual tendency? And again, I know there's a lot of this is probably social, but it does seem clear, at least, that a majority of the population, at least, has a bias towards attraction towards the opposite. And that does seem to be roughly biological. So I'm just wondering, like, why is that present? Why is that bias present?
There are a lot of ways that you could try to answer this question. There are a lot of hypotheses similarly, and I would propose my pet theory here. My pet hypothesis is that all of these things are related to abandoning egalitarian small hunter-gatherer groups for pastoralism. Because once you live in one place, if I may be so bold, males who are looking to monopolize access to females can more easily isolate them away from their relatives. And when you get that, you get intense competition amongst males. You get a reduction in reconciliation behaviors like casual sex in general, but that would also include homosexuality. And you end up getting tense, strict hierarchies that are quite patriarchal in nature. That would be my hypothesis. And the reason why I would say that is because egalitarian societies do seem to have, at least in some cases, and it depends on the group, more lax hierarchies in general. And I believe, if memory serves, they can have, though not always, have more lax social norms. Like, they're not quite as strict as pastoralist societies tend to be. Now, that might be a remnant of, like, that might be a present day bias. Like, we're looking at the present day and the influence that that modern society has on these groups and implying it back in time. But I think that's what it is. I think that when you have humans spreading out all over the place, you get an increase in competition in general, and an increase in drive in general. And then when you pair that with a more sedentary lifestyle, you set things up for very intense hierarchies. And the sort of double-edged sword of this is, like, in part, it could be argued that that's what made humans so successful. This intense competition and hierarchy is what drove humans to so rapidly try to colonize every place on Earth. And you could also argue, likewise, that it will be our undoing. Because, I mean, Homo erectus, Neanderthals, Denisovans, they chilled in relative, this is me being a little bit stereotypical here, but in relative peace and harmony, as far as not destroying the environments that they actually lived in for, in the case of Homo erectus sensu lato, 2 million years. And then it's like humans come along and we rapidly shake things up, and we reach the points we are today, which is in a lot of ways awesome and in a lot of ways horrible. And so, you have to ask, like, at what cost? I don't know the answer to that. That would be my proposition. And then I would also point out that humans are equally related to chimpanzees, which are extremely patriarchal. And while they do exhibit homosexual behavior, it is not nearly as frequent as in bonobos and not under the same conditions. So, and it's much more under the mercy of the tensions of the group.
Jason Bender, call in.
Huh?
Sorry, just shouting out the person in the chat who's telling us about how the Bible is telling us about World War III and how he can prove it and all these things, and got timed out in the chat. Call in. But yeah, I hope that answers your questions, Carl. Hope we covered just about everything. Yeah. We're gonna jump on to the next one because we got so many people waiting to answer little science questions, so we're gonna jump around.
Sorry, dude. I'll talk about gay apes, or gapes, if you will, for as long as possible. How'd you like that?
Oh, Carl just fucking hung up. I didn't mean to just boot you, bro. I was just wrapping things up. I apologize if that sounded like I was telling you to fuck off. But I really appreciate you calling in, Carl. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much for your time. Thanks so much for waiting. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people in line right now. I think we have 8 lines open, if I remember correctly. Let me double check here.
Yes, call in.
Yeah, so we still have a line open. So if you're out there, I'm going to go ahead and say we've been doing this for almost 4 hours now, and we've got probably 4 hours left in us before Erika said she has a cutoff she's trying to get to, because she is a big old spoil sport, no fun person. But like, I think that we should just kind of start digging into these, and then I'll say the 8th line that we have open, or any more lines we have open, are only for combative calls. These people want to talk about science. A lot of these are just people wanting to ask science questions. I'm going to say that the people who are waiting right now, you're the last just asking science questions we're going to take. Only new calls from here are from people who want to argue with us and talk about why we should believe in Jesus, why we shouldn't accept evolution, why, God, the Bible says World War III is coming, whatever like that. Those are what we're going to talk about.
Please come tell us how the Bible says World War III is coming. I love, love, love end times people. I had a relative who was very into end times stuff, and so I was exposed to it a lot growing up, and I was very struck by how little of it came to pass, because it was supposed to happen pretty quick. I wasn't supposed to reach my 18th birthday, and here I am, 30 years old, a crone, and there's no apocalypse.
The person who just hung up that was on in the queue, they hadn't gotten through the screening yet, but they said, I don't understand how a fish can become a person and one species can't evolve into another. Call back in, hang out, wait a minute. We'll take your call pretty quickly. We take calls like that quick. So call in. We'd love to talk to you.
Become a person. I love it. That's a great question.
Had no audio.
Brother, you are still a fish, and I want to tell you about it. So pick up that phone.
We love that.
Let's talk next to, while we're waiting on more people to call in, let's talk to Ezekiel, who wants to talk about trust in science. Ezekiel, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Hello?
Hello.
That's weird. Yeah, hi. I thought I was at the end of the line.
Oh.
We pick based on how interesting and combative the thing sounds. Usually we'll take one call at least that sounds like we have something to really talk about, some meat, and then we'll talk about somebody who just has a general science question. So it sounds like you have a question about how science works, or why what I have written here on the call screen is, why do people trust scientists they've never met? That sounds like something we can really dig into, and then we're going to take another call that asks a question about general evolution things.
Dude, if you want, we can totally throw you back in the line.
Yeah, bro. Yeah,
like,
we'll get you back in there.
Large. If you want us to, we're like, see ya, and we'll bring you back in a minute. Or you can stay. It's up to you.
Why would I want to go in the back of the hellhole line?
I'm just being a jerk to you, Ezekiel. I'm just messing with you.
So what did you want to ask?
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, I just want to tell y'all, I'm a really big fan of y'all. Also, like, when it, like, well, I mean, y'all read the title. I was wondering, like, I don't know the example. Like when it comes to the Big Bang, you got the microwave background, right? But it's like, you didn't do the math, right? And you haven't met the person who's done the math, because he's dead. Like, what, 40 years? Correct me if I'm wrong, right?
Hey, hold on just one second, Ezekiel. Ezekiel, I understand what you're saying, and I want to talk about it, but you're breaking up really bad. Are you on a headphone or something like that? Is there any way you can fix your connection?
Hold on.
Yeah, he was like Michael Bay Transformers there for a minute.
Yeah, I could barely hear anything you were saying. That is better.
That's better. Yeah.
Okay, please restate what you said, because I understand it, but I want to make sure everybody else hears it.
Okay, so you know how, like, the guy who made the microwave background has been dead for like 40 years, and you've never met him, and you haven't, like, seen the wavelengths from the stars and stuff? Like, why do you trust what he said? You've never, do you get what I mean?
How do you trust? Why are you using a phone right now if you never met Alexander Graham Bell? It's because it works. And that's the thing about science, is that it's not just, hey, I think this is this way, and we all go, It's that it actually works, and it makes novel testable predictions about the universe that allow us to learn even more things that we wouldn't have had access to before. It allows us to do things that we wouldn't have been able to do before. So, like, understanding the cosmic microwave background radiation, as the example you have here, that actually factors in really well to other things that we knew, and it changes some stuff that we didn't know before. And we're able to use that to develop better models and use that data to then grow our understanding of how the universe works. Speaking to my field instead of something outside of my field that I don't understand, I never met fucking Darwin, but I can see evolution happening around me, and the people who built on his ideas and the people who built on their ideas and the people who built on their ideas led up to me and my own research. And I stand on their shoulders while I learn new things about the universe. And what I'm doing would not be possible if what they're saying wasn't at least mostly right. So that's the biggest thing for me, is that it's not just a matter of faith and trust. It's a matter of, number one, they publish their methods. They have to tell you how they figured out what they know. And number two, it actually does things. It's not just a dogma. Erika, what are you thinking?
No, I mean, I really don't have much to add. I would add to that, though, because I'm going to make something to add, because I like to talk, that yes, we see these testable predictions, and they continue to bear fruit. but we also build additional models and make additional predictions that assume these prior well-substantiated ideas, and those also make accurate predictions that lead to innovations in our world, be it for evolution, medicine or agriculture or genetics or whatever, which is cool. But I would also say one of the bigger strengths of the scientific community is how it's actually set up, which is that science, if you're doing it right, you spend most of your time thinking to yourself, okay, if I want to show that my idea here is correct, then I need to try to prove it wrong. I need to throw everything in the kitchen sink at it to see if I can cause it to fail. And if it stands up to that kind of scrutiny, then you end up trying to publish your results, and then other people try to do the same thing, and they throw everything in the kitchen sink at it to try to make it fail. And by the end, you've got something that a lot of people have done their best to prove incorrect and have failed at doing so. And so it probably stands to reason that it's a good idea, and then it's put to the test, assumed in later studies that if they then bear fruit, prediction-wise, model-wise, etc., then you can have decent confidence in it. And this is just how we as humans function, right? Like it's how our basic social system is set up. If me and Grog are hanging around and Grog comes back from the river and he says, "Yo, I saw a mammoth over there, be careful." I don't have to see the mammoth myself to know that I need to be careful around that area because Grog has been right before.
Everybody loves Grog.
He's a good guy.
Grog from Did you hear that?
Sorry, I missed it. What'd you say? You cut out for a minute.
You there?
Grog from Twitter?
No, Grog. Oh, God, no. Grog from Twitter sucks. That guy's horrible.
No. We're talking about Grog, like if she was a caveman and this other caveman said some things.
Yeah, Grog. I should have picked a different one. I should have picked, like, Thack or Grug. No, that's also too close to close. That's also too close.
Thag, who got thagamized.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, are you picking up what I'm putting down, Ezekiel? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, by the way, I'm not saying that I do not trust, but what happened?
Forrest is drawing dumb shit. What is that?
I drew a bear fruit.
I thought that was
it says bear fruit.
I thought that was a strawberry. Hey, yo!
Nice. I was trying to base it on a strawberry anyway.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What's the next thing you want to say, Ezekiel? What are you talking about?
By the way, I'm not saying that like I distrust what they say. It's just like like whenever I watch these videos and people always go like, okay, so you have like, faith in the Bible and you also have faith in the studies. Like, how do you come, like, is it possible for, I guess, I don't know how to describe it. Like, you know how Tiktaalik was found in, like, you said it was the Arctic Circle, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ellesmere Island.
Like, 9 times out of 10, most people don't have the money to go up to the Arctic Circle to find, Tiktaalik. It's not like a test that we can easily do, because with the Earth being flat, you could just go to New Mexico and then climb a mountain. That's what my dad did. And, or just go on a plane and then you'll see the curvature of the Earth. Well, not that. Like, you get what I mean, right? Like,
yeah.
It's way easier, right? So, like, would it be possible for y'all to come to the same conclusion without reading the studies?
Well, it's not to say that everybody who goes to the Arctic Circle can just find a Tiktaalik. Like, this was still a special fossil, right? But it is to say that, like, the fossil, like, has tons of pictures of it. You can examine it yourself with little measurement sticks and everything like that. You can read the paper about it and many subsequent papers about it that explain everything they do about the methods. I suck at chemistry, which sucks because that's my PhD right now. It involves a lot of chemistry. But I'm not a good chemist. My lab work, I just fucking hate it. But when I'm talking about this stuff, even if it's something that's way outside of my field, like, say, for example, geology. I'm not a geologist by any stretch of the imagination. But what these geologists are doing lines up with what I'm doing. and I know what they're laying down. I can smell what they're stepping in, and it makes sense. Their math checks out. That's what the method section of any good paper is for. And a lot of the times these things, that's not to say we don't go back and we find errors and things that have been perpetuated because one person said it and nobody ever bothered to check. Eventually we do bother to check and we go back and we find some issues, but they're small issues. If it's a really big, serious claim about the nature of reality as a whole, it's going to be checked immediately by a lot of people. And the more interesting it is, the more times it's going to be recreated and reevaluated. So I personally don't need the funds to redo these experiments. What I need is a solid education in how these things work, so I know like what the framework is, and then I need to know how to ask good questions to learn what's possible. We've given the example a couple of times in this show about Mary Schweitzer. So she was a young Earth creationist and a devout Christian who set out to disprove evolution, ended up becoming a very famous paleontologist. She's the reason we know that dinosaur fossils sometimes have soft tissues in them. And then she showed how that's possible. So if you ask me 20, 30 years ago, is it possible that a dinosaur bone has soft tissues? I'm going to say, no, probably not, based on what I understand about it. And then if you were to explain to me what we learned about it, what about iron as a crosslinker? And take a look at this experiment where we took blood vessels and bone marrow and stuff from inside ostrich long bones, and we soaked it in a hemoglobin solution, and it didn't decay at all for like 2 years. And what if blood vessels inside dinosaur bones that we know are there broke down, released hemoglobin that decayed, and released free iron, caused cross-linking, and then had double preservation as the bone preserved and was covered by sedimentary rock? Could that potentially, possibly lead to some small scrippins of soft tissue that preserves for millions of years? And I would have said, maybe, that's interesting. I would like to see it, but that's maybe. And then sure the fuck enough, she has it, right? So it's not just me taking on faith that this is possible. We're using the background knowledge we have. Here is an actual mechanism. Here's how this actually works. Here's experimental evidence that backs it up. And also, here's the fucking thing itself. All these pieces together now shape my worldview. I don't have to meet Mary Schweitzer. I don't have to do these experiments. I can be walked through this logically and with the evidence at hand, and I can come to this conclusion in a rational way. And if it's an area outside of my expertise like geology, I can see that they are producing results that matter. They're changing the way that my field and other fields work in ways that matter. And they're actually do it, like I said with Alexander Graham Bell, it works. It's not just a faith. Does that make sense?
Can I hit you with a straightforward one here, Ezekiel? When Charles Darwin was first proposing the idea that species can change over time, the reason why he proposed it is that when he traveled around the world, he noticed that organisms, species that lived adjacent to one another, so like in habitats that were kind of right next to each other, they looked pretty similar. And he also noticed that the further away you got, the less similar this organism got, but that there was still a through line there. So for example, the finches on the Galapagos, right? All of these finches looked pretty similar, and all of the finches on all of the Galapagos looked pretty similar to a finch that lived in Chile, which is a mainland finch on the continent of South America. And so he thought to himself, okay, well, can species change? And if so, how much? And he looked to domesticated animals, and he realized that the capability for change within a species, like dogs, for example, look how much variation you can get by selectively breeding dogs. And he thought, okay, well, if humans can select for characteristics, and different characteristics appear in nature where there are no humans, nature is also selecting for characteristics, and I bet it's probably related to what aids them best in their given environments. And this is something anyone can notice. In fact, this is something many people did notice around the time of Darwin, and indeed prior to Darwin. And so then he thought to himself, okay, well, where do humans fit into all of this is significantly later. And the only thing you need to do to know where humans fit into all of this, if species can in fact change, and if we have a lot of time, which the only thing you need to know to support that we have a lot of time is go to the Grand Canyon or the Great Cliffs of Dover or the Drakensberg Mountains, great formations that are forming and changing very slowly in the present, which means that to get them in full, intuitively, just like walking to the top of the mountain and seeing the curvature of the Earth, you probably need a lot of time. And so Darwin thought, where do humans fit in? Well, go to the zoo and watch an ape. Watch a baboon. Look at their hands. Look at their fingernails. Watch their eyes. Watch how they interact with one another. They're very, very, very similar to us. Dissect one. See that we share all the same bones and all the same muscles and all the same organs. And this is something that I just delight in the era of social media, because anytime you find an ape video or a monkey video online, there is someone in the comments who goes, they're so like us. Because they are. Anyone can see it. And so, yes, Forrest is absolutely right that we can trust what science says because it produces viable results. We don't have to go solve every single equation on our own to validate someone else's work, because science as an institution has a proven track record, and it gives us lights and computers and antibiotics and cars and so on and so forth. But we can also trust it because we can validate its most basic ideas with our own eyeballs. Is that helpful at all?
Oh yeah, it is. I think I have like 2 more questions, and they should be like pretty oh my gosh, pretty quick. I forgot the second one. But I think the first one was like it's kind of 2. I'm not sure. I guess it's 2. I'm not sure, but it's super quick. So like my first question is like, what is the first what is the smallest piece of evidence? Like, if you were, I don't know, a caveman who could conveniently speak English, I guess, because English didn't exist. But like, what is the smallest piece of evidence that would convince you that evolution exists?
As a caveman, like the most simple explanation that evolution exists?
Yeah, I guess.
Me and Grug are hanging out together. We're talking. And Grug say to me, he go, what would my name will be Ugg. Grug and Ugg. He go, hey, Ugg, you notice winter pretty bad this year, right? And I say, yeah, Grug, I noticed winter pretty bad. He say, Mammoth also much smaller this year. I say, yeah, Mammoth probably smaller this year. He says, you think Mammoth small because not much food because winter bad? I say, damn, Grug. Yeah, maybe Mammoth small because many mammoth die because not enough food. So only small mammoth that only need little food survive. And then he looks at me and he says, what you think mammoth look like next year if winter bad again? And then I say, damn, Grug, probably smaller. That's change over time. That species change over time. And I guarantee you this is a concept that cavemen understood.
Even the more like extreme ones, with chordates turning into hominidae and then primate and then.
Well, you don't need all that. She's just saying she's saying really simple stuff. Literally, like fucking Mendel shit. Like, I see this, the corn looks like this. I took all the biggest corn and I planted that, and now this crop is bigger. And I took all the biggest corn, I planted that, and now the next crop is even bigger. And season by season, year by year, I see a change in these things based on which ones of them are growing and reproducing. That's, for me, that's the best evidence for evolution, is the fact you can literally fucking watch it happening.
Yeah.
If you mean common descent,
I'm pretty sure
then
Forrest's
a caveman
name would be Lug. Your name would be Ugg.
I'll take Lug.
And you said the other dude was Grog, right?
Grug.
Yeah, Grug.
Grug, Lug, and Ugg.
Right.
Yeah.
I changed it because I didn't want it to be too close to Grog.
And you know what? Grug appreciates that.
He likes that, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Grog.
And you know what?
Yeah. I guess.
To that point, Ezekiel, right? Like, if you wanted to get them on common descent, you can just look at societies, mythologies who lived near apes and monkeys. In ancient societies that lived in places where orangutans lived, or chimps lived, or gorillas lived, they didn't think of these as straight up animals. They thought of them as a type of person-like thing.
That's the reason why they're called orangutans,
yeah,
which literally means
forest.
People of the forest, yeah. As opposed to the orang pendek, which were the mythical little hobbit creatures, or orang malenda, which is the term for proboscis monkeys, which means Dutch people. That's great. Because nobody believes in the Dutch.
That's the basic idea, though, is that it's like people who live near apes recognize that humans do stuff that's similar to other apes, and that there's like a kinship there.
Yeah, other apes, even though we are apes, right?
Mm-hmm.
As Aaron Rob puts it, I guess.
That's
just
the truth.
To clarify, like, that would be enough to convince you of, like, a fish turning into a monkey, right?
Right. Yeah.
If you were to, like,
at least get you on the track
right?
there.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about a fish turning into
Grug,
yeah,
and Ugg, you know.
Well, with them,
okay,
with
and my
that,
last question is.
Yeah. Go ahead. What? Go ahead. No, go ahead.
And my last question, what'd you say?
No, go ahead.
My last question is, like, do you disagree with Aaron when he says that taxonomy is the biggest evidence for it? Because I think
that's
genetic,
his opinion of it.
I get why. Like, how much do you disagree? Do you disagree or agree? I guess.
I think. Yeah, I think it's a fine example. I don't know.
I think he finds it the most compelling. I spend more time with fossils, and so to me, I find fossils more compelling because it shows the actual change, morphologic change over geologic time. But without taxonomy, you couldn't make the fossil argument, right? Because you have to know what you are to know what you were. So, I think there's a case to be made for taxonomy, certainly as like a prerequisite, which is why, it was the first piece of the puzzle. Linnaeus comes along with taxonomy long before Darwin comes along with natural selection and evolution.
Yeah. Oh, wait. One more thing. This is going to be like super quick, like maybe 20 seconds. Could y'all, like, how like y'all are like super big on like, I don't know, like, correct me if I'm like miswording you, but you guys are like, oh yeah, socialism and like, free healthcare and climate change and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Could y'all please focus more on like walkability in cities and public transportation, because that's like a really big issue that people do not pay attention to.
No,
I bring it up a bit.
A good point.
Yeah, I bring it up quite a bit. It's just not really people don't see it as big of an issue as it is. They think, you just want beautification and more convenience. They don't see it as a public health issue, and so it's more effective to talk about, like, for example, we talk about universal healthcare. There was just that study that came out from Yale that showed that universal healthcare in this country would save a little over $1 trillion a year and over 100,000 lives every year. That's a lot more of a hit to say that and start the conversation, and then eventually get to, if we had more socialist policies, we would probably have walkable cities, which would decrease cardiovascular disease, obesity, COPD, blah, 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 and improve air quality and like all these things that go along with that as a factor of that health issue and as a factor of that economic issue. If you lead with walkable cities, people think you're just arguing for beautification rather than for human health and well-being and advancement. So I agree with you that needs to be talked about more, but that's why I don't lead with that as an opener, and I certainly don't talk about it as much as you may like.
It doesn't help.
With that.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Lug,
with that, we're going to jump on.
UG.
Yes. Thanks so much.
Drug.
Tune in to Lug and UG.
Let's go.
Take care of yourself, man.
Love y'all.
Bye-bye.
Bye, dude.
Take care.
Big fan.
All right.
What do we
got? I'm going to reload my calls thing because
mine is also wigging out.
Yeah. God damn it,
Jimmy. What is happening?
Oh, it's got an error.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
No.
Oh, no.
I don't know if Lux... Can you see... Is the call screen still working for you? Because it broke when I tried to... When I tried to hang up the call with Ezekiel, it just stopped. And now when I refresh it, I'm getting just a blank screen.
Give it another refresh.
All right, I'm trying again.
I'm doing it right now.
Hopefully the stream is still running. Oh no. Damn, dude, I'm not getting anything.
Yeah, this I don't want this. Oh, here, hold on a second.
So when
there
I went
it is.
Back to the,
it's starting.
We got it. We got it.
Okay. Let's talk to Elliot, who wants to talk about soft tissues, which we've talked about a few times, and evidence of a young Earth, and is calling it.
This is like a soft tissue kind of night. This is crazy.
Mm-hmm. Elliot, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How you doing today?
Good. How are you doing?
Never had a bad day, man.
Better
I'm about
now
to order
that
some
you're
Dave's
here,
hot
man.
chicken.
Thank you. I have two questions. I'm not arguing or trying to argue with you if young Earth creation is real. I was just wondering if how, because I kind of been getting into the topic, and the soft tissues in dinosaurs has always been like a huge thing that I thought like that would be evidence of a young Earth. So I was just wondering what's your point on it, if you would like to comment on that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I've talked about it a few times tonight. Erika, do you wanna run through it really quick? Because I've already said it a couple of times. Or
I can run the gamut on this. Yeah, soft tissue in dinosaur bones is a fascinating topic, and really I'll just say soft tissue in fossils, period. Essentially what this means, and that's kind of a critical part of having this conversation, is like, what do we mean when we say soft tissue? Because like if you are to go and look at, I would say, comfortably 85% of young Earth creationist sources on this topic, you will walk away believing that we cracked open a dinosaur bone and poured out blood, and that it was pervasive throughout the entire specimen. That is not what was discovered. In fact, we've never found intact red blood cells. We have found the biochemical remains of red blood cells. And the portions that we have are essentially, like, here's the analogy that's been given to me before. It's like finding an old cooking pot. And at the bottom of that cooking pot, there's a little bit of burned charcoal, as if somebody had burned chili or a soup many decades ago. A creationist might look at that burned bit inside that pot and say, wow, we found chili preserved in a 10-year-old pot. And you would say, but it's not really chili, it's the burned remains of chili. It's not the same thing. And they would say, but it used to be chili. And you would say, but it's not chili now. That's kind of what we're talking about here. The remains of soft tissue that we find in all across the board of these specimens, at least that I'm aware of, that are conventionally accepted, are all biochemical traces of the most robust biological material out there. For instance, you're not cracking open any of these bones and finding DNA, which you should find if they're only 6,000 years old, because remains that we have from mammoths or from cave lions or from ancient horses that we find frozen in Siberia, we can get DNA from them. And we all agree on the ages of that, which is approximately the same ages as a young Earth creationist would propose for these dinosaur bones, because they believe they all died at the same time in the global flood. So creationists have to answer why we're finding so much more material in these frozen animals, and we're actually finding like muscle tissue that you could cook and eat. But when we open up a dinosaur bone, we can find the traces of biochemical material, the biochemical traces of biological material in the most inner locked away recesses of these bones, and you can only recover it with special tools. That's the first and foremost problem, is that when they're talking about soft tissue, a lot of times they're not being honest about what's actually been found. And a lot of times they're not being honest about the type of material being found either. They're not being honest about the quality or the quantity or the type. Now then the next question becomes, okay, so what? The young Earth creationists might say, any kind of biological material is a big W for young Earth creationism, for 6,000-year-old Earth, because how could any biological material last for 65 million years or more? And the answer to that is, well, we can figure out if it's possible or not by testing it, by testing material and seeing if we can lengthen the amount of time that it takes for something to degrade. We can do observational experimental science, can't we, to see if it's possible or not. And if it's not, then wow, that's a great point for young Earth creationism. But if we can, then it becomes a non-issue. Now, we already know that biological material can vary in how quickly it degrades. Here's a great example. Go to the store and buy a rotisserie chicken. Buy 2 of them. And put one of them outside in the sweltering heat and put the other one in the back of your freezer. And then check on them in 2 years. The one in the back of your freezer is going to be completely intact. The one that you put in your yard is going to be gone. It will be torn apart by scavengers. It'll be broken down by bacteria. You will be lucky to find a scrap of a bone. So we know that conditions matter for preservation. Now then the question becomes, okay, well, that's 2 years. What about millions of years? Right? Can you do it then? And that also is the question for the conditions, right? Because we know the dinosaurs weren't living in an ice box. So can you get those the proper conditions to preserve biological material for that long? And so Mary Schweitzer, the person who broke this story, who Forrest has mentioned a couple of times here in this show, she essentially decided to run this test on ostrich long bones, right? So she took ostrich blood vessels and she put them in a couple of different solutions. One was just plain old water and one was an enriched iron solution because she believed that iron, the same kind of iron that is present in blood, is capable of basically reinforcing the biochemical structure of blood in this case and allowing it to preserve over time via cross-linking. It's the same exact type of process as applying formaldehyde to a biological specimen, which will essentially cross-link it and preserve it, in perpetuity. And what she found is that after she applied this, or soaked these ostrich blood vessels in these solutions, the one that was in water was completely degraded after 2 years, and the one that was in the iron-rich solution, according to the paper, had not visibly changed. So what she showed is that under correct conditions that are found in the natural world, like in dinosaur bones, like, the internal portion of a dinosaur bone, which is suffused, that's what I'm looking for, with blood, you can actually get the preservation of these biological materials. And so we have an answer to the question, right? Not only are creationists, in my opinion here, not being honest about what's being found, or the quality of what's being found, or the quantity of what's being found, but they're also obscuring the fact that we have experimentally shown that these things can, and in fact do, preserve for tens of millions, hundreds of millions of years. And the way that they could debunk this easiest, in my opinion, would be to show that you can find biological material in everything in massive quantities, and the parts that we're finding are consistent across all of these organisms. So you should be able to find the same exact stuff in a mammoth or in a T-Rex that you find in a mammoth, but that's not the case. Does that make sense?
Yeah. That's actually a good argument. It's getting late. I just got one more question. Someone brought up, I guess, making cladograms or cladistics when it comes to taxonomy. And I heard someone say when you do it based on fossils, it contradicts how you do it based on molecular data, I guess genetics. Yeah, so I kind of heard that argument before, and I didn't know how to kind of address it or whatever.
That's been doing the rounds lately, and I've actually been digging into it as of late right now. And my understanding of this topic is that it doesn't. It doesn't at major group levels. Now, it will start to break down morphology/fossils versus genetics will start to break down at the species level. And the reason is because at the species level, conversion to evolution is very common, and organisms are very closely related. But for instance, you could run 1,000 phylogenies on 1,000 different genes, and you could also run it on the complete genome. And you will never end up with a pig being more closely related to a cat than a wild pig. That will never happen. And sure enough, by morphology or physical characteristics, or by the fossil record, you will never, when you count up the physical traits, end up with a pig being more similar to a cat than to another wild pig. These larger taxonomic groups, which are the ones that matter for the purposes of evolutionary theory, because it's very hard to get species, you're never going to recover all the species from the fossil record, but you can get higher representations of higher taxonomic ranks. That's the bread and butter for actually supporting evolution. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you.
You got it, dude. You got it, dude.
Thank you so much, Elliot. I appreciate you calling in.
Thank you.
Take care.
What do we got?
We got two people who've been waiting for a very long time, and it looks like the person who's been waiting the longest is Jade, who wants to talk about trilobites and phylogeny and stuff. Jade, you are finally on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
What's up, dude?
Yes,
we can hear you.
I called in literally right at the beginning of the show, but it's fine. I'm having a fantastic time.
She's been waiting for
primary thing
like
I wanted
4
to,
hours.
Primary thing I wanted to ask. I was doing some research looking into trilobites and whether they were more closely related to mandibulata or to chelicerata, and I ended up finding contradicting cladograms about it. When I looked up when I looked up like the larger thing that's like the parent to mandibulata and chelicerata, it put trilobites closer to mandibulates. But then when I looked up not archaeomorpha, my bad, arachnomorpha, it actually put trilobites inside of arachnomorpha, sister to chelicerates. So 2 different cladograms giving me 2 different answers to the same question. I haven't taken a biology class since high school. I don't know when they were last updated, but it was I was looking them up on Wikipedia, which I know isn't the greatest source, but it's usually a pretty good starting place. And when I looked up, and so when I was looking stuff up, the cladograms on Wikipedia were giving me contradictory information.
Yeah. Hold on.
And so
No.
I don't know where to go from there.
Yeah.
Once I got that, like I don't know if like there's a genuine conflict as to whether which one is correct or if one is just outdated. I have literally no idea how to dig any deeper into that after that.
Yeah. The most likely thing is that one is just outdated. This happens all the time. We discover a new thing. It kind of shuffles some stuff around. Happened to me literally, I think yesterday or the day before. I texted Erika and I was like, hey, you know more about ape evolution than me. I've got one thing saying that apes started 20 million years and another thing saying they started 25 million years. And I don't know which one's the best one to be looking at. I don't have dates on the... And she was like, oh yeah, no, it was this one. And then we discovered this thing and we found this one. Here's the source on that. This is what changed recently. And because that's her area of expertise. And so great apes started about 20 million years ago, y'all. That's what I learned. You know what I mean? It changed 5 million years of my understanding of it. So I'm looking right now. I just hit Google Scholar and typed in trilobite phylogeny. I found this one called The Trouble with Trilobites, Classification, Phylogeny, and Cryptogenesis Problem, published in 2020 in Geological Magazine, Cambridge, by John Patterson. Trilobites, blah, 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 despite their considerable diversity and abundance, particularly Cambrian or Ordovician rocks, they'll study it for 200 years. Trilobite systematics remains in a state of flux. In this contribution, the complex history of trilobite classification over the last century is briefly reviewed. And I'm going to see really quickly if he gives a breakdown or a phylogeny or a cladogram or anything besides a table, and he fucking doesn't. He's got a table on here, no cladogram. So... like, that's a thing. But apparently, even amongst trilobitists, this is, it's people are learning more stuff. Here I've got trilobite systematics the last 75 years, published in Journal of Paleontology in 2016. So it's 4 years before that other paper. I'll see if I can get you a PDF on that.
I think part of the problem here is the fact that, and you would probably know more about this than me, Jade, because I'm not a trilobite researcher. I'm a monkey researcher. And so because of that, I struggle with like what is the latest as compared, trilobites for Chelicerata and Mandibulata and like just Panarthropoda in general, if we are even still using that term since I last took entomology, is a mess. But what I will say is that we have a very similar problem, as Forrest was alluding to, in paleoprimatology, because this is actually kind of perfect. The area that I study, Jade, the Miocene, specifically the early Miocene, sees the emergence of the apes or the hominoids, and then also the non-ape old world monkeys, which is today just the cercopithecoids, and that's going to be like baboons, macaques, guenons, colobus monkeys, etc. But there are like a dozen species that are just stem catarrhines. And that, for the audience, right, like we don't know what they are, if they are cercopithecoids, if they are hominoids, or if they're, like, even which one they're more closely related to, because the remains are so fragmentary, and because the closer you get to a common ancestor between two different branches, the more similar those branches look to each other, right? So I would suspect that that's the part of the problem here, is that it's like the first trilobite, the first chelicerate, and the first mandibulate are all going to look pretty similar to each other. And so it's probably pretty hard to figure out who belongs with who without genetics, and the trilobites are all gone. So it becomes hard, right?
That's why I was looking into it, because I was having a conversation with someone, and they said that horseshoe crabs are living trilobites, and it's like, trilobites are extinct. And they were like, but they're like super closely related. So I started looking into it, and at first I was like, well, this is saying that trilobites are more closely related to ants than to horseshoe crabs. But then I kept looking and said, but this one says that they're more closely related to horseshoe crabs than to ants. So now I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and it probably doesn't help that like trilobites are so well represented, but like a lot of other arthropod groups from the same time period, like from this area, are not. Or they are, but like we can't really recognize them because their characteristic traits have not evolved yet. And this is why paleontology can be so fraught. And God help the people who study taxa that have no living representatives. At least with apes, I can be like, okay, well, we can get a correct answer for the phylogeny now. But apply back into time. Ask me what to do with Micropithecus. Like, what is Micropithecus? Is it a stem catarrhine? Is it an early cercopithecoid? I don't think so. The molars look nothing like it. Is it a stem hominoid? Maybe. Is it a crown hominoid? Almost definitely not. But that doesn't mean no one's ever argued it. It's stupid and it's annoying and it makes no sense, and people will fight about it forever. And then one day, this is going to happen to this too, I guarantee it, someone will find the perfect fossil that answers this question precisely, as has happened for many problems of this nature. So I'm sorry, I wish I could give you a better answer.
I'm throwing in the chat. I was looking for more recent things. I found this one, which is reassessing a cryptic history of early trilobite evolution. This one's from 2022. I've also got here's the trouble with trilobites paper that I talked about a minute ago. Fuck you! It's such a long. I've
already got that one pulled up.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I found reassessing the cryptic history of early trilobite evolution by Holmes, Holmes, and Budd, Budd, in Communications Biology from 2022. That one's got some good looking cladograms in there that may be able to answer your questions. And I'm trying to find anything that's even more recent. I'm looking right now since 2025. Which specific taxon were you trying to hammer out?
I was trying to figure out if Artiopoda, which is the parent taxon to trilobites, if Artiopoda was more closely related to chelicerates or to mandibulates. That was the question I was trying to answer.
I've got Philipsidae. Yeah, I've got Philipsidae trilobita as one of them, but I'm not finding those specific taxa. So, like, I'm gonna throw this one at you as well, because maybe this is the Annals of Carnegie Museum. That was published in 2025 towards a phylogenetic understanding of Philipsidae, and then in parentheses Trilobeta, by Brzezinski. And that was published just here in 2025. Cunts of fire. It won't fucking, the fucking things are so long. I'm going to do a URL shortener unless you want to just look it up. You see what I'm finding on ResearchGate?
No, I liked that exclamation.
Oh, fuck yeah. URL shortener. And I'm going to slap this in here. The fuck? Oh, I'm getting a notification that this URL shortener may be a threat. I'm going to go over to Bitly.
I like to imagine that in the grand scale of history, you've got all of these arthropod researchers today, and they're agonizing over the taxonomic placement of all of these adorable little guys of the past. And then meanwhile, said guys in the past are like, hee, hoo, arthropod things, I'm scuttling, I'm eating, I'm defecating, I'm copulating, like just minding their business, doing their thing. They don't give a shit about us.
I just put in the tiny URL there in the chat just now, and that's to this one, the Carnegie Museum paper. That also might have some answers for you. Apparently, everything I'm seeing in the literature as I'm scrolling through this, everything is giving me the same answer, which is that, yeah, this is a really fucking tricky problem for all the exact reasons that Erika was talking about, where these things are really similar and a really long time ago, and it's just hard to tell what goes where because we just have so goddamn many of the fucking things. And so, I'm throwing that in there.
That actually makes me feel much better because I was trying to parse through and it's like, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm a mathematician, not a biologist.
It appears that the leading researchers in this area are having the exact same issue. So yeah, I just literally found everything I found by going to Google Scholar, typing in trilobite phylogeny, and then I set the date range to since 2022 and since 2025, and I found things that were near the top. I bet doing that will get you better answers than whatever you were looking at, but you're still, I guarantee you, going to be left with more questions, and that's the best part of it.
Hey, if you want to, if you want to have a really awesome time getting an answer that means literally nothing, you could ask ChatGPT, you could ask Grok, you could ask Claude. You'd be like, hey, tell me what the actual phylogeny of trilobites is. And it'll be like, oh, definitely.
I'd rather not flush 100 gallons of water down the drain.
Right.
For the you don't want to get some science answers out of the CP machine?
Oh, come now.
Oh man!
If you have time, this is a second completely unrelated question, but I've always wondered about how the structures that eventually evolved into kidneys first started, and if you guys know anything about that as well.
I don't know.
You were
off the top of my head.
You have the most hyper. I love it. I love the hyper.
This is a great question.
I don't know the answer.
I don't know specifically, but I do know that if I remember correctly, kidneys are derived from parts of the Mullerian ducts, if I remember right. And there's something there about female typical reproductive anatomy that also lines up with kidneys. It's either WNT genes or something about the Mullerian ducts that also becomes part of the renal tubes, or something like that. I would look in there because there's something... There's a developmental answer to your question that has to do with something being restructured. Let me double check. I swear to fuck.
I've got
you know what I'm talking about?
I've got here from
literally typing down Mullerian ducts right now.
I've got renofellow.org, a kidney website who is talking about the story of kidney evolution. I love this.
All right.
I'm looking at the summary here. They're arguing that the origin of kidneys can be traced all the way back to contractile vacuoles, flame cells, and Malpighian tubules in invertebrates.
But how they develop is what I'm saying.
I don't know. Forrest, I'm learning this on the fly.
I'm pretty fucking sure.
3 types of excretory systems evolved in the microbes and invertebrates before the complex kidneys of vertebrates. The contractile vacuoles, the flame cells, and the Malpighian tubules. And those are in flatworms, like planarians.
Yeah, because I can't find. I know. on top, Mullerian, because there's a connection there. I've got this paper here, kidney agenesis and Mullerian duct abnormalities. But just because they're related doesn't mean one comes from the other. So, like, I'm not saying that kidneys come from Mullerian ducts. I'm saying that they're definitely associated here.
This is arguing that during the Cambrian period, early chordates began their migration into brackish estuaries, and that we can find equipment like the coelomic membrane, which is similar to the Malpighian tubules, and segmental ducts in these guys, which are also precursors for kidneys. And it makes sense because they're using these filtering apparatuses in estuaries, which is helping them maintain homeostasis of the fluids within their little bodies. Oh, and they're so cute. Oh my god. Oh, I love them. They look like triops.
I've got a medical embryology book here that I used for a while, and I'm going to just quickly flip over to the renal system to see what the fuck I'm talking about.
Okay, I'm continuing down the line here. Now we have arrived at tetrapods.
259.
And it looks like, nope, there's not much going on here.
249, 253. Skibbity bop bow.
Ooh, did you know the highlight of the mammalian kidney is that it can form hypertonic urine?
Ooh. We love hypertonic urine here.
That's pretty sweet. I did not get any answers from here, but I saw some cute pics though. I like this. Where can I'm gonna join where's the Renal Fellow Network's newsletter?
Everybody go follow the Renal Fellow Network's newsletter and tell them we sent you.
They're gonna be like, what is happening?
I was right about the gene, but not about apparently the ducts are closely related, and that's why disorders of one affect the other. But apparently it is conversion of the mesenchyme epithelium nephron formation is mediated by uteric buds through expression of WNT9B, WNT6, which upregulate PAX2 and WNT4. So it is the genes that are associated with female typical reproductive anatomy that is in relation here to that. So that's what I was thinking about, is that the same gene, because I knew there was a connection here, something about intersex people and something about kidneys. And so, like, yes, this is what this is, and that's probably why Mullerian issues also affect kidney development, because it's not the Mullerian ducts that are doing the things with the kidneys, it's the genes that are regulating these structures are the same.
Speaking of regulating salt, I'm gonna go get a snack.
Hell yeah, I just ordered some spicy chicken.
BRB.
I'm very excited for that to happen.
Well, I already had a sandwich, but I'm hungry again, so I'll be right back.
I'm dying at this moment. Anyway, yeah, there's a whole thing here, yo. I recommend picking up just like I use this one. This is Langman's Medical Embryology that I used for Evo Devo for a while. But like if you get into like a developmental side of this, like it will tell you some more about like what structures develop into this thing and what genes are involved will inform your understanding of the evolutionary history of the thing, because then you can look at like the history of those structures and that association of those genes, and that's more interesting to me. I think it answers the question a little bit better.
Yeah, because I was looking at it from a do we have fossils that like preserve any of these structures? I was going about it the entire
looks like kidneys, right? Yeah. Strong. Look up those genes. So that's I would look up especially the WNT family of genes. Those are like ones that are going to be interesting here, because you got WNT9B, WNT6, WNT4, and PAX2 are the ones that this book is talking about in particular. But look up that association, and then also, hold on just 1 second. I have a thing about exactly this that I remember from. Let me pull this up to subtitles. Get my script out for this video that I did about something like this, and I think I have a clip in there. I might have a throwaway line from this. Open, you fuck. There it is. I don't know why. Oh, it's over here. Fuck me. Let's see here. Kidney. I'm just going to search for kidneys. WNT4 is the one that I specifically was focusing on here. So, WNT4 is important for developing ovaries and kidneys. That's what I was talking about. That's why I got that mixed up. There you go. And that's what exactly the one that this book was talking about. So yeah, dig into those. That's what I would recommend. If you want to go to Google Scholar and look up WNT4 and kidneys, that's a good idea.
Can do. Last thing I want to say, as I briefly mentioned, I've only taken one biology class in my life, and I grew up a young Earth creationist. You and Erika and Aaron Raw and all of you YouTube science and evolution communicators have been my teachers. You guys do an awesome job. Thank you so much for giving me a better education than my college did.
That's really, really kind of you to say. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Keep studying, dude.
I'll do my best. See ya. Have a nice night.
Take care, Jade. Really, really, really nice call. Let's talk to Kevin, who has been waiting for an extremely long time. Kevin calling it all the way from Japan. Another one of the very first callers we got who wants to talk about the evolution of language. Kevin, you are at long last on the line with Forrest, and only Forrest. How are you doing today? Kevin, if you can hear me, I cannot hear you. If you're on the web caller, make sure your phone is awake. Just double tap your screen to wake it up. Otherwise, I can't hear you. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I see you calling in on another line. So I'm going to return this one to the queue because it's just, I don't want to lose you. And I'm going to take this one here. Quit jumping around. Oh, my fucking God. Kevin, can you hear me?
Can hear you, yes.
All right.
What up?
All right, we finally got you.
Yeah, it's been a while. A lot of things happened over the past 4 hours of me trying to make this call. Glad it finally came through.
It's been a time.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay, so my question is, 8-9 months ago, I was having an argument with my girlfriend. I have a biology background. She has a linguistics background. And we ended up talking about the evolution of language. And I said, at one point, I'm going to just go ahead and call Erika and ask about this because, yeah, I think this is we'd be the person to ask about it. So basically, my initial kind of question is, when would we say that we first start seeing language evolve? My contention was that language predates humans, and her counterpoint was more that yes, other animals can communicate with one another. They have sort of proto languages, but that grammar and syntax is what makes human language unique and therefore special only to us.
I mean, I've talked about the language subject many times because I think it's super interesting and it's long been proposed to be the thing that separates humans from everything else. At least that's extant. Now, we know that equipment-wise, other hominins had the right setup. I mean, Neanderthals have FOXP2, they've got Broca and Wernicke's region, they have the hyoid bone that would have been necessary for actual production, their masticatory apparatus could have housed the tongue that was capable, blah, blah, blah. So, even that, I think, kills the idea that humans were the only ones capable of language. I find it very hard to believe that these hominins that were effectively doing the exact same thing as us when we were all living at the same time, roughly 300,000 years ago, that we were capable of speech and they weren't. And that was what set us apart, and that there's no trace of that. Seemingly they have the exact same, like I said, capabilities. Now, as far as extants go, I disagree with this too. Proto-language, I think the more I've looked into it, and I'm not a linguist, so linguists have pushed back on me with regard to this before, but when linguists push back on me for this, I wonder sometimes if we're not splitting hairs in an attempt to keep human language as distinct from everything else. Because, For example, syntax is found in other primates, right? Like we see syntax in Campbell's monkeys and in vervet monkeys. Actually, I think it's mostly just Campbell's monkeys for them. And then gesturally, you also see degrees of it in some of the apes. You see compositionality in bonobos, much more primitive, but you see zips and Menzerath's law in geladas, or Therapithecus gelada, the Ethiopian baboons, if you want to call them that. Bring this one up a lot, but the gestural repertoire of chimpanzees and human toddlers overlaps by about 90%, which at least suggests that the basic underlying equipment for how we communicate and the order in which we communicate and the intuitions in which we communicate wants and needs are very similar between the two of us. So like if her grievance is that it's syntax, let me provide you the exact papers for this. Syntax in Campbell's monkeys should be like 20, yeah. You're gonna want Uatkara, 2009, it looks like here. Yeah, 2009.
Could you spell that?
Yeah, it's Ouattara et al. 2009. Okay. And the paper is called Campbell's Monkeys Concatenate Vocalizations into Context-Specific Call Sequences. And then I'm going to give you bonobos, exhibit, compositionality. This is from 2025 by Bertet et al. That's Berthet. And it's titled Extensive Compositionality in the Vocal System of Bonobos. And compositionality is defined here in the abstract as the capacity to combine meaningful elements into larger, meaningful structures, which is considered a hallmark of human language. And orangutans exhibit recursion as well, which is another more recent one, 2024, by Lamira, Lameira et al., and it's titled Recursive Self-Embedded Vocal Motifs in Wild Orangutans.
Okay, thank you. Those are really helpful.
Yeah. Show them to the partner. See what they say. It's been a minute since I've looked into this, but like to me, this covers all the bases, and this doesn't strike me as a difference in category for human languages versus non-human proto-languages. Hopefully that helped.
That was kind of my main point, was that it's a difference in degree, not a difference in kind.
Bingo. Yeah, love it.
And I have one other sort of tangential question that came up in our discussion. Again, this is months ago. It was so like, of course, we understand that languages evolve from like French from Latin, Spanish, etc. Yeah. Kind of the hypothetical came up that if you, my point was that like all languages kind of come from some proto form of that language, and that because language, the ability to produce language predates humans, all languages kind of predate, like the concept of language predates humanity, and therefore it's not unique to us.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But my girlfriend was saying like, well, her contention was that because it's such an intrinsic part of us and our society and our biology, that if you could somehow experimentally isolate a group of humans, adults, I guess, you'd have to like erase their language abilities, and children that never developed them, they would spontaneously create their own language.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how that, like, I was just like, basically there's no way for that to happen, so much as there's no way for adults not to teach the language they understand to children.
Is the idea that like the closest approximations of language for non-human apes are usually like kanji and the lexigram, and we had to teach that to him, and so thus this is something that's unique to humans, because even if you took it away from us, even if we weren't taught it, we would spontaneously create a new one? Is that the idea?
Yeah, basically that, like, even if you could somehow strip all like previously understood language understanding from a group of humans and put them on an island secluded somewhere, they would spontaneously recreate some language that would probably be new, but would be a language with grammar and context and syntax that is similar to other human languages.
I mean, I think to propose that that would be unique to humans, you would have to propose that other animals don't do that with their communication systems too. You see what I mean? Like, you would have to take these animals like bonobos, like orangutans, like Campbell's monkeys, also wipe their memories and drop them on an island and see if they spontaneously generate their equivalent or not to show that this is
that makes sense.
Fair enough?
Yeah, I think that's perfectly fair. I think that is that is a question I've been sort of mulling over for a few months now and been hoping to give you a call about.
Hopefully that was good enough.
Yeah, I think that was a great answer. If I can say one last thing really quickly before I drop, with your last stream with Will Duffy, I'm sorry I didn't think about the conversion rate between yen and dollars, so I didn't get my super chat asked. I really do hope you can suggest
yours
like burger
was
analogy.
Yours?
Yeah,
Please tell me, was yours
mine
the
was
burger one?
Burger analogy for telomeres.
God damn it! That was the one I was talking about at the end when I was talking about how there was one that I really wanted to read. I thought that was a great analogy. Yeah. Loved it.
I was hoping that you can suggest it to him in your private
I'll pass it
time
along.
at some point.
I'll pass it along. Thank you, Kevin. I'm so sorry. If you want a refund, let me know, or I'll read it at the beginning of the next time.
No. It's for charity. I just didn't think about the conversion, the conversion rate, so I didn't think about the amount at that point.
For those who are wondering, Kevin made a great analogy because Will was having trouble with like the concept of chromosomal fusions and like the telomere calling card being in the center of the chromosomes and why telomeres cap chromosomes. And Kevin was like, picture a big burger. The buns are the telomeres. If you have a what was it? What's the McDonald's
the patty
thing?
Would be like the patty would be the centromere. A Big Mac would be a fused chromosome.
Yeah, the Big Mac. Yeah, I thought it was a great analogy. I'll steal it. Don't worry. With credit, of course.
Yeah, no worries. All right, cheers.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, guys.
Take care. Oh, I'm crunching.
Take care, Kevin. I made this in the meantime. So we got a couple more calls left, but I want to stress, like, we've got one call of somebody who's been waiting since like the beginning of the fucking show who has a general question. We have one call who's new who seems to disagree with something we've said that I want to take that call next. So I'm going to take the person who's been waiting for a very long time. Then I'm going to be taking the person who like wants to call in and talk about aliens. So that'll be the order we take these next two calls. Lines will remain open only for people who disagree with us and want to argue with us. Okay? And then by midnight-ish, which is in an hour, we'll start winding things down. We'll start doing super chats, and we'll start fucking off. Does that sound good to you?
Yes, I'm crunching a lot, but I'm good.
Hell yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and do Caden first, who's been waiting for an extremely long time to talk about speciation and generations. Caden, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. You are on the web caller, so make sure you tap your phone and wake it up. Otherwise, we can't hear you. How are you doing today? Caden, are you there?
Caden, please.
Caden, it's your time. Caden, now is the time for you to tell us things. Caden, if you believe that Palestine should be free, just don't say anything.
Ooh.
All right, I agree. We all agree. And Caden just dropped. I did not hang up on Caden. Caden dropped. It may have been that there was a connection issue, so I'm going to stall for just a minute to give Caden time to call back in. Because Caden was waiting for like 3 hours. I don't want to miss the call.
Bro, can I, it didn't take you that whole call to write Free Palestine. What were you actually spending that whole call doing?
I ordered hot chicken, and then I was like figuring that out and making sure that was on the way.
Wait.
And
have you already had dinner tonight?
No, I woke up at like noon, and I had a big bowl of this couscous salad that I made, and like 2 or 3 pieces of toast and like 2 or 3 bowls of Lucky Charms, and then some chicken nuggets, and then something else. And then I came. That was all at once, and then I can't hear.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
that was at like maybe 2.
Can I express my concern here?
Yeah.
You're gonna have such bad indigestion. The heartburn from hot chicken pre-bed like this, you are going to have, you're risking esophageal cancer risk, dude. Take a Tums.
First of all,
please.
I don't.
Or Pepsid.
I don't have reflux issues, and I love spicy chicken. And also, I'm not going to bed anytime particularly soon. I'm probably gonna hang out with Amber for a couple of hours, and then get back in here and do some more writing, and then I don't know.
Wait, what time are you planning on going to bed? Actually,
when I feel sleepy.
What? Like, okay, guesstimate. Guess. When will that be? Ballpark.
5, maybe.
That's insane. That's
not great. How is that weird? I woke up at noon. It makes sense to be up until then.
Even if you get up at noon, that's still only 7 hours of sleep.
That's all I usually do. I usually do 7. I sleep like a fucking freak, dude. I either sleep for like 7 hours and I'm out the bed ready to go, or I sleep for 13 hours. And it's one or the other every day.
Bro, you gotta get that. You gotta do a sleep study, my man. That's bizarre.
It's very strange. Usually what I do is I will get out of bed, putz around for a little bit, go back to bed, continue snuggling for like 2 or 3 hours more, and then I get like an average of 10 at that time.
Do you want to know? I am like clockwork. I go to bed. I am out at like most nights in between 1:30 and 2, and I wake up in between 9 and 10. Like clockwork with no. And what's weird is if I need to get up earlier, like I had to get up at 6 the other day, and if I need to get up earlier, I don't even have to set an alarm. I just wake up. Because I'm just like, my body knows, you know?
Yeah.
I close my eyes and I roll over. I'm like, okay, it's not nighttime. I'm out. And I do not stir. I sleep like a corpse until it is time to wake up. But if I don't get those 8 hours, I'm a monster. I'm a monster the next day. I am the most hyper, mega feral bitch that you have ever met in your life. I am the mouthy broad if I do not get my 8 hours of sleep. I gotta get them. And if I do what I can to make sure I get them. Because if I don't...
Sleep is so incredibly important for your brain, and so I take it pretty seriously. I don't have a good relationship with it. I often have to try to convince myself to go to sleep, and I do it by telling myself, "Hey, you will be more productive if you sleep right now. Like I know you're up all night working on this, but if you sleep on it, you will be faster about it tomorrow. You'll get more done. You have to." And I convince myself to do it. But like I know how important it is for my brain, so I take it very seriously. I spent good money on a mattress. I spend time snuggling with Amber and make sure that we have that time as well to be happy together. The one thing that I do that I probably shouldn't is I do sleep with a TV on. I have a TV in my room, and I put on some Brutal Moose stream or like a Game Grumps or something like that, and I let them coax me to sleep. The best fucking sleep I get, dude, I don't know what's wrong with me. The absolute best sleep I will ever get.
I don't even know what I'm going to say.
No, I hate planes. I'm terrified of planes. I have to take I take medicine to calm down on planes. But no, the absolute best sleep that I get is when I put on somebody playing a horror game, and I hear monsters roaring, chainsaws screaming, people bloody murder, and just freaking out. Sleep like a fucking baby. That's the best for me. I'm so happy with that.
You and the rest of chat, I mean it when I say this, all of you for this are aberrant. The fact chat is like, I sleep for 5 hours a night. I feel great. That's aberrant.
No.
That is bizarre. No. You are strange.
That's how you get dementia. You gotta make sure you get like
sleep. You need to
as much sleep as you need.
Brother, hit the melatonin. Hit the breathing exercises. Hit the stretching
like 9
before
hours
bed.
Of sleep. Y'all are crazy on 5 and 6 hours.
Wait, what'd you say, Lux? You said you're
I think
9?
I need like 9. Like, I mean, I'm trying to get 9 because I don't seem to do well otherwise. But I'm also going to get my deviated septum fixed hopefully soon.
Okay, yeah, you might have an apnea thing going, but it's got to be 8 for me. I can do 6 or 7 periodically, but like I said, I'm an evil creature when I don't get the full 8. I don't know what's going on with chat. Chat is psychotic.
I've also, like, in all fairness, I with the career that I've had, with the childhood that I had, with the everything, I'm fine. If I need to take a power nap and get 3 hours and go be super productive the next day, I can do that, no problem. I don't like doing it, but I've done that so many times. When I was a kid,
me too. I'm just evil doing it. I'm
not going to share too much here because some of it's really fucking sad, but I slept. I got really, really, really good at sleeping on a couch in a very brightly lit room with a lot of people around all the time. And so I'll tell you more after. But like, yeah, I can just do what I need to do to get sleep.
I can already picture it, and it's making me sad. That does not make me happy.
I had a bad childhood, but it made me have a good career. With that, I'm going to jump back on with Caden, who called back in. Caden, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me this time?
Yes. All right. We got you.
Okay, amazing. First, it's so great to see you guys back together. It has been way too long, too many false starts. Amazing. It's a...
Yeah, I kept getting sick and dizzy.
Yep. I mean, weren't you the first one who got sick, Erika?
No.
Yeah, fuck you, Erika.
No, that's not what happened. I was out of the country for a month. I was gallivanting.
No.
Well, Forrest was out of the country for the same period of time, so it's not on just me. I was so sick.
I loved those Southeast Asia shorts as well, by the way. And lovely. Forrest, that was very slick of you using that timing for your Valkations video.
I actually didn't plan it, but I'm taking credit for it. I got a ton of comments being like, oh my God, Forrest saw Erika go to Borneo, and so he went and did it just as well and did a whole thing about it. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what happened. There's no way I recorded this a year ago and have been fucking around and forgot to release it.
Forrest actually went first, and I was like, yo, what was your experience like before I was planning my trip? So
yeah, I like sent her all the itinerary shit so she could do something better.
Yeah, awesome.
I tried broccoli. Like I gotta be honest, it slapped.
So what did you want to ask about, Caden?
It's just a general like phylogeny question, I guess. Because when you look at comparing how closely related two species are, like the language generally is they diverged so over many million years ago. And so these species are probably closer related to these other species because like they diverged more recently than the other ones. But that doesn't have that sort of language doesn't have room for how many generations come into effect, like especially when we look at R-selected species versus K-selected species. And it's just a fascinating topic to me, and it's one that's sort of hard to formulate and find discussion about online. So I just wanted to see what you guys thought about that.
There's a lot there.
Do you want to go first, or do you want me to?
I feel like you're like balls deep in those cheese puffs right now, and I feel like you need me to go first for a second. But
I would like that, yeah.
Yeah, all right. So there's a couple of things here. So you're just to restate to make sure I'm understanding. You're talking about if we have two species that we're looking at their cladistics, their phylogeny, and we're saying who evolved first, who split off from what pathway first, that there's a lot more variables than just the time. We're also talking about things like reproductive rates. Is that a fair summary of what you're saying, or is there something else that we're missing?
No, that's basically it.
Yeah. There's also other metrics that we can use. So like number one is molecular clocks, which is to say we look at particular gene states, like this is the current genome and this is the ancestral genome or a particular gene, whatever, or this is a current protein and an ancestral form of that protein, whatever it is, and we look at like a known mutation rate or like at least an estimated one, and that allows us to make a generally pretty good estimation of like, okay, so for this to have changed this much, it would have taken at least this much time, and that helps a lot, and it's fine with different reproduction rates like that. You can also say, like based on just parsimony, if we're drawing together, it doesn't give you an exact time, but it gives you relative time. If we don't do by parsimony, where we draw a table of here's all the species, here's these individual traits that we're looking at, here's which ones do have that trait, don't have that trait in a slightly different way. We can now plot that out on a cladogram by making it so that it is the least possible amount of changes. So if you have this guy that has a tail, and this guy that doesn't have a tail, and this guy that does have a tail, it makes more sense to say the two that have a tail split together and are related to each other, and that's an apomorphy that popped up there and then is a synapomorphy of those two, rather than saying they had tails, then they lost tails, then they got the tails back, right? That's more assumptions being made. So you can Occam's razor your way through it as well.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, as far as I know, if we're talking about R-selected versus K-selected species, those are going to be in entirely different groups anyway. And so, like, it's going to be a lot easier to say, here's everything we know about these fuckers right here. And they, we can draw a cladogram out of that specific thing of frogs, which is R-selected, versus elephants that are K-selected. There's no reason we're going to say, here's this elephant fossil, what does that tell us about the frogs? Unless we're using them as a faunal comparison in the same rock layer. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that all makes a lot of sense.
I would like to add that typically, I had to double check this because I wasn't positive. So molecular clocks, they don't run the same for every major group of organisms, which is why you have to calibrate the clock by looking at either extant organisms or having a fossil in mind that stands as your split point, or sort of a minimum or maximum for your split point. So for instance, as you pointed out, or sort of alluded to, I guess, short generation species tend to have a faster molecular clock than long generation species. And in addition to that, actually I wouldn't even say tend to, they just do. I can't think of a way that they wouldn't, unless they had a slowdown go on, which that does actually occasionally happen. But the way that you tell whether or not there's been a slowdown or the basic sort of rate is by calibrating it using those extant organisms. I mean, that's really all I have to offer. The molecular clock is really fascinating too, because you're basically looking at mutation rates in non-functional DNA, or mutations that can accumulate because there's no selection acting against them, which is a really awesome point, I think, in favor of evolutionary theory as a whole, because I don't think molecular clocks shouldn't work if that's the case. If the entire genome is functional, or if these organisms all lived in the very recent past.
Yeah, I love all that. And like, this isn't against evolution. I'm completely pro-evolution, like pro all of the science.
No, I didn't think you were. I was, I'm always thinking.
Yeah. When you look at the tree of life, as it were, presented on a timeline, for example, and then you see when species diverge and stuff, can that come across as misleading as to how close related they may be when you take generation time into consideration?
It's always going to be imperfect, for sure.
Yeah.
What if the fossil that you use isn't actually the right isn't actually within the right time frame for the real split? So, for example, let's say you have a species that lived in between 80 million years ago and 40 million years ago, and the species that you have, the fossil that you have, is dated to 40. Well, that's not quite correct, right, as far as the last common ancestor or potential splitter, because in actuality, its tenure was much longer and extended further into the past. Which is why molecular clocks have to be changed up every now and again, and why there is a website called Time Tree that aggregates estimates. That is going to give you such bad heartburn, Forrest. I'm not kidding. That's your stomach, dude. It's hot chicken.
Dave's hot chicken, y'all.
What I was saying is that, now I'm thinking of eating chicken. Actually, I'm thinking about pulling my cheese puffs back out. What was I saying? If your specimen is controversial, then you can use a website like Time Tree, which will aggregate all of the estimates and then give you a mean. And it's essentially trying to account for the fact that there's going to be imperfections in the molecular clock as far as fossils go, and as far as calibrating it with extants go.
That's what bracketing and whatnot is for, right? I don't know. But that's, you draw a bracket around the thing that you're trying to identify, and you look at an ancestral state and a more modern state, and then that helps you really figure out okay, that's what this fucking thing is, and you're not just doing comparative anatomy on the same kind of thing at the same time and not knowing what you're talking about.
Yeah, awesome. If you want a little bit of if you want some combativeness, I do have a little pushback for something that Forrest often talks about.
Uh-oh, Forrest, look out. Get him.
So it's just like, it's just one particular way that you discuss abortion. It's specifically the car crash analogy. So like,
go the for argument, it. I'm putting the chicken in my body.
Yeah, so, sure, sorry, I'm not watching. So from what it sounds like to me is like you're saying, what the whole analogy is, when you get into a car, you're not consenting to have the car crash. When you're having sex, you're not consenting to having the child and all that. But like what I was always taught learning to drive and being a driver is every single time you do get into the car, you are consenting to the possibility of having a car crash. You are acknowledging the risks and you're saying there is a potential I will get into a crash here and I will have to accept the consequences. And when using that as an abortion analogy, that can like read to me as you are accepting the risk of pregnancy and have to deal with that. So that's
the one thing. The one way that I would adapt your summary of my argument is that I make sure to include that just because you got in a car crash, you would not go to a hospital and get fixed. So, like, if you're getting into a car, and you want to take it to say that way, I'm fine with rephrasing it. You are consenting the possibility of a car crash, but you don't want a car crash. And if you get in a car crash, you're going to go to the doctor and you're going to get yourself repaired. If you have sex, you're consenting to the fact that there is a possibility of pregnancy. You don't want the pregnancy, and if you get the pregnancy, you're going to have an abortion. So, like, I can just change the language on that a little bit, and I feel like we'll be on the same page.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it just sort of rubbed me the wrong way a little bit. Otherwise, totally on the same page. And I just have.
I think that's a fine thing to point out because I think we're on the same page otherwise.
Yeah. So, Erika, what do you call it when a lizard can't get it up?
No. I already know what this is.
What do you call it? What do you call it?
I've heard it before. You call it
a reptile dysfunction.
A reptile dysfunction. Get out. Banned.
Hell yeah.
Can I drop the calls?
Well done.
Hey.
Be gone from me.
Hey, Forrest.
Or I never knew you.
Yeah.
What was the Gibbons magic act called?
What?
Now you see me and now you don't.
Hanging up.
You know what?
Be gone from me, Caden. I just
what though?
My power. I saw that coming and I came for you, Caden. I banished you to the ship. It will happen to you too.
I recently got an email about how to spell maps backwards.
I can't ban you. You're the co-host. I can't turn you off.
Yeah. I recently got an email about how to spell maps backwards, but it was just spam.
I bet it was, Forrest. I bet it was just spam.
It's funny because spam is actually how you spell the word maps backwards, but it's also saying like it's spam email. You get it?
No, I got it.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I'm trying to decide whether or not you meet your end here via sort of like a multiple paper cuts via maps, like fold out maps kind of situation, sort of like a death by 1,000 cuts, or, and I know Chad is going to love this one, a sort of force-fed spam, inflation, DeviantArt explosion kind of death. I know Chad is going to tell me, would you prefer the spam inflation death or the map paper cut death? We'll do a poll in my head. Let's take the next caller. We've got, Forrest, which one of these do you want to take?
Number one has been waiting way longer.
Okay. Welcome, Joel. Joel from Washington. Pronouns he, him. Yes. Joel says, aliens have visited us. Joel, you need to know how happy I am to get this kind of call. I never get to talk to people who have alien, not experiences, but alien believers. We never get to talk to them here, or at least I never get to. Tell us all about this, please.
I'm so glad. I just wanted to talk about, you had that caller about the, linguistic anthropology.
Yeah.
So I'm Filipino, and I met somebody from Fiji, and they were telling me that they have the same words that we do in our language, like laway means spit, kilikili means armpit. And then I started looking at YouTube videos in Indonesian and Malaysian, and I mean, the words are the same. The words are the same, and then they deviate later on verbs and stuff. I just wanted to say that. But now let's get to the crazy crap.
Please.
So we've got all these videos, going on Congress, the government's releasing all these videos. We've got like Dr. Gary Nolan like testing these exotic alloys and stuff. I think it's just hard. And then when you look on like DARPA's website or like Naval Research website, what they're researching now is exotic, to say the least, like electromagnetic encapsulation and electromagnetic drives, weird energy focused things, you know what I mean? And me and my brother have been having this discussion for years. It was kind of jokey at first, and he'd say stuff, like while stoned, and be like, I think they're fairies and dwarves and stuff, and that's how our ancient relatives interpreted them. I don't go that far, because he's a woo-woo guy. He's the guy that says, if a tree falls in the forest, it doesn't make a sound. But, I mean, it feels like there is some way that they can manipulate how you see them, because the thing that intrigues me is especially the F-18 videos of these crafts going super fast.
Is that like
and
the
then turning at a 90-degree angle? Yeah, and then it's transmedium, right? It goes under the water, still going super fast, and the military has, they have coded language for it now, fast movers, when they're underwater. So I mean, there has to be some kind of reality there, and I'm an atheist, okay? But when I see stuff like that and these things that are continuing to come out, I don't know. It just feels like there is something real there. And then when you look at the research they're doing, there has to be. There's no proof of it, like no absolute solid proof. But who knows? Maybe it's locked up in a vault somewhere. And that's all I'm putting forward. I'm not saying that, I'm not saying any other stuff like it's going to cause the end of the world. And I don't think that if they are visiting us that they're hostile, or we'd be gone already.
So is it fair to say that from your perspective, the best evidence that aliens have visited us are like Nimitz Encounter, Go Fast, those kinds of videos? Or do you have a different one that you like? Because those are the ones that I'm most familiar with. And I'm not that familiar with them.
Yeah, those are the ones those were released by Luis Elizondo. The fact that there's a whole government agency that researches this lends credence to it. But there are other ones, like the government's released other ones from the Department of Defense that are, these objects flying over the Middle East in these crazy ways. I mean, I think Trump's releasing them as a distraction.
I think I've seen the one in the Middle East. It didn't. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the one in the Middle East a balloon? Because, I say this as somebody who doesn't know a good debunk for Nimitz and for Go Fast, but, I'm pretty sure the Middle Eastern one was just a balloon.
I don't think it was a balloon flying in a perfectly straight line and at that speed.
But I think it was that speed because whatever was tracking it was going that speed, whatever was on it was moving at that speed, and so it's a perspective problem. That's the way it was. Yeah, that's the way that I saw it explained.
I'm willing to concede one video, but 15 or 20, there has to be something.
Let me give you my thoughts on this. I say this as somebody who wants very badly to be an alien believer. I think that would be the dopest thing ever. I would love it if aliens were visiting us here, or ultra-dimensional beings, or whatever. I think that would be the sickest thing imaginable. I also am willing to say that I don't have a perfect airtight explanation for Nimitz or for Go Fast, and I think partially why I don't have a good explanation, not my explanation, but debunkers have a good explanation for it, is because there's not enough information to be able to tell precisely what it is that we're looking at here. I think that both of those in particular, which for people who don't know, these are two, you can find the GIFs or the videos of these online. They're two kind of odd videos taken of some kind of object in the distance by planes out over the ocean. And the idea is that these things are engaging in non-ballistic motion or changing mediums. And a lot of that hinges, my understanding here, Joel, is a lot of that hinges on the perspective of the plane with relation to these objects, the size of these objects, the speed at which the plane is going, the camera that they're using. And my understanding is that not everybody can agree on the facts there. So I agree that they're weird, and I don't have an airtight explanation for it. And I suspect that with more information, there is a potentially reasonable way to explain them, but that might not be the case. My next question is, and this is more for you than for everybody else, if we don't know what something is, I am down with saying it's an unidentified flying object or an unidentified aerial phenomenon, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's extra-dimensional or extraterrestrials or ultra-dimensional beings. What, for you, pushes it in that direction?
I just want to address the last thing that you said with regard to, perspective or something like that. These are, advanced F-18 avionics, tracking it on FLIR, tracking it on radar, and they only detected these things after the ships were upgraded to this new radar. So and that's why they went out to intercept. But I'll move on to the next thing. The reason why I don't think that they're homegrown here is because it's leaps and bounds of anything either the U.S. or its adversaries have. It's not a regular propulsion, whatever it is. And the infrared.
That's assuming that it's propulsion.
Yeah, well, some kind of drive. Way to make it.
Well, it's assuming it has drive. Like all I'm saying is.
So you're saying it's like a balloon or something.
No, I'm saying that
moving
the footage
super fast.
I'm saying that the footage is I have yet to see a nice clear image of one of these UAPs. I see the grainiest footage I've ever even heard of that looks like it's from fucking Windows 98. That is of something definitely moving weirdly, but to say that it is being propelled, to say that it is driving intentionally, those are more things. And I could
say,
if I was looking at Brownian motion and it was just way scaled up, I probably wouldn't know much of the difference based on the fucking video quality, and it would behave in the ways that I'm seeing these videos do. So I don't know, man.
I'm
heavy on what Erika's saying. Where I think these are. I'm heavy on what Erika's saying. Where I'm saying this is really, really, really interesting and cool. But the first letter is U for unidentified, and to make any assumptions about what it is, in far as how you can talk about how it's moving, but to say that it is moving deliberately or being propelled are also claims that you would have to back up, and we can't do that. Is all I'm saying.
Well, I've taken a deep, deep, deep dive on this, and there was an incident in, I think it was the late 70s or the early 80s in Iran, ironically enough, where they had encountered these things and sent up things to intercept them. I can't hear you.
Can you hear us? We're still here.
Are you there still?
Joel, we're here. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying that there was also, I took a deep dive on this, and there was incidents in Iran in the late 70s, early 80s, where they had sent up interceptors to fight these things. All their avionics shut off, that type of thing. So it's not like it's just coming from the U.S. is what I'm saying. So you're right. I want to believe. I do want to believe because it would be something so. I mean, it would be the biggest thing.
It'd be the biggest. It would probably be the biggest thing, actually. That. It would probably be. You're right to say that.
And think of what it would do to religion and everything else. It would turn everything upside down.
It would be insane. I think so. Here's my thing. I was super into UAPs a couple of years ago, maybe 10 years ago in general, which was right around the time Nimitz and just Nimitz really was like getting a lot of traction. And there was a documentary that was released around this time too that was sort of reviving conversations around like the aerial school encounter in it was Zimbabwe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know this one?
Yeah,
Zimbabwe.
I do know the story.
School encounter in Zimbabwe and like all this kind of stuff where it's like it was a documentary that pulled together I remember the name of it. It was I Know What I Saw. That was the name of the documentary. And I really actually like this documentary because mostly the documentary, if memory serves, of course I was very UAP sympathetic at the time. So if I'm incorrect on this, chalk it up to poor memory. But if memory serves, the way that the documentary worked was it was a bunch of people who were just on camera and they're like, this is what I saw. And they're not making any claims about what they saw, but they were like, this is what I was flying a plane and I saw a big orange orb and it was moving erratically. And they're like a pilot or whatever with like a ton of amazing experience. Or like, they were talking to the people who run nuclear reactors who say that the equipment acts really strange and stuff like that. And they know what they saw. And it's like, I can hear all of that. And I'm like, if true, this is very strange. And like, I will say there is a part of me, especially now, that thinks, okay, some percentage of these encounters are not true in the sense that they're being told now. There's errors in human perception. There's errors in human memory. There are even,
Could be a psychotic episode.
Psychotic episode. There's government shenanigans, like bona fide actual government shenanigans, where it has been the case in the past where the government has passed off weird things that people have seen as swamp gas or like, aliens or whatever, when it was like they were flying balloons over Russia to try to get a reading on their bomb activity or whatever. Like that has happened before. So it's like some percentage of it is that. And some percentage of it is genuinely we don't really know what happened. But it's like there are a lot of steps that I'm going to go to before I'm going to be like, okay, this is bona fide evidence for non-ballistic motion, UFOs, etc. And one of the biggest reasons that I'm tentative on that and why I err a little bit more on the side of like, okay, maybe it's some kind of bizarre electromagnetic phenomena that we're picking up on that is, or weather or whatever. Like, I know that sounds like a cop-out, but we live in the era of mass surveillance right now. Everybody's got a camera in their pocket. Cameras are pointed at the sky constantly. Why isn't it the case, if these guys are here and they're visiting a lot, that somebody other than the government has managed to get some kind of actually good picture and slap that shit on social media immediately?
No, I know. And there's this push for disclosure, and it's, the muddies get watered when, you talk about the people that talk about anal probes and all that stuff. So it just makes it weird. But, and it delegitimizes it, right? But I'm just saying, keep an open mind, because I don't know, it just seems to be more and more every day. It just seems to be more and more every day.
My mind is
what gets me going. It is,
I'm down. Like, I want to be proven wrong so badly on this. Please. And I actually, this is the one where I want to be proven wrong on, and, I actually think there is the scantest possibility. Like, I don't think that we've been visited, but, I wouldn't be very hard to convince. Like, one really good piece of footage, and I'd be like, that's a flying saucer, you know what I mean? Whereas, I'm a harder sell on something like Bigfoot, which I would love because I would be the North American hominid, but I don't think there's a North American hominid. I wish.
If you want to have fun, check out the have you heard of the 1561 celestial phenomenon over Nuremberg?
Yeah, the picture with all the triangles
and the cigarette.
Yes. Yeah. That's the whole thing. Is they described the account of it is we saw these bars and orbs and things in the sky, and it's like, oh, it's a sundog. You saw, a rainbow circle with separate rainbows coming out of it. That would make bar. And then you look at the drawing that somebody made of it, and it's fucking insanity.
Yeah,
and what's this giant fucking triangle in the sky? What's going on? That's crazy. And why is shit on fire and surrounded by these orbs? What's going on here?
That's so true.
And so,
that's so true. What is happening?
There's a lot of crazy theories out there.
Yeah,
yeah.
And I think
it does look like a Star Destroyer, though, from Star Wars.
Like, I think we can look at that though, and it's okay to be like, what the fuck? Like, what is happening? Like, we don't know. There's a lot of cases in human history where it's like bizarre things have been reported. You know, the dancing plague that hit in like what was it, like the 1300s or something like that. That's now people are saying that these hundreds of people that just broke out into dancing for like days at a time, and some of them died of exhaustion. And it's like now one of the arguments is that it's like, okay, the bread that they were eating was actually growing like a mildly hallucinogenic mold, and that was like sending them
like in Salem.
Like kind of like it's weird, and like, is that possible? Yeah, I mean, I don't know that that's what happened. It's a decent hypothesis, I guess. But like chat, like I'm reading chat a little bit here and there, and like some people in chat are like, yeah, I saw a weird thing, and it's like, that's okay. It's okay. We don't have to have an answer for everything. I'm stressed that I don't think that means necessarily that it's UAPs, but man, I would be great if it was.
Right. I also want to point out that like,
go ahead.
What I think is also important when we talk about that stuff, because like to argue against myself on this thing, that the phenomenon in Nuremberg was that art painting was made around the time that this is how they painted a whale.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's a dog face on a big fish. And like they have, let's see, this is a snail. You know, it's a coyote coming out of an ammonite shell. And an elephant is like this is a hippopotamus. It's like a fish monster with a trunk. And like the elephants in here are these horrible dog creatures. And like, so at a time where it was hard to draw anything and you were like conveying it as best you could to somebody, you're conveying this to somebody who is able to draw, the drawer, the local draw man, and that dude wants to make it interesting enough to get it published. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot there.
Yeah,
so, like,
there's a lot to unpack. Yeah, and like
at the same time, I mean,
it's just weird.
This is 1500s Nuremberg. Sorry,
yes.
Erika, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was stepping on you. There's a delay, so it gets weird.
That's 1500s Nuremberg, and we're talking about infrared readings, 10 years ago now. So there's a chasm there, right? I mean, there's actual sensors detecting things. So there
is, and like, no doubt, whatever's happened at Nimitz is strange. Like that's a weird thing that they picked up. I just don't know what that means yet. And like, I want more than anything for somebody to just, because like, I will say this, back from my days.
Just throw it out all there.
Yeah, like from my UAP enjoying days, one thing that's kind of an interesting pattern with the government is that like 3 separate times since like the 1940s, the government has been like, we are not investigating weird shit in the skies. We're not. That is goofy. We're not doing it. And then it's like, 20 years later, they're like, okay, psych. Actually, we were doing it. Here's Project Blue Book. Like, we were actually investigating it. And part of it is because, they're trying to see what Russia is up to. And part of it is because, they thought weird shit was going on in the sky. And so it's like, and then they do it again and again and again, which is weird. But the government's also weird. Like, the government also does, like, MK Ultra and shit. Like, they do weird stuff sometimes, and we don't really know why they're doing it. So it's hard to say. I don't know, man. I really want somebody in the government to just leak everything that we've investigated regarding this topic. Because one way or another, I'm sure somebody in the government has got tabs on like weird stuff in the sky, and they've got some readings on it. Just dump it. I implore you, release all of the files. All of them.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to hit the big brains with this because I just wanted to see where you guys were at on it. Can I hit you with another weird thing? Just a random.
Yeah, do it.
You obviously don't believe in ghosts or spirits or anything, right?
I don't believe ghosts are real. I believe people see weird stuff, though.
Here's my struggle. I'm an atheist, right? I don't believe in God. I believe that the God of the Bible is a monster. But you see these weird videos. Are you aware of like the Watts family murder?
Mm-mm.
This is the guy that murdered his pregnant wife and 2 daughters and put them in barrels full of cement. And he was a
Lord
construction
Almighty.
man. He just
yeah.
So
as men do.
There's first person. Yeah. Well, this I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to think about it. I got 2 daughters myself. So the police go in to investigate the house, and they're showing the footage from the chest cams, and they're hearing voices of little girls giggling, and the other cops are going, "Did you hear that?" And they're like, "Yeah, it's a little girl giggling." And they're hearing the mom saying stuff. I just find that really freaky and like nightmare fuel. But yeah,
I tell you, Joel,
it's like it's
for me, I have a person in my life. It's actually my mom. My mom is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I love my mom, and she used to be a journalist. Before she had me, she was dope, and she still is dope. But like as a journalist, she was also dope. And she is probably the most skeptical person when it comes to like seeing weird stuff that I know. Like she's maybe more skeptical than me. Like she'll be like, "You didn't see that." And as kids, she was like always like it was if we were saying something and our teacher at the parent teacher conference was saying something, she'd be like, "Why would the teacher lie to me? Like you're BSing me." She's a pretty skeptical person. Once when I was a teenager, actually I think it was when I turned 21. And I was home for my 21st birthday, and so we were having wine, and my first time having legal alcohol was amazing. And we were just shooting the shit, and I was like, "Hey, tell me like a weird story." And she was like, "All right." And she proceeds to tell me this bizarre story that she experienced, and I won't get into the details because it's a very long story. But she had like a weird ghost encounter, and she's like, "I don't really know what it was." She's like, I was like, "Do you think it was a ghost?" She was like, "I don't think it was a ghost, but it sounds like a ghost, doesn't it?" And you're like, yeah, it does sound like a ghost. So people who are very skeptical and reasonable have weird experiences that they can't explain. That doesn't necessarily mean it's ghosts, and I think that it pretty strongly means it's not ghosts because there's nothing that seems
so you think it's just individual perception?
Maybe, or like I was talking to Blitz about this last time, Forrest, when I hosted with him 2 weeks ago. One time somebody explained the concept of multiverses to me as like a piece of paper that infinitely expands in all directions. And multiverse, like the multiverse hypothesis is like a stack of infinite papers expanding in all directions, but it's a stack of them. And so one time I was like, in college and had a little bit to smoke. And I was thinking to myself, and I was like, I wonder, are ghost experiences just like where the boundary of universes get weak for a moment, and like you're just seeing briefly an apparition that is just the existence of someone in the same place, but not necessarily in your same universe? And Blitz was like, I guess, but like if you're seeing it has to interact with photons, right? Like if you're seeing it, it's interacting with light. So it would have to be some kind of clockable phenomenon in some way. And then that got me thinking, okay, well, if ghosts are a clockable phenomenon, how come we can't find consistency across all of these sightings across space and time? Like why are there some things that are predictable and some things that are? Why are there cultural differences in ghost sightings? That's a big one that
yeah. And I've been super skeptical of every single other video except this one with multiple chest cam videos during that investigation.
It's weird, man.
These weird things.
It's weird. And like I've never had a ghost or an alien experience. I wish that I could. I once had a weird cryptid experience that I believe turned out to be a bear with mange that I think is pretty strong. I feel very strongly I saw a black bear with mange. But people in my life have seen weird things, and I don't think that they're crazy, but I think that perception is weird. And I think that we don't know everything, obviously. I think that doesn't make it supernatural. But chat. Someone chat was like, Erika was smoking too much. So true. At the time, I don't smoke anymore. I'm too neurotic for it. When I smoke too much, I uncover the truth about ghosts.
Well, hey, I appreciate you guys taking my call.
Thanks,
I know
Joel.
It's a weird one.
Nah, man,
it was a great one.
I love it.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I am fans of both of you all. Forrest, your video on the ARC thing, the Canadian thing, I thought that was hilarious. Erika, your video debating Kent Hovind, made beer shoot out of my nose. So, I mean, and who was that one guy you debated, Erika? The guy that just kept saying, "You're a pre-supper"? That guy,
Sam? Sam is...
Yeah.
Sam is... Yeah,
I made
Sam's...
my daughter watch that video, and she was she lost her shit. Like, she was like, "This guy's insane." I was like, keep watching.
Joel, do you know he still thinks that went well for him? He still is like, he's like, I crushed her on that one. And it's like, brother,
you're lying.
I really, he got hit with the neuralizer after that shit. That was crazy. Anyways, Joel,
that shit.
All right,
take it easy.
Yeah, take care, dude.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Are we trying to get somebody on right now?
No, we don't have anybody else. There's a couple of people in chat that are just, trolls trolling, and I'm just asking over and over, like, hey, if I ask Lux to open a line for you, are you going to call in and say whatever transphobic thing? Talk about Jesus, talk about whatever. We got this one person saying that Native Americans say God bless you, so that shows that the belief in God is older than it. You going to call and talk about it? Talk about what God we're talking about? This other person who's talking about, what is this fucking, let's expose these atheists and what is a woman? We got a line. We're ready. We'll do it. But we already, because you fuckers call in, we've been calling, we've been taking calls for 6 hours now. And you fucking losers always show up as soon as we close the lines. As soon as it's not when we've been going for an hour and we're looking for new calls and we shout out over and over, hey, we're only taking combative calls. We are only taking calls from people who want to argue with us. That is the only call. You wait 3 hours more until we say, hey, the lines are closed, we're done with calls, and then you get in the fucking comments and go, these atheists can't defend against my amazing arguments, my position. Come on, dude. Like, we would try it. We would open a line for you. We'd do it right now. Let us know.
It's actually so weak. Like, it's the weakest of sauce. I just can't even imagine rolling in. And it's got to be trolls, right? Like, it's got to be people with nothing better to do. Because if they actually had an argument, they would back that up and come on in here and talk to us because we're nice. Like, we're not even mean. We're not even mean, Forrest.
Can I show everyone something that I am extremely proud of?
Yes.
Really quick, because we just ended calls. Like the thing is done. The calls are done. We're out of calls. Lines are closed. But, okay. I'm going to put a link to a video in the chat. Okay? It is the video is my very first ever Twitch stream that I did. But I want you to have, right? I'm just a sweet little boy. I'm making it at a particular timestamp because I don't actually care about you watching the Twitch stream. I care about you seeing my amazing outro that I do for my Twitch that I had made, and I want you guys to see it. So I put a timestamp on that. When you click that, it'll go to the very end of the video, and I just want everybody to see that because I'm very happy with how it turned out. That's all. Are you doing so right now? You don't have to.
No, are you not going to play it? I kind of thought you were going to play it.
Well, I wouldn't have a way to play it unless I try to do like the Zoom thing or something.
Damn. Okay, well, chat, please let me know how excellent it is, and I'll watch it after.
It's really great. I really hope you enjoy it.
Are we stalling to see if we can't rope somebody in, or are we going to go straight to chats?
I think we're going to go straight to chats.
Let's go.
Let me move my... Oh, my fuck. I've got my Discord up here so I can see what's being said to me, and I'm going to move that out of the way.
Discord.
Erika, thank you for responding to my email today. Let's ask Forrest, why would someone with a PhD in biochemistry from Duke deny human evolution for the exact same reason that Kurt Wise did? After studying under Stephen Jay Gould and becoming a PhD geologist and knowing everything there is to know, and he said, if all the evidence in the whole world goes against creationism, I'll be the first to admit it, but I'll still be a creationist because I'm a creationist. And like, at the end of the day, you can't get through that. People are really good at compartmentalizing, and people are really good at rationalizing their beliefs. So at the end of the day, somebody could absolutely go through a whole PhD in biochemistry and still be like, yeah, but Jesus, though, and have that separate box in their head for just that. It happens a lot. That's why discussion and argumentation is so important. Fuck yeah, people are liking it.
I genuinely, that's how I sleep at night. Is the Kurt Wise, Stephen Jay Gould situation is how I sleep at night. I think if somebody who is a scientist like Stephen Jay Gould and a science communicator like Stephen Jay Gould can fail and have, I guess that's not even a fair way of putting it. He didn't fail Kurt Wise. Kurt Wise, I don't think, rose to the occasion on that and confronted these ideas. If that can happen to him, though, rest assured, it can happen to any of us.
Yeah. If the timestamp didn't work for you, go into the description and just click on the very last timestamp in the description at the end of the screen. Also, everybody go to twitch.tv/Valkai Labs and throw me a subscription over there. Or a follow. Follows are free. Because I'll be doing more of those soon.
We got from Joshua Everett. Taking wagers now. A, Erika forgot she was on stream tonight, went hot tubbing. Or 2, Forrest has finally been caught by the FBI. Or C, Jimmy broke something. It was my fault. It's always my fault. I sweep in at the last second. What was I doing right before this?
We were also dorking about for a minute.
Yeah, we were talking about something. I can't remember what we were talking about. Yeah, I was in the room by 5:59, but then we shut the shit for a little bit. So that kind of derailed things a little bit too.
Yeah.
Force has something cool coming soon. I can say that.
I do. I showed Lux and Erika something that I'm working on that I'm very excited about that I can't tell anybody about right now.
It's cool.
You'll like it, and it'll be out by the end of it'll be out in the next month or two, and then you'll actually be able to have it in your hands by the end of the year.
Remind me to tell you, Forrest, and I'm doing this, I'm rubbing chat's face in it because I know they're going to piss me off over the next hour and a half. Remind me to tell you something cool that you might be partially responsible for, but something very good has happened to me and I would like to share it with you.
Yeah.
Before it happens.
Let me put it in my notes over here. I got a note that I probably want to clip the second John call because it was really good, and then ask Erika about whatever.
Yeah, just remind me. Wait, do you do clipping? Do you do editing?
No.
Or do you put them on your channel?
No, I never have. I have shared clips that the line posts. I have shared them as posts on my channel, but I would like to start sharing some clips. And then we're also talking in the background. We have the the Line Edge where we post clips, and then we post clips here. Jimmy was talking about, I do so many fucking shows. We're talking about making a clips channel just for clips of me to be on there, and then I would have the back end of that as well, so people could go watch Forrest clips.
Yeah, I think that'd be great. I think you do enough shows for that.
For more dumbass fucking
you do enough
bullshit content that I make. So I'm trying to find literally I just had a meeting with my YouTube rep a few days ago, and during that meeting I went from running one channel to running 4 channels because we also had to make one. We have the main one. I made another one for Roll for Initiative, the charity D&D stuff that I do, and I'm now collab posting all those videos over there, so I can start running that channel as that thing. I made a VODs channel for Twitch VODs, so that's now where that's living as well. And then I made another channel. I really want to make stupider content. Like I made like a video about like the Gramps movies and stuff, but I only do review content about creationist content. So I want to just make stuff just like this is just a Christian movie and it's terrible. You know what I mean? Just or whatever dumb thing comes to mind that isn't explicitly science based.
No, that's
if I have the time to make a video. And so we're making another channel for that. That way I can curse and I can be stupid and I can make trash content, and people don't lose the trust in my main channel that, okay, this is going to be educational, it's going to be more or less kid friendly, and I can watch this with my family and learn something.
Dude,
and that way, if that other channel shit, fuck it, it's another channel. And so that one, I already have that one set up as well. It doesn't have any profile information. It's not linked on my main channel, but that one's going to be called probably Tommy Valkai. So I now have 4 channels, about to be a 5th one because of the clips thing, and I'm running Twitch now, and it's just whatever, man.
Couldn't be me, man. I can't run my one channel.
I'm turning this shit into a business.
Go nuts. I don't have that. I don't have your hustle. I don't have your hustle. I don't have Jimmy's hustle. This will always be a one-woman operation and probably on one channel, and that's it.
I'm just about to, these are a bunch of party emojis. Thank you so much, Meg, for the party emojis. Hell yeah. I'm also hiring an editor for it, finally. It's long past time when I should have done that. And I'm at a point now where, like, literally, if I can save 60 seconds of time, it's very worth it. And so I'm hiring an editor, and I just had a meeting with them. It's actually a husband and wife that are both professional YouTube editors, and they're like, if I can't do it, they can do it. Just one or the other, you know? I, rather than, they're like, yeah, just send us your stuff, and then we'll edit it. And I'm like, okay, but what if I cut it up and put it in order that I want, and then I include all the links to the papers and pictures of the fossils and any other thing that I want, and then I send you that, and then you tinker on it, and then send it back to me, and I'll finish it. And I'm like, so you're gonna do like 80% of the work? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, fine. That's very fine. Like, that's so much better for me.
You wanted to save some time, which is going to save you some time.
And it's going to make the video, that way they don't have to do the research, and I can make sure it's as accurate as I want it to be, and it's got the, you know what I mean?
I think that'd be dope. Right? It's going to be
there's a new age at Valkai Labs.
There you go, man. Hey, man, I support it. I think that's awesome. I truly, like, that has been the vibe. That's been a long time coming. You got a lot going on. We got Superb Ace for $5. Oh, wonderful. Erika, anyone that confuses burrow with burrow doesn't know their ass from a hole in the ground.
Nice.
Burrow from burrow doesn't know their ass as in a donkey from a hole in the ground, which is a hole in the ground. That's really awesome.
Like a burrow.
I will unseal Nutty Putty Cave and stick you in it and seal it up again, Superb Ace. How's that for a hole in the ground?
Did you do you know why you can't watch a movie about constipation?
Read the super chat, science boy.
It's because it hasn't come out yet.
Yeah, that's not even good. We've gotten that together. We've got that exact pun together on the show.
Have we?
Yes, multiple times.
Oh, I got a different one for you then.
No, keep going. Read the super chat.
3 conspiracy theorists walk into a bar. You can't tell me that's a coincidence.
That's not a pun. That's just a shitty joke.
It's a really funny joke.
It's
I was gonna ask an embarrassing question, but I played a game. So, better question: games that matter to you that don't talk, games that matter to you that you don't talk about much. Mine will be Fallout New Vegas or favorite song.
Oh, holy games we love but don't talk about much. Games we love but don't talk about much. What is the game? Oh, okay. Let me tell you. Oh, me and my husband, just the two of us are almost done once the new update comes out with Valheim. I love Valheim. I slay at Valheim. I'm so good at that game. My husband is too. We got a killer base. We've put so many hours into that game. Same with Enshrouded. I love a little offbeat, kind of shitty looking survival RPG kind of game that is very grindy. I think it's very fun. Other games that I really enjoy, I love Breath of the Wild, but like whatever, everybody loves Breath of the Wild. I also love Baldur's Gate 3, which everybody loves Baldur's Gate 3, so neither of those are very controversial. What is something that I like that is not very well known, that I don't talk about very much? Are you going to do games and music for us, or are you just going to do games?
I was going to try to drop a file in the Discord. Hey, Lux, if I put a file in the Discord, will you play it on the main screen?
I guess I'll try.
It's an MP4. Just get it pulled up before you hit play, because I want the whole sounds to come out.
Is it just the sound you care about?
Well, it's the intro screen is the whole thing. Okay, but the music is great.
You're gonna have to vamp for a second while I figure this out.
Yeah, they're figuring the thing out.
Okay. I can talk about the music that I like. My number one artist that I'm a huge fan of here. Let me tell you. Here's my current big listens. Perpetually, I listen to the Scary Jokes. I listen to Will Wood. I listen to Tally Hall, obviously, as well as Hawaii Part 2, the album. I listen to Penelope Scott. I listen to Thesaurus Rex. I listen to Bear Ghost. The Talks Hearts has been on my screen recently. Gorillaz, obviously, but like everybody knows that I like Gorillaz. What else? I mean, I've got like hood classics. Obviously, I listen to like the Beatles and like Earth, Wind, and Fire. Those are kind of like my older school guys. Billy Preston, obviously love it. Let me just go through my list. Since I've got a vamp, I gotta say Forrest is half here.
Copyright? Is this gonna get us in trouble if I play this?
Probably not. And worst case scenario, you would get a notification, then you just cut the sound out of this part.
Okay. Well, I think I'm ready to try.
Do it.
Oh, it's muted for some reason. Hold on.
Fuck! No, now it's in the middle of the song.
I restarted it.
Math Blaster, In Search of Spot. One of the greatest games ever made, y'all.
You know he's full of shit. Everyone knows that you're full of... You are not a Math Blaster In Search of Spot fan. You are memeing Math Blaster In Search of Spot because you think it's a funny shitpost. That's why you're playing it. You are not a fan of that. I don't believe you.
I will fucking come to wherever you are. I will fucking sit you down in front of a computer and we will play Math Blaster until we die. It's amazing.
Interesting that you just hit Math Blaster instead of the full title Math Blaster In Search of Spot. That's so interesting.
Well, that's because that's the first. I'm just throwing out the fact that that's the best one. It's also the only one that I had, but it's the best one. I played the shit out of it as a kid, and I'm actually literally, the reason it comes to mind is because I'm actually writing a speech for BajaCon next week, which starts and ends with Math Blaster In Search of Spot, because it's such a good goddamn game. Everybody should play it. Yeah, you're goddamn right. I played it on stream, or at least I tried to. It crashed 5 times. It's great.
Hold on, we got $10. Wait, am I reading this or no? You're reading this. This is you.
I'm going to RocketCon in October. Excited to go to Rocket Center Museum for the first time in like 50 years. Another day, I accidentally took my cat's meds last night. Don't ask, meow. You on cat tranquilizers, Charlie? Yeah.
On another note, I accidentally took my cat's meds last night. Don't ask, meow. Don't ask, meow. Okay, Regato. I don't even know. I hope you're okay. Unless it could be trazodone. I don't know. Do cats take trazodone? Dogs take trazodone.
They should.
All right, we got also from Regato's cat. Oh, from Regato's cat.
Oh,
wow.
Nice.
Meow, meow. It's Regato's cat. Wow. Bringer of joy and rage-inducing puns. Not you. You're pure. I guess not. I guess fucking not. Why did the small intestine break up with the stomach? Because it can't handle all the crap anymore. I'm so torn here because I know I've seen pictures of Regato's cat, and that cat is so cute. But this is such a pure, such a acrid evil that I don't know.
Why do you spell the word dark with a K?
I don't know why.
Because you can't see in the dark.
Because you can't see in the dark?
You can't see in the dark.
That's so stupid. Oh my god. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. That's so stupid.
How do you respond if a creationist says what?
When you find yourself in the dark tonight, later, you and Amber, you're sleeping soundly, and you hear the house settling, that's not the house settling.
It's the you settling in for the kill.
It's me. It's me. I'm in your vents.
If a creationist says there's no evidence one species turning into another, or Ken Hovind claimed this great show, there's literally a species of ants that gives birth to a different species of ants. Get used to what the word species means and have fun with it.
Speciation is the act of further specification is probably a better way of thinking it. But as Forrest said, there's that example. There's the new speciation going on with the Encentina salamanders. There are other ring species with specific types of seabirds. You can see it, Drosophila speciates in a lab. You could look at the finches, which are in the process of speciating too. There are a gazillion examples.
Sub clip should be just 5-second loop of Forrest fixing his hair. Yeah, no, I do it a lot because it tickles my face, and then I can feel it's either too much in my face or not enough in my face, and so I'm fucking with it constantly. It's also it's just a curly fucking mess, y'all.
I would say grow it long, but I still mess with mine too.
I used to have a ponytail when I was in high school, halfway down my back.
Yeah, I can see that. Mag 801 for $5. I don't know where to leave this idea, but the Murica music with you going all "This is America" speech. Eagle U.S. gun will attract both sides of the aisle. Yeah, I know the one. Play the music. Play the line, Bart.
Listen, liberals. We're gonna free ourselves from the Middle East and their tyranny over our oil by building more wind turbines and solar panels for the American golden sun and the wind that goes sweeping down the plains to power American homes and protect American soldiers. We're not gonna let those commie bastards beat us in the enemy energy game anymore. China's beating us in wind turbines, and I won't allow it. America first. Green energy. It's red, white, and blue energy. That's what it's all about.
What the fuck is a kilometer?
I don't fucking want to know.
We got Space Ape Ski for $5. Most of us had an instinct to climb trees as children. Is this an evolutionary leftover similar to the grasp reflex in infants? I don't even know if you would call it a leftover because we're still apes and climbing still helps us.
Yeah.
There are human populations now that still forage in the trees. So not a leftover, a benefit of being a primate that has very mobile shoulders, flexible hands and feet that are both capable of grasping.
Yep. Erika hates puns because there's always an absurd story necessary to make them work. Forrest, please explain the absurd true story that had to happen for I can't see the forest for the trays. Erika knows this story. Erika knows about the movie. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Actually, Forrest...
I'm a famous little biscuit.
Dude, Luke and I were actually talking about this the other day. I can't remember the condition of which it came up. But the fact that happened is so funny. That's so funny.
I couldn't have imagined. I couldn't have dreamed of something stupider. Like that is the funniest fucking thing.
He wrote a story where you became his son-in-law. Like, beyond parody. That is beyond. That's just unbelievably funny at every single level.
The funniest fucking thing I've ever heard of.
The subsequent crash out is icing on the cake. But like the fact that it happened at all, one of the very few benefits of living in the internet age is being able to bear witness to that. Very perfect.
For real. This doesn't count as a pun, so I won't add the pun in because we already both know the story.
We got... Okay, here we go. From Herbie Shine, 1312, your later rival almost turned me Christian. Thankfully, it's not affected me. Wait, there was an empty tomb. The tomb was empty. What other than the resurrection could be the cause, you dang atheists? That is so true, Herbie Shine. I should have done a voice for that.
You dang atheists! Awesome to see y'all again. Fun fact for Forrest, one of the VAs of the Grossology edutainment game was played by Charles Martinet, Mario, Luigi, and Wario. He voiced the dated character. He voiced the fucking Cheech Marin knockoff. Yeah, there's this dude in the Grossology video game who's talking about pimples, and he just this grotesque Spanish accent. Very Cheech Marin coded by a white dude. That's fucking Charles Martinet. That's insane. You know what's funny? That reminds me. What did Mario say when he broke up with Princess Peach?
Wait, what did he say? I don't know. What did he say?
He said, "It's not you. It's a me, Mario.
It's a me. Oh, dude, you can't do the. You didn't even do the voice.
Yeah, dude. It's me, Mario.
There you go. That saves it for me.
Yeah,
also,
dude.
just a regular joke, not a pun.
I don't know what you're talking about. I think that's a great joke. Slash pun slash thing.
Is this showing up?
I'm looking over here at the.
What is happening?
Are you clicking them?
I was
the
trying.
Has shut the bed again.
Is it dead?
Oh
no.
God!
Just
damn
it. A minute, maybe.
God damn you, Jimmy Snow. And it says reconnecting. Yep, no, I'm getting the same error where it's totally shut down.
Mine is just not moving. Mine is just like done. Donesville. Gosh.
Forrest sounded like Doofenshmirtz on helium. You know, I've never fucking seen Phineas and Ferb, but people compare me to Dan Povenmire a lot.
You've never
I posted
seen
a picture.
Ferb? Not even by accident?
I never have. It was just a little bit out of my time. Well, I know what it is, but I've never like watched it. I've never watched a single bit of an episode.
Hey, Drink, how y'all still filming? What is this? These are rookie numbers.
What are we saying? What words are you saying to me?
Somebody said in chat, Pinkerbell said, how are y'all still streaming? These are rookie numbers.
Oh. Yeah, no, we're barely getting started. It's going to be a short show tonight. Somebody once told me that I was, what do you say? It was you're like Dan Povenmire if he became a scientist. And I took a screenshot and I texted it to Dan. I posted a picture of it on all my shit because his immediate response was, I always just say that I'm just Forrest Valkai if he became an animator. I'm like, yeah, man, that's all we do.
Classic.
Oh, multitudinous gods, John, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that was like, I was trying to, I like
it was painful.
Good
to know where the super chats still are, though.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, wait, what were we talking about? And then I was like, oh, okay. Now I know where we are. Amazing. From Regato. Oh, lovely, Regato. Awesome. What happens if someone slaps you to high frequency? It megahertz. Bold of you to make a pun out of something that kills people so easily.
What does Gollum think of like smoking and chewing tobacco and stuff?
He doesn't like it. He would hate that.
Stupid, filthy habits. We got on my way home from my now doctor sister-in-law's dissertation defense, her PhD in physiology and neurobiology. You two taught me enough to understand about half her thesis. That's fucking awesome. And tell her congratulations as well.
Dude, I feel like you're just doing ones to do voices at this point. I feel like you're setting up puns for the voice potential. You're thinking to yourself, I'm calling you out on this. You're thinking, what voices can I get away with? Which ones are like identifiable as the thing? And then you're like, that's going to be the one.
I'm an amazing voice actor.
I need an opportunity.
I can sound like Forrest trying to sound like Gollum. I can sound like Forrest trying to sound like Mario. I can sound like Forrest trying to sound like anybody, dude.
Well, the Gollum one was a lot better than the Mario one for me. The Gollum
I forgot
one
to pitch Mario up. I should have hit it harder.
You didn't. You
feel
didn't
like
commit.
a full send.
You didn't commit is the problem. We got from Godfrey and Good Aloha for $10. Based on what John said, races would have to evolve, right? Does Cheddarman undermine John's argument about race? Everything undermines
everything
race.
We know about everything.
You must understand. We were so far from bringing in Cheddarman and DNA. That was some varsity shit. We were in kindergarten.
I would have loved to, because fucking white supremacists fucking hate Cheddarman. They hate it so much.
Yeah,
so I would have loved to bring that up.
Yeah, not fans. What is this?
Quick reminder that IQ testing was designed to support racism and try to prove racial superiority. I don't know if that's true, but it sounds about right for what it was.
That can't be. Dude, white supremacists would never do that. Come on.
Come on now.
We got William Matz for 1991. What's up, William? They say no puns tonight, no jokes. John is horrible. Nazi, in my opinion. Fuck him. Yeah,
we don't have to tell jokes tonight because John's enough of a joke for everybody.
He didn't leave a lot of wiggle room for us there. I really feel comfortable. I feel like I've never felt more comfortable being like, yeah, that guy's a Nazi.
Yeah. To the person asking in chat, what's Cheddarman? Cheddarman is a particular fossil in England of an ancient, archaic Homo sapiens who DNA testing shows would have had black skin and also blue eyes, I believe.
Yeah, it's cool because you can see his current descendant. He has a living descendant, and they look just like each other. It's pretty cool. Like the reconstruction made like pre that it's quite uncanny.
That's freaky.
We got
black European, black British person from I don't remember how old Cheddarman is, like several thousand years ago. How old Cheddarman is? Around 10,000 years old.
Eric Dondero.
See if I can get a picture of him
hissing and shitting in his shed. Say it ain't so. God, I got paint in my hair. That sucks.
I think this is the most famous.
Today too. Find the one with his descendant showing too, Forrest. That's the coolest one.
Let me see.
In the meantime, we got DMR Rick Domzway. Yes, preach facts. Thank you both for doing the service that you do to educate. It's our pleasure. I know I speak for both of us.
Nah.
I know I speak for both of us. We got, also from DMR Rick Domzwee for $10. John's opinion are roughly equivalent to a fart SFX, honestly. Yeah, without even the acoustics. He doesn't deserve those.
Pew, 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 pew.
Keep them coming. I'll read them since Force is distracted. From
this is the thing.
Oh yeah, isn't that sick?
That is awesome. That is awesome.
Yeah, I think that's so
Cheddarman.
Cool.
This is like the most famous reconstruction of Cheddarman, and this is a person that was related to him. And yeah, you're right. Those cheeks. Jesus Christ.
It's a dead ringer. Like, it's pretty sick.
That's wild. That's incredibly cool. Incredibly cool.
From right now, you know what? This one's yours, Forrest.
Why did the Archaeopteryx eat the worm? Because it was an early bird. That's really good. That's really, really good.
It's not a member of Neornithes, so I guess that's not quite right, but whatever. We got... Oh, wait. We're waiting. We're waiting. I will feed you to birds. Regato. $10 from the Atheist Mechanic. Erika, I have a binder of Pokemon cards that I was going to give you at Rugged City Reason. If Forrest is okay with it, could I give it to him to give to you? I saw you won't be able to make it there. Bummer. Yeah, just for full disclosure, I will not be able to make it to Rocket City Reason this year. I was scheduled not just to speak, but to speak with Forrest, too. It was supposed to be a blast. But one of my best childhood friends is getting married, and I've known that she's getting married sometime in October for quite some time, but I got the letter of the actual date like a month and a half ago. It is literally the day that Rocket City Reason is happening, and the wedding is happening like an hour before I'm supposed to speak, and I'm in the wedding, which it's just really bad timing. So I was like, could we move the talk to Friday? But then I would be the only one who would be giving the talk on Friday, so it didn't really make sense. So instead, Force is going to, I don't know, blow something up.
She's going to go be selfish, and I'm going to make cool science happen, and I'll totally take that binder there. Be cool with it. Listen,
I'll show you something cool in response. Force, you answer this. I'll grab something cool. Hold on.
Listening to John is like listening to Diarrhea Martini all over again. True.
I'm not a huge Pokemon card collector, although I have some Pokemon cards, but these are two of my childhood Tomy original 150 Pokemon figures, including my beloved translucent Gengar. Isn't that sick?
That's really good.
They're so cute. Look at them. I keep them on one of my...
What is your favorite Pokemon?
Ever?
Have we talked about this? The original 151 are the best, but like...
Yours is Diglett.
It's the correct answer, yeah. But like, what is yours? Your opinion?
Yeah, well, I used to be like a big Pokemon gal, so I kind of have a different favorite for each generation. Like, it would depend on the generation to be like, here's my ultimate favorite. I'm actually pretty basic. Gen 1, shoot me. I like Charizard. I like Charizard since I was a kid. I think Charizard's awesome. Cool. I think he's cool. Gen 2, probably gonna be, as a kid, it was Raikou. But as I became an adult, I became very partial to Ampharos. I really like Ampharos. I think it's adorable. Gen 3, Swampert. Love Swampert. Honorable mention, Grovyle and Flygon. I think they're both great. Gen 4, Garchomp. Love Garchomp. then Garchomp's sweet. Gen 5, probably Darmanitan, first primate on the list, but actually Pokemon doesn't make a ton of great primates, unfortunately. Oranguru is pretty good, but the Pan and Simisear guys suck. Mankey and Primate are cool. Primate are cool, but whatever. Gen probably, wait, what did I skip Gen? What gen did I skip? 4, Infernape and Garchomp. 5, probably Darmanitan. 6, I don't remember enough. After 5, I stopped playing as much. Those are some of my faves. Oh, actually, I remember from Sun and Moon, I played those. Galisopod, because I think isopods are awesome. Those are some of my faves. Okay, read this one while I put my little guys back.
I was looking at something, and I'm gonna wait for that. I read Stephen Jay Gould's Mismeasure of Man. It convinced me that psychometrics is largely bullshit. Why are we still using IQ as a metric for intelligence when you can't objectively define it? Because people like easy solutions and easy measurements, whether or not they're accurate. That's why we still use the fucking empirical system. Empirical system. Here.
We got Monkey Bitness for $5. What has John done with his life to justify his word having any weight with anyone but his mother, not even his mom? Don't put that on that woman. Yes, that's so true.
I don't like dairy products on my toast. I prefer it butter-free. I was looking up Pokemon puns.
Were you just like mulling on that? You were just chewing on that for a little bit?
No, I'm just Googling Pokemon puns, and that one's just there.
Okay,
it's just a play on words.
Please. Why? This is, actually, like, I'm okay with this. Maybe I hate puns because I'm so goddamn good at it. Why not just say, wow, Charizard is a Gen 1 favorite? That was unexpected.
It's pretty good.
This is why I charge the prices that I charge.
That's pretty good.
Read this one, Forrest.
Jokes is going to make me laugh so hard I'll be coughing and wheezing by the end of it. Erika did not see that call coming. Not see. Get it?
Oh, I get it. I would laugh at the pun, but I started thinking about the call, and then I got upset. Spooky Metalhead for $5. John is a terrible human being and has 3-foot-tall energy. Homo floresiensis would not act like that. FYI.
I'm going to say,
more like 3-inch long energy. Am I right, ladies?
Nice. Are you trained in martial arts? Uncle Rico, Napoleon Dynamite, also John IRL.
That was crazy. I feel like we didn't get a chance to chew on that enough. That was
so fucking funny.
That was pretty wild. Game Master Flash 3611. The threats are always fun for idiots. I'll hurt you. Fine. I'll be hurt and they'll still be stupid and wrong.
Right. Again, I can't stress enough. Yeah, what is this? Yahuwah is our Yahuwah is our Elohim, I'm guessing is the name of the thing. Why did you come in to the chat after we have been streaming for 6.5 hours and close the lines because we've been taking calls for 6.5 hours, and now you want to start talking about Darwin's been proven wrong? Why not call in when we were taking calls? Why do you wait until you know you're safe to get in the chat, say some dumb shit, get muted? Boring. Boring ass behavior. I like spicy Forrest. I like spicy chicken. That's why I got hot chicken for dinner.
Monkey Bitness, $5. John, your descendants, if you have any, will write you out of the family tree out of shame.
Yeah. It's true. It's true. Yeah, I say that when I call my reps all the time, because I always get some poor intern that has to pick up the phone, and I'm like, hey, why are you still supporting ICE? And they're like, well, I'm not allowed to give my opinion. I'm like, you and I both know that Langford Hearn doesn't give a fuck what I say. You're going to pass along my message. They're going to throw it in the same trash bin as everybody asking them to say something about the genocide in Palestine, as everybody begging them to make grocery prices better, as everybody begging them to make housing prices better, everybody begging them to make medicine affordable. Doesn't fucking matter. I'm asking you as a human being, why do you support the concentration camps? where we have credible allegations from Amnesty International, ACLU, internal whistleblowers, and the American citizens that are sent there unlawfully of torturous conditions, people being beaten, people being raped, people being crammed into rooms full of flooded with urine and feces, people being starved or fed moldy, rotten food, like people being denied prescription medication. Why do you support these fucking Nazis who are rounding people up based on their skin color and sending them to fucking concentration camps to be disappeared like the 3,000 immigrants that have gone missing? What are we doing? And they say some dumb shit, and I always end on that same thing. Your children and your grandchildren will fucking hate you. When they learn about this in history class, they are going to fucking hate you. You are going to be disowned by your grandchildren because they're going to learn that you are such a piece of shit that you still support this shit.
Because
I encourage everybody to do this.
It's going to come out eventually. The full extent of what's been done here, because if there's one thing we know about this administration, it's that they cannot cover anything up. They're incapable of performing a decent cover-up. They always leave traces of what they've done. By accident, just to be clear, it's incompetence. So it will eventually come to light what's been done. And the people who have been saying this is okay will pretend that they would have been against it had only they known. But people have been trying to tell them.
And that's history, the thing. Like you
history
can see,
won't forget.
There's those really, really striking images of Germans right at the end of World War II. One of the things that the Americans did is they forced the German citizens to go walk through the concentration camps and see what had been happening in their own backyard that they didn't know. And you have these pictures of people walking in laughing and giggling and walking out weeping and freaking out. And these people sitting in a movie theater just holding their faces, horrified at the images they're seeing, because they would film it and put it on movie theaters and like, you're going to look at what you fucking did. We don't have that excuse today. We have cell phone video of ICE shooting somebody in the back 10 times after disarming him unlawfully. And the don't tread on me, my Second Amendment is more important than your school children's safety crowd are cheering it the fuck on. Because they're fucking losers. That's it. I say it again and again, and I'm going to continue to say it until I'm blue in the face because it is true, and they prove me right every time. MAGA has no morals. They have no guides. They have no ideals. They have no ethics. They have no principles. They have blind loyalty for their God King Trump and hatred for whoever the fuck they're told to hate, usually non-white immigrants and trans people. That's their entire fucking platform. I hate those people, and I want them hurt. That's why they support ICE doing all these hideous, fucking atrocious things, violating the Constitution, hurting people, even American citizens. And all the while, Obama deported more illegal immigrants than Trump ever has. And did so following the Constitution, and got out more of the people that are the real bad guys, the extreme violent criminals. The people Obama deported were the bad dudes, were the people with criminal histories that were actively hurting people. Meanwhile, over 70% of the people in ICE custody don't have a criminal record, and that's ICE's numbers, not mine. ICE published those numbers. Over 70% of the people in their detention centers have no criminal record, and they're deporting people not just to their home countries, but to countries they've never fucking been to. Who else saw that news story that just came out? I believe the New York Times just posted, of that Cuban dude, Cuban immigrant, here since he was fucking 14 years old, got deported not to Cuba, but to fucking what's the country's name? It's right in the middle of South Africa. I don't want to say Estonia. I know.
Oh my god. What are they? I don't know.
Lesotho. I thought it had a different name. But yeah, dude's been deported to fucking Lesotho. He's been deported to a country in southern fucking Africa, where he is currently languishing away in a fucking prison, had to go on a hunger strike to get a phone to be able to record and document and start communicating with people again, and he's been there for over a year. So imagine that. You're an immigrant in this country for decades, and you're taking care of your family, and he's working as a plumber, and he's doing his thing, and then you don't even get sent back to where you came from. You get sent to a prison on the other side of the world and you rot there. That's what we're doing here. And fucking good for him that he didn't get sent to fucking CCOT to be beaten to death in El Salvador. Jesus of Christland. Fuck ICE and fuck anybody who even remotely supports ICE. I just want to throw that out there.
It's
even remotely supports. Even a little bit supports. Fuck you.
It's clear at this point that the only people who can still be MAGA, the people who can still be MAGA at this point are either informed and heartless, or they are uninformed, and that's no longer an excuse, and it hasn't been one for a long time. The stuff that's coming out in every facet of this administration's changes and actions from ICE, of course, which is, I mean, egregious doesn't even begin to summarize it. Like you mentioned this earlier, Forrest, but like the fact that a man exercising his Second Amendment right, who could have been the poster child for the NSA and or for the NRA in general, had his death cheered on effectively by ghouls on right-wing Twitter is really kind of unbelievable. And these same people were saying, well, he shouldn't have had a gun on him. Yep. Where have you been the past 50 years? Anyways, whatever. It doesn't matter. It matters.
I'm putting the article. There's the Amnesty International article from last year, and here's the New York Times article from just a couple of days ago. Yes, it was Eswatini. So it's not Lesotho, which is completely surrounded by South Africa. It's Eswatini over on the very border of South Africa. So I've got the New York Times article and the Amnesty International article there if you want. Yeah. And not to mention the fact that we just sent another person to prison for 30 fucking years. They had for having paper in his car. There was a protest at an ICE facility. One person got violent. Everybody else left. So that violent person is being dealt with. Now everybody who is even closely, was even there. People who left when the police told them to leave before anybody got violent are being arrested and sentenced to 10, 20 years in prison. And one dude who is not even there, wasn't even there, was the husband of he is the husband of one person who was there and was peaceful. He is the husband of somebody who went to a protest and protested peacefully. He has been sent to prison for 30 fucking years. Why? Because he had zines in his car. He had pamphlets in his car with leftist language on it. Nothing violent, nothing calling for the destruction of the American, just left-wing pamphlets were in the car of somebody who was accused of being at a violent protest. And that's enough to send you to prison for 30 fucking years. If you don't think that this is overreach of your government, and you're going to sit here and say, oh, I'm a small government party, we got to shrink the size of the government. You're anti-First Amendment, you're anti-Second Amendment, you're anti-Fourth Amendment, you're anti-Fifth Amendment, you're anti-14th Amendment, you're anti-Constitution. MAGA is anti-Constitution, anti-freedom, anti-democracy, anti-America. Absolute Trump-sucking pieces of fucking filth.
Hey, don't forget the anti-family also.
That's true.
Because these families are being ripped apart, right?
That is very true. Anyway, I'm going to say again, because I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. Fuck ICE. And fuck anybody who even remotely a little bit supports them. Fuck ICE. Forrest, what is the puppet thing behind your right shoulder? I think you're talking about this over here, I'm guessing. I'm assuming. Or are we talking about this guy down here? I don't know. And this person left this chat hours ago.
Hello, where is Waldo? Good to see you, my friend.
But just to make sure we cover all of our bases here, this is a uterus. Right there. This is a human uterus. And this over here is Doodle from Doodle Jump. If anybody ever played Doodle Jump, this is the Doodle Jump, is what that is.
This is a skeleton.
What kind of skeleton?
A cute one.
I think he's all right.
He's a big sweetie. Okay, we got nothing yet, but something will come soon. I know it. From El Treviso 71196, 10 out of 10 people surveyed suggest Forrest is not a douche. Damn, Forrest.
Survey 10 more people.
You got shooters in these streets. Oh, so true. You got to read this.
Forrest Valkai is not a douche. That Tommy Valkai, though, I don't know. True.
We got from Daniel Aaron for $5, 5217. I watched a magic show in Spanish where the magician was going to vanish on the count of 3. He said uno, dos, but then he disappeared without a trace.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Boy, that sure is wordplay, isn't it? That sure is wordplay. You're going to be shouting, I knew then, May, when I'm done with you. That means help.
What do you call somebody? What do you call it when you're attracted to men and women, but nobody's attracted to you?
It's so specific. It's just so specific. What do you call that?
By yourself.
Like, that's so dog shit, dude. You know that's
really good.
Like, that's not even like, that's like an example somebody would use if they were like, this is a bad pun. This is like this is the character in the sitcom that is like trying to play along with the characters that they make a pun. And that's the one that they use. And then everybody says, go home. No one likes you, man. Go home. And then
let us know in the chat.
He's living
if you
alone.
Think that was awesome.
He's living alone. No one likes. He plays single player games exclusively because he's got no one.
Oh, that's great. I don't know how to spell how well Twitch worked the other day. It was really laggy. I got it fixed after. It was really laggy for the first few minutes, but I got it fixed. I took the cetacean needed hoodie I got from you, cut the sleeves out to make a pleated skirt. Fuck yeah. Peak dysphoria hoodie. That's awesome.
That sounds dope. We have a $5 Meg 801. Anyone who believes women aren't fighters hasn't heard of Lorena Bobbitt. Or just like most women. I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, like when you're trying to describe an animal, just as an example, when you're trying to describe an animal that is particularly dangerous, usually people will be like, whoa, take it easy, mama bear. Because there's nothing more dangerous than a mother protecting its offspring in most animals. I should say mammals. We got...
That's unfortunate. I'm seeing now what's going on here, and I didn't recognize the name. And the first thing that comes up here is that the attachment resurgery was successful, and honestly, that sucks. You know?
Oh, I know. When I was a kid, I remember she threw it like in a cornfield, right? And like, I got a chuckle out of imagining, you're combing through cylinder after cylinder after cylinder, which is the real one. And I like the idea that they reattach a cob instead.
Yes. You get too turned on, popcorn. My wife said that I should just write a book instead of my stupid wordplay jokes. That's a novel idea.
Regato, your wife should leave you for this.
My wife asked me to please stop singing Wonderwall to her. I said, maybe.
You know what I hit with Luke with this afternoon? Sometimes he's on meetings, so I have to check and make sure that he's not on meetings first.
Mm-hmm.
I had to hit him with the big Kirk. We are Charlie Kirked very loudly in this house, and our dog, who is deaf, felt the vibration of it through the floorboards. That's how good my vibrato was.
That's awesome.
He was carrying the flame. We have from SJL for $5. I'd like to see what would happen if the gliding snakes ever got real flight. That would be limbless flight. I can't see how. Failure of imagination?
They'd have to be undulating real fast.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was imagining, like an anomalocaris, like that kind of move with the feathers, but like maybe with your little rib segments. That'd be pretty sweet.
I'm imagining it more like what Forrest is describing, but like, you know how like an arrow flexes through the air as it is shot? Yeah, exactly.
That would indicate some sort of propulsion behind the snake to make that work, because like, it's just fucking flopping. I don't know, man. I like it. And you should totally make that animal happen. Go become a geneticist, make this snake.
Yeah, it's very funny to think about. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I
like to think of Lorena Bobbitt throwing that man's penis into a cornfield and it doing the same motion. You know what I mean?
Oh, I think you're imagining something a bit larger than what was actually thrown. It needs to be quite long to make that movement. From God Sinner for $10, the Ashley Call has made up for all the horrors of the John Call. The level of nerdiness we are reaching is so damn awesome. Thanks, y'all. From Caracal. Our pleasure.
Hell yes.
Spec Dino or Spec Dragon Evo. Here only.
What if their excretion isn't the flame itself, yet it reacts with a chemical in their prey that causes combustion?
That'd be...
Maybe they get the iron out of their prey's blood, and then that oxidizes, you know?
It could be something like that. The only thing is that I've that's a harder symbiotic, well, almost, gosh, what would it even be? If you extract resources, not necessarily from sustenance, from something that you eat, it's a prey animal, you exploit it. Is there a word for that? Like,
But what is it again?
Like, if you're an animal and you eat a specific type of prey and you use a specific portion of them for a non-dietary reason, what would you call
like how poison dart frogs extract the toxin in their skin from the bugs they eat.
Or like how lemurs pull venom or secretions rather from millipedes to coat their fur. What would you call that? Because it's not commensalistic if you're eating the prey.
Right.
I don't know what you would call that. I was thinking that too, but then it's like parasitism I don't usually associate with that. I don't know. There's got to be a word for that. For $10 Mythic Corp, you could probably eliminate phosphorus and make the diet easier just by having the dragons make iron sulfide. Yeah, I mean, that would be easier. But I don't know that that's as doable. How are they synthesizing it? Whatever. Anyways.
Oh, I missed the conversation earlier, but sorry, I'm eating a popsicle. But so in Game of Thrones, the dragon's bones are iron. So I don't know if like like their bones are black because they are full of iron. So I don't know if that would mean that they could have blood.
They're so heavy though, right? Like
that's called dietary sequestration.
Dietary sequestration.
Yeah. Knew there was a word for that. Absolutely. Could not remember. Yeah, dietary sequestration is when an animal absorbs and stores a specific chemical compound, often toxins or defensive metabolites from food that it eats, rather than making them on its own.
Yeah.
Which, that's exactly what we do with vitamin C.
Yeah.
We get our vitamin C from other things in the store. Yeah.
Yeah, that is what we do with vitamin C.
It's cool shit, man. Whether dragons exist is subjective, since dragons as a creature are subjective. If dragon equals lizard plus wings, then Draco lizards are dragons.
Would we call those wings though? I don't know that they're analogous to wings. They're more like a weird.
Are those the underarm? Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you call? Well, no, they're separate from their arms. Their flaps separate. I'm guessing they probably have a rib they're using.
Yeah, but like it's not like
from their front arms.
It's not like scapular. It's not like a scapular articulation like how wings usually are.
Would you consider like sugar glider flaps wings?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't consider those wings.
No, I wouldn't either.
Also, did you guys talk about wyverns and the practicality of that?
We did.
Okay.
We also talked about how vampire bats, when they run, they look like little wyverns. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're really cute. I like vampire bats. Okay, we have from Hythrina. Can I say that?
No, I don't think you're allowed.
I don't think so either.
What is it?
I think I'm going to say... I'm not going to say it. Okay, from Hyena for $10. For the caller who asked about dragon evolution, and for any interested listeners, look up the speculative evolution Zine, Almost Real. Jay Eaton and other Spec Evo artists produced it. That sounds dope. I bet that's amazing.
Somebody gave me... this just reminded me. Somebody gave me a copy of this.
Do we engage Evolution of the Fossil Still Say No based? I love that.
Yeah, so we should find something to do with this.
Hold on. Let me show you my prized possession by the same author. You read the next one. Hold on.
Okay. Imagine two scientists having this conversation and a Christian comes on with, God can do it with a fart, quit thinking so much about it. That was literally the second John call. Or what was that second John call? Whoever the other person was that was talking about how science works. I think it was the second one.
This is Dinosaurs by Design by Dwayne.
Nice.
And this is where the bombardier beetle Parasaurolophus fire breather out of the crest image comes from. It's an absolute delight. I love this book.
What a banger.
We got King
The hardest part
George.
about evolving dragons is getting them to yell at Kevin Costner in a Scottish accent.
We got King George fighting
Oh
the
my fuck.
Baryonyx.
Do they say it's Baryonyx?
Specifically, yeah, Baryonyx.
That's crazy. I had no idea that's where that came from. That's what Answers in Genesis made that video about.
Yes.
And they said, no, it's definitely Baryonyx.
It's Dwayne Gish. It's a Dwayne Gish
That's
original.
crazy shit.
I'm telling you, man, this is why you got to collect these books. The history is here. They haven't had a new argument in years.
That's craziness, because I literally just made a video a little while ago about an Answers in Genesis short where they claim exactly that. And they're like, well, the fossil, it actually perfectly lines up with the description of the dragon that George fossil. And I'm like, hey, here's a weird question. Why is fucking Baryonyx in England if St. George fought it in Libya?
Yeah.
What? Like,
it's weird. It's weird how that works. It's almost like they don't know, like, their own literature. It's so strange.
Mm-hmm. That's hysterical. I want to include that in the next thing.
Please, I'll send you a picture.
People in the chat are
Forrest
pressed about how Erika pronounced zine. Zine is zine, as in like magazine, I think, and she pronounced it zine.
Oh.
Whoops.
I do either one. Zine, zine.
It's my
GIF. Forrest Plan for Mercury sounds like the start of a supervillain arc, and I approve. Hold on.
Try harder, chat.
I think it's this one. There we go. Mercury will not stand a chance against the onslaught of our scientific progress. We will rule this world and all the cosmos once Mercury is gone and we control the sun. Stay tuned for more great videos from the line here with Forrest and Erika.
The Mercury rocks are trembling in fear.
Yep.
From Douglas Zwick for $5, please publish that dragon evolution call on YouTube. It was super fun, engaging, and wholesome. I am not in charge of that.
I'm sure it will be eventually. It will be done. I'll put it on my list of things to do as well, because I would like to start publishing more calls.
Mr. Burns. Excellent. Darren McAuliffe for $10 Australian. Mr. Burns was right. Block out the sun. Color the sky with solar-powered LED lights so we get the power, the light, and no cancer. Just need to figure out how to heat the planet. A simple matter.
Mm-hmm. I'm tired of being a wagey. Could one of you please donate me a little Chem 2 credit and a Calc 1 credit? Jumpstart my hominin to monad research center.
Oh, you had my curiosity. Now you have my attention. My pockets flow freely for monad research.
I want to, to the person in chat who said Forrest may be a problem one day. Bitch, I'm a problem now. What fucking show are you watching? I don't know how I could be more clear. It took me an embarrassing long time to find out that Luca was an acronym. I just thought they gave him a cute little name because he was a cute little guy. I think both are fine.
Adorable. Yeah, both work actually. I think Luca's a very cute name. I'd be kissing that little microorganism on the cell membrane for sure. Be getting that little smooch right on that lipid bilayer. We got Jareer Mani for $9.99. Assault? Why? Because my giant mouth would crush it.
I just say I didn't ask. It didn't consent.
Oh my god! I don't know though. I kiss my dogs. I kiss my dogs a lot on the head, and I don't know that they always consent to that. That's just worth mentioning.
Yeah.
I'm owning that now. So when I get busted for that in the distant future,
Erika. I'm gonna get canceled big time for my kissing
problematic.
For kissing pets without consent. If you know what, if that's the way I go down, worth it. We got the mythical onyx for $10. I'm going to college in 2 days and majoring in public health and anthropology. Based alert. I'm really nervous about my intro bio lab because of physical disability. Any advice? Thanks. Yes. Talk to your TA. They will work with you, one, because TAs are usually quite good, but two, because they are legally required to work with you. You might touch base with your university's version of their accessibility center as well, who can make sure that whatever you need, you have access to. You are entitled to learn regardless of what you're coming to the table with, so they will, for legal reasons, make sure that you have it. Touch base with the TA, touch base with the general instructor, and then touch base with your accessibility center as well, and you should be good. You're gonna kill it.
Funny how often people accuse science as having all the defects of faith. Basically says you're as dumb as me. That is a very, very, very common problem.
Yeah, I mean, and that's been a strategy that's existed for quite some time. From the Demolition Municipal for $20, hey Forrest, I want to thank you for introducing me way back to Pete Seeger's music by telling me of Seth Staten Watkins. Their original podcasts, protest songs are the best. Also, it is rude to plug my train channel in a super. Or is it rude to plug my train channel in a super? No, you can do that. I don't care.
Seth Staten Watkins. I will double check. I'll look up who this person is. That sounds good.
We got Elliot K. 1986 for $5.
Nice.
It's not possible to reject evolution and not be anti-science. Dismissing science you don't like is the antithesis of scientific principles. I think the way that you could do it is if you just didn't know it. But once you know it, and especially in John's case, yeah.
Erika rudely cut me off before I was about to start belting out Pete Seeger music. I work on spacecraft. I would have taken some awkward and painful mental gymnastics for me to deny the science behind the celestial bodies I send them to. And yet, we got biochemists don't believe in evolution and shit. So here we are.
It happens. I think that you can get this is what I said the last time, but I think you can get a biochem PhD and be relatively insulated to from the effects of what I'm sure this biochemist would consider as macroevolution.
Yeah.
Also,
that's
Space
what
Barbarian, if you can, please give the next several Artemis spacecraft a little tiny kiss on the forehead for me, please. Thank you.
Aww, also
if it consents.
Cute. Forrest is trying to get everybody in trouble. From Joe White. Oh, wait, is this me? I can't remember.
John is absolutely anti-science. Just because he can point to people who are a bit more anti-science than he does not change that. That's kind of how I was feeling as well. But I feel like he was trying to draw a line in the sand without sand. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
And I hear that a lot from creationists. Like Answers in Genesis pulls this whole thing where they're like, we're not anti-science. We're they want to call us science deniers because we want more evidence. Anyway, unicorns are real, and so are dragons. And fuck, you know what I mean? It's just fuck. And
it's kind of funny because we just saw the other direction of that, right? Like you've got creationists who will say, well, evolution is a religion to pull evolution, down, as one would say, and then they've also got themselves trying to say, but we're also science to pull themselves to elevate their own status. So pick a lane. We got WK Misty Nipples 7224 for $25. I heard scientists added crab DNA to cheetah, and I already know this is going to piss me off. To cheetah DNA, it went sideways really fast. Line, go fuck yourself, Jimmy. I'm picturing a gigantic iron fiddler crab claw that sort of cuts you transversely.
Did you know there's a species of frog that can jump?
I already know this is going to be bad. Go ahead.
Did you know there's a species of frog that can jump higher than the Eiffel Tower?
Uh-huh.
It's actually all frogs. The Eiffel Tower can't jump. The next one is from...
Classic.
We had another shark attack here in Florida. The guy got his whole left side bitten off. He's all right now.
No. That's an Arrested Development swipe, if I ever saw one.
That's great.
And they're the only ones who I'll tolerate this from. Jerry,
I found out recently that my wife is a ghost. I had my suspicions from the moment she walked through the door.
Yeah. Yeah, Forrest. Yeah, Forrest, I hear you.
Right?
Yeah, I'm sure Amber loves that.
It is bullshit because we have to, buy a whole plane ticket for her to go with me to BajaCon. Go shouldn't have to buy plane tickets.
I can't.
They've been through enough.
From Jerry O'Connor, PS8BB. That's also just, again, just too specific. Greetings from Ireland, Erika and Forrest. Invoking magic as a conversation stopper. Denisovan DNA has been found in people groups in Australia and Papua New Guinea. Theists explain this. They think that's just humans, and they do ignore the actual pattern of phylogeny between Homo sapiens, Denisovan / Homo longi, and Homo neanderthalensis. They don't care. They don't care.
My doctor asked me when the last time I went to a chiropractor. Asked me when was the last time I went to a chiropractor. I replied, it was about a week back.
Doesn't work. Because you're saying it was about a week back, implying the subject of the visit to the chiropractor. But they asked you when the last time you went. I will break you in half. I will break you over my knee like Bane. Orange Laser 7286 for $10. Love what you guys do. Thanks for always
She was so excited to get into it too. She was going to cut off my pun.
That's exactly what that's exactly what I was doing. Actually, that's just beautiful. That's just like running away and slipping on a banana peel. Like that was just fucking brutal. Giving it your all. Had to take a swing. Hopefully you don't ban an asshole for the disrespect. You have no idea the level of disdain that I have for this chat in particular because of the order in which this played out. Orange Laser, you are banned. I just have
My dad always said that laughter is the best medicine. That's why he and several of my siblings died of tuberculosis. William Matt says, I punched one of the 7 dwarves the other day. He wasn't happy.
No sleep till sunrise. That's great, William Matts. They're always bringing the real heaters at the tail end, and I love that because it gives me the strength to continue my quest to hunt all of you down and subject you to the most saw trap style, thematically appropriate deaths that I can conjure, no matter the cost. No matter the cost. I'll get there. I just have to get big enough first. And then they can't even prosecute me. From Lord NVT7 for 20 Australian dollars, force a clip for you. This is the classic call with Matt where the guy told you he had a special relationship with God, and then it's a link. Thank you, Lord NVT.
Yeah, I got the link. That's almost up to 1 million views. That's 792,000 views. And that's 3 years ago, and I can tell by the state of my bookshelves, this is one of my first shows ever, and I'm on with Matt, and he let this person through. If I remember correctly, he said that this person had already been banned before, but he let them through just to, it's biblically, yeah. And biblically had already been banned from every fucking show, but Matt let him through just to put me through the ringer on one of my first shows ever. And this is the one where he said he's in a sexual relationship with God. And I asked, is God a top or a bottom? And people like that a lot. And I've been on the line ever since.
That is such a strange thing to say. Not you, them.
Yeah. Yeah. He said he's in a perfect relationship with God, and that includes a sexual relationship.
My God, what did they say? What was the answer?
I am scrolling through, and he goes straight into God's eternal and immaterial, and the Matt asks him how he knows, and it just kind of goes downhill from there. Continues sucking. Bad times.
Sweet. Epic.
Yeah. Erika, that ape on your top shelf is cute. Looks a bit like your ape cartoon drawings. Where did you get it? Does that work? Does the descriptor smiling the problem that prevented poster? Oh, was the descriptor smiling the problem that prevented posting? I see. So he probably tried to say it's the smiling ape. Whoa. And it cut that off.
I gotta move my Tully monster too. It's actually not smiling. It's a little beard. Isn't that so cute? It's a little chimpanzee and it's got a little chimp beard. And my mother-in-law actually found this for me at a Goodwill, and she was like, this looks like something Erika would like, and she was right. I love it. It's so cute. Little guy. Anyways. You read the next one. I gotta put this back up.
Yeah. If the great apes evolved 20 million years ago, when did the okay apes evolve? That's an Erika question. She's going to stab you to death with an ancient fish thing. I knew it was Forrest and Erika when I woke up from a nap at 10:50 and the line was still alive. Hell yeah. Kudos to you. That is the most novel way that people have said, holy shit, you guys are still live. Because Erika was absolutely right. Right about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, we started getting
coming
those.
in. They start coming in. We got big dyslexic
literally
energy.
in the chat right now, Ryan League says, wow, late stream.
Wow,
yep,
that's so
every time.
crazy, dude. How could that happen? We got big dyslexic energy for $50 as an animal behavior anthrozoology enthusiast, hopefully one day PhD researcher. I hope as well. That'd be awesome. I don't understand what people don't understand about how humans are animals and entirely not unique. Can someone please explain what people don't understand? It's not that they don't understand, it's that they want to be special. And so they look for areas of uniqueness and use that to intentionally tease humans apart. This has been going on since humans were able to think about the question. That's my opinion.
I hate sleeping. It's a waste of time. If there was a pill that would give you all the benefits of sleep without sleeping, I'd take it 100%.
Oh,
100%. And eating
not
too.
me.
Eating too. If
Not
I could avoid
me.
eating and sleeping and just work, I would be delighted.
Not me, not
Be
even
all about
close.
that shit.
I am so the polar opposite of this, with like the polar opposite of Forrest on this. I live for the hedonistic creature moments. I want to eat when I'm hungry. I like to get warm when I'm cold. I like to get under the coveys in my bed and just rub my feet together like crazy and just get so excited knowing I'm about to have a full night's sleep. I love driving around and listening to music, even when it's a waste of time. And I know that I have to go do something that I don't want to do. I find immense amounts of joy in that. I love a big, disgusting meal that I know is going to make me feel like shit after I finish it, but I eat it anyways. But though that is the spice of life for me. The little time wasters, I love it. I love it.
That's great. I want to get 8 hours of sleep, but Erika is a bad influence. Stay strong, Forrest. But for real, I sometimes use Library of Errors to get 6 or 7 hours.
Well, you can pop up one of those and probably get a full night's sleep. They're too long, and I need to make them again. But I'm glad to hear that.
I have no problem talking about how I go to sleep listening to the Game Grumps and Brutal Moose and shit almost every night, and I love sleeping with that. I talk about that because these people are just caricatures in my head. They don't exist. But I have been told a couple of times now by some people that they sleep to my videos, and that freaks me the fuck out. And I'm like, what is that? I get it 100% because I do it every day. But like, that's weird when it's me. You know what I mean? I don't understand. That's strange.
Sleep to me, viewers of the line. Let me lull you to bed with my voice. ASMR. Click, click, click.
Wait.
I'm kissing your head. I'm rocking you.
I think
you
it's
back
funny
and forth.
because it's like, how do you take it? You know, do you take it as like you're boring? You're so boring that people can fall asleep while they listen to you? Because people have said that to me over the years many times. Or it's like, you know, you're very soothing and like a relaxing presence or something. I don't know.
I've been told it's a cadence thing. I've got a good sleeping cadence to my voice, which I find that I find that surprising because the pitch does not help, in my opinion.
Erika, you and I have the same microphone, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. You should turn the gain on your microphone all the way up and talk very quietly into it, like whispering into your microphone. And we should do the thing and help people get to sleep this way. This will be the ASMR to help people sleep.
Welcome to ASMR. This is SkepTalk. You've got Erika and Forrest. Forrest Valkai, the renegade scientist, or whatever the fuck Gramps called you in his movie.
Whatever it is, yeah. Welcome to this. We're here to talk to you about evolution, about climate change, about why racists are really, really stupid. Welcome to the line with Forrest and Erika to lull you to sleep.
You got the smooth guys bringing you the smooth science, one call at a time.
Only one at a time. This is, thank you to the person in chat. This is 106.9 SkepTalk. 106.9 is the modern hits station here in Tulsa. What we used to jam out to when I was a kid. 89.5. That's our NPR. So come to Tulsa, tune to 89.5, learn a thing or two about the world, and support your local NPR station.
Dawn to dusk, from shine to rust. You've got the science minds here in the wrong part of YouTube telling you the right things to look up.
Yeah. Do you ever listen to, there's this thing that was, it actually was on NPR at one point. They interviewed this guy, and I used to listen to his stuff. It's really good. It's called the Sleep With Me podcast. He also goes by Sleep to Strange. And it's this dude just talking really softly about fucking nonsense. And he just says that whatever flies into his head, he just zones out and just lets his mind ramble and just talks about just whatever silly thing is going on. And I woke up like he's talking about like the 7 dwarves in outer space building a birdhouse in your heart and like all this just weird. And he just rambles about nothing and just lets his mind wander. And it's great to sleep to. It's a lot of fun because there's nothing to track and your mind can just you can just fade out, you know. It's wonderful.
I empathize. My sleep is best with white noise, though. If I can focus on anything at all, no matter how stupid it is, I can't fall asleep. So I need a fan. I need a big box fan just blowing a cool breeze right across my face and my hair. And never mind.
Yeah, dude.
Maybe I back it up. We got
into the fan.
We got Godfrey and Good for $20. This may be more of an anthropology, sociology question, but how common is race or ethnicity mixing in locations where it's not taboo or forbidden? Does it tend to make the location thrive? Mahalo. Well, Godfrey and Good.
Good question.
I quite know the answer to this question. I'm not an ethologist, nor am I a cultural anthropologist, but I am sure that a quick little search on Google Scholar could give you an answer that you are looking for.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I imagine that it would be, much more common in areas where it's not taboo, and especially when we see like how it's changed just in our own culture over the course of a couple of generations, where it used to be extremely frowned upon and extremely rare, and then once interracial marriage became more acceptable, and now is interracial relationships are, if anything, almost encouraged, where people are just like, yeah, do whatever, have fun, and we see this a lot more. So, was it not the great Mexican-American poet Snow the Product, who once said, everyone should have mixed babies, black, white, yellow, let's get racy. Mix it up a little in the name of future blurred color lines to define what's inside everybody's skin's praline, I think is the next line. Great artist, by the way. If you don't listen to Snow the Product, I haven't heard a lot of her stuff recently, but she used to be really cool. And I don't know if she probably still is.
It's been a minute since we've had something profound like that, something poetic that sort of hits all the boxes. Thanks for bringing that to my attention, Forrest. We got Where is Waldo?
Snow the Product is great.
It's a Canadian $10. Says, this one's so bad. I still remember it from my childhood. If you're Russian on the way to the washroom and American when you leave, what are you when you're in the washroom? European. What I really like about this
That's really good.
What I really like about this one is that it has definitive ties to a homicide where the sender actually lives, in sort of a Minority Report kind of way. I don't know, Forrest, you don't tend to watch very many movies. Are you familiar with Minority Report?
Yes, I think I watched that one when I was a kid. Or I didn't watch it, but I know what it is. The precogs and all that, and Tom Cruise.
Classic.
Yeah. Tom Cruise just being Tom Cruise in the movie. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Erika's wrong about her opinion about puns. Puns actually make you stronger. 7 whole days without a pun makes 1 week.
Thing about Forrest, and you'll notice this if you listen to him as a co-host, he vamps and sort of darts around and gets a little antsy in his seat when he's trying to think of a pun that sort of caps off the call. He does this quite slyly as if no one's noticing, but I notice. I've got my eyes clocking his every movement, in part because when I eventually do enter the Valkai household via the vents with a sort of RPG rocket launcher style contraption on my back, I need to know exactly which areas he's going to look first so that he has no hope in dodging the ballistic weapon. We got Legally Mod for $10. How do monkeys listen to music on AirPods? This is so dog shit. You need to know that legally, mod. If there were no bananas, what fruits would monkeys eat? Apricots. And what does a monkey wear while it's cooking? An apron. All low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging enough to be perhaps a very particularly plump durian, which tend to weigh a bit. And if they do fall at the wrong time, they could split your cranium in twain, which that would be an interesting way for that particular super chatter to go.
Shout out to the person in chat who said, would listening to Forrest while you sleep be considered white noise? That's really good.
He's making puns, it is.
I'm gonna back up from this microphone now because I've been talking this way for a little while, but I do want to leave everybody with one final note.
That's ASMR, more like ASSMR. Am I right? Am I right or
Nice.
am I right? Greenman Day for $10. I'm looking forward to seeing you at the father, son, and incredibly tall at BajaCon on Saturday. See you there.
Yes.
There be square.
I still want to do like if the three of us ever do another show together and it's like a religion focused show, I want to call it the Father, the Son, and the Holy Hylabatit. That's what I want it to be.
I would love that.
It'd be so fucking good, right?
And I feel like it would really cement Hylobatit as a part of the lexicon of all of our viewers, which I dig that.
Yes.
This one's you.
Seems like a weird coincidence that 99% of all UFO sightings have been in the U.S. and other English-speaking countries that have access to Hollywood movies. Maybe the aliens only speak English. It is kind of that thing where it's like the amount of like aliens and cryptids and miracles and everything like that, and the sightings are pretty common, and then cameras are invented and they go away, and then AI is invented and they go up like fuck. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So cameras get better and better, the line goes down, and then AI comes back. And so I think somebody else pointed out that in the chat as well, when we were talking about the AI thing, we're talking about the alien thing. Why is it that we have military equipment, cameras that can see people in a room on the other side of the world under 15 layers of whatever, and and can do a precision strike from the 1,000 miles away, and then when it's a UFO footage, it looks like it was filmed on a fucking Motorola Razr and uploaded 30 times to different fucking sites to get virus. I don't know, man.
I think the answer's got to be like from their point of view that it's like, well, that's all classified information, but it's like no one managed to get an iPhone 30 Max like pointing up at one of these things ever, really. Yeah. From Mario Chartland 3308 for $5. I've heard this one before. I've heard this is a rerun. Erika, why does a bicycle need a stand? Because it's too tired. Heard it. I will run over your throat. I will break your trachea with the wheels of that bike.
What's a kidnapper's favorite shoes?
Kidnapper's favorite shoes. Boots.
White Vans. She laughed. She laughed just then.
No, that
got
was
too
that
excited
was a part of the bit.
When you took my call and forgot to say, "May the monad be with you, Jade."
That's
hell
awesome.
Yeah.
That rocks.
And also with you.
We got from Simply Be Studio just $20. Thank you, my friend. We really appreciate it. Helps keep the lights on.
Love the show. One of the best duos out there. I do have a question. My dad always says the saying that perspective is reality. I hate it, Law, but I want to get your thoughts on the idea. Anyway, Team Looks. I feel like that's a thing to say. Perspective is reality means like, if you're saying like someone's perspective is their understanding of reality and therefore you need to make sure to meet their perspective, you want to get through to them, totally fine. But people who say that and they actually mean like they're idealists and they're like, no, actually your brain makes the world run. Yeah,
very
not into that. The carbuncle ate itself. What does that mean? In the chat. That's great.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You know what I'm talking about? Have you seen that clip?
No.
Not a Grumps fan.
I thought we were just like memeing about nothing.
By the way, to all the people asking, I have asked Brian if he wants to be on this show, and he said abso-fucking-lutely not. Not because he doesn't like the show. He does like these shows. He watches them from time to time. But he's like, that sounds like a nightmare. He has told me to my face, like, I love what you do. I would never want to do what you do. That sounds fucking horrible. So he is not interested.
Yeah,
but do
like
keep pestering him. Yeah, keep pestering him, though, for fun.
We've got Mythicorp for $20. Imagine an alternate universe where the Lions started doing awful DJP-esque movies about converting people to atheism. God, that would be so awesome. That would be so funny. That'd be so funny.
If I had the time. I remade the fucking classroom video, and that took me a little while to do, but I was able to pull it off. So if I was to make a whole ass movie about converting a Christian preacher to atheism, and that guy, so I convert a guy who makes bad Christian movies and he's old as dirt. And he's really sexist.
I think DJ2 would love that. I think he would be like, I'm finally getting through to them.
That would be very funny. I bet I could do that. I'd need a lot of time that I don't have.
It would be high effort. Yeah, it would be high effort. It would definitely. Yeah. We got Toasty5386. Forrest, I've heard you and other hosts use Luddite incorrectly. I'm probably on that list. Their history is really important, so I recommend you read about it, or SYSK, and have a great episode. It's super relevant at the moment.
Fucking suck your snake cock with a K. I don't know what you're saying to me. The fucking, there was a dude, I use it colloquially the way that everybody does to mean somebody who hates technology, but I understand in reality, they were not actually people that hate technology, and this is a major misnomer. And that they were actually for workers' rights or something like that. There was a dude at BajaCon, I think last year, some professor of something that gave a talk, and we had a conversation about exactly. You know what I'm talking about?
Wait, say that again. Sorry, I was reading.
One of the speakers at BajaCon last year when we were all together in the little room.
Yeah.
He had the whole thing about that. Yeah,
he did. Yeah, I can't remember who said that and how they said it.
I don't remember all the details, but I remember that Luddite is often used incorrectly in the colloquial sense. I learned that from him. Really nice guy.
Me when I still do it.
I'm going to do it again. I'll do it all day long.
Me when I'm Never mind. I'm gonna keep vamping on if we don't move on. Simply Be Studio for $19.99. Hi there. Thanks both of you for what you do. Hoping to connect with Forrest and his views on integrative medicine, specifically acupuncture. Please review more recent research. I'd love to change your mind. Ooh, Forrest.
I know there's some stuff to be said about people are swearing by dry needling and shit nowadays, but as far as the latest research that I remember, the time it was thoroughly put to bed, was when they actually did a double-blind study where they had one person following the a trained acupuncture master following the charts and doing the things, and some other dude putting random needles in random places around the areas that people were complaining about, and they got the same fucking results. And it seems to be just stimulating the skin in this way. It triggers some goodness, and it makes some things let go. But I don't know.
I don't know anything about acupuncture, so I cannot speak to this in the slightest. I don't know anything about it whatsoever.
# read the super science boy. I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is either. We've got 500 Amiga reviews for $5. Nothing clever or funny. Just really appreciate you guys. Right back at ya, my friend.
Hell yeah. This fucking subjecting Erika to my favorite pun. How do you...
Furry pun.
What? Oh, furry pun. Gotcha. How do you titillate an ocelot? You oscillate its tits a lot. Why is the text that way?
Is that even a pun?
The text is all that way to get around the censorship of YouTube that prevented this from posting.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Thank you very much, Hyena. That's really great. I'm
One
gonna
of my
the hyenas.
favorite jokes that I've ever heard. It killed me. It was just inside you there are two wolves. This furry convention is going better than you could have imagined.
That's actually pretty good. It's not really a pun, notably. We got your parents had sex. Yes, they sure did for $5 Canadian. Ice belongs in cube form alone.
You don't know anything about my parents.
I was IVF, so that you might be wrong for me. You don't know.
Dragons are Kirkified, and that's how they carry the flame. Nice. Low-Kirkuinly.
Low-Kirkuinly. God, man, I've realized there are fates worse than death, aren't there? Right?
Becoming a meme for fucking Gen Alpha? Yeah.
Crazy.
Is there a teenage butthole mutant gremlin song about a nitwit who ruins a party by being a racist? It's about a guy named John. Nobody likes John. He doesn't even like himself. What's TBMG?
Me when I'm being forced and I'm just making up words for acronyms that I don't know because I don't give a fuck about anything.
True on all counts. That's me 100%. Do you know what that actually stands for?
No.
Okay, well, see, you should just make up puns and not give a fuck about anything. It's a lot more fun.
No, I just do the second part only and try to get my knees to stop hurting. Whew. Birdie's hitting me like a truck. I'm just kidding. I feel better than ever. I'm stronger than ever. I'm getting my PBs every week. We got Anony.
They might be giants. People are saying in the chat is what that is.
Oh, yeah. It was in the wrong order, but yeah.
I should have known that. We got Anony 3141592 for $5 on sugar gliders. It seems they have recently been cleared of the crime of trying to extinct the swift parrot in Tasmania. The gliders are introduced. Thankfully, they were exonerated. I love to see that for them. They're quite cute. Oh, can you hear my knees cracking? Good Lord.
I could not, but I bet it's awesome.
It's not.
Dragons as a category are the fish of fantasy setting. True. Polyphyletic. Also, any recommendations for where to get off info on recessive genes?
Forrest.
Read that wrong.
Yeah.
Who's getting off on recessive genes, y'all? Widow's Peak.
Sources on recessive genes. I don't have a good book on recessive genes. Sorry.
Yeah, I would look up. I would pull up a genetics textbook to learn a little about what they are and how they come from. What's interesting about recessive genes is that they're very often, so most genes code for a protein, right? And a lot of the time it's an enzyme. So it's catalyzing a biochemical reaction. It's lowering the activation energy. It's doing a job rather than just being a structural thing. And if you mutate a gene for this enzyme, then sometimes it renders that gene functionless. The enzyme thing that it produces no longer is capable of doing any job that it has a substrate for, or anything that it can do. It just doesn't exist. And so you've broken this gene. And that's oftentimes how you get a recessive gene, is you just break a gene that works. And so you have two copies, right? If you have one that's the dominant, that just means that it's functional. And if it is a dominant gene that you have the one and it does it, that means that it's got haplosufficiency. Haplo, one gene, or one copy of your DNA, right? So if it is haplosufficient, then that one copy produces enough enzyme to be able to make up for the difference and you don't notice what's wrong. If it's haploinsufficient, then you get incomplete dominance or the other one, codominance, where you're only showing some expression of this thing, right? And that's why that whole thing happens, is haploinsufficiency or haplosufficiency, based on how functional and how effective this enzyme is in smaller quantities than what you would get with two copies that are both being expressed. These people complaining about Erika's pronunciations are all anti-Zionists.
They got me on that one. They got me dead to rights. We got from Hyena. Nice try. I won't fall for this bait. Lux can say my name with its full chest, you cowards. I am a coward on this, 100%. I'm too scared.
Listen, we stand a cutie in a mask.
We stand a cutie in a mask.
Oh, just their profile picture.
We can't see the... Oh, wait, yes, I could, actually. It turns out. I just wasn't looking hard enough. We got Crimson Kiwi Eye? you two are some of my favorite people. I love both your channels and what y'all and everyone does on this channel too. I'd love to call in one day when appropriate. Please do. We would love that. And thank you for your donation. Dude.
They love everything we do on this channel.
Can I provide my conspiracy theory here? I believe that Forrest has all of those fart sounds because he's actually just very flatulent and he needs a way to hide all the farts slipping out of his butt all the time.
Yeah, I'm just blowing it up in here, and I'm just acting like I'm pushing a button.
He's like, I gotta make
a good button, you guys, right? Oh my god. Dragons are just Forrest, more like fartist. Dragons are just Pegasus with mange, common misidentification.
That's sad. Oh, same. We've got what if from Paraskivo? What if dragons had methane ducts for fire? I don't know how you would do that, but that would be pretty cool.
Nice. Why does Erika keep a skeleton hanging in her room? Because her closet's already at maximum capacity. It's true. She has a lot of dark secrets. She's killed some people.
Actually, most of the secrets are related to me kissing my dog without consent. I do that constantly.
Imagine sleeping to Forrest video and suddenly he breaks out into the Murica sound and speech nightmare at school and not in America. Yeah.
Or just the SFX fart as well. From Hyena, the ASMR bit y'all did with just thoroughly reinforces the Children of Seth Andrews fan can. Erika and Forrest, what explanation is there for why dogs were domesticated in Africa as opposed to hyenas? Dogs actually weren't domesticated in Africa first. They were domesticated in Asia, well, really like Eurasia sort of as an area, and not sort of spread everywhere else. Probably because in Africa, like this is not a novel thing, right? Like most four-legged furry things with big teeth are predators. And there actually weren't, other than African wild dogs, very many common pack canids in Africa, which that leads into, some of the hypotheses as to why humans attempted to domesticate dogs when they reached Eurasia in the first place, which is that they were novel and they hunted in a similar way. As for why they didn't go for hyenas, I don't know. Hyenas are awesome.
Hold on a second. Also, fun fact, I was trying to find a graphic of this. Nope, hold on a second. Let me cram that down a little bit and scoop that on over.
Oh yeah, filiform moment.
Yeah, fun fact about all of this also, you were asking about why they're doing whatever. Here's canids down here in caniforms, and up here is hyenas, morally closer related than filiforms. Hyenas are more closely related to cats than dogs.
Cute.
So you're talking about, why didn't we domesticate them instead of dogs? They're different business. Completely different business.
We have from $20 the Kurt price. Can we do a Christian youth group style lock-in with these two and force them to stream for 24 hours? I'm a woman, so that actually wouldn't be able to happen. I would only be able to lead the girls lock-in only, and the girls lock-in only would just be the girls sneaking out to meet up with the boys and then also kissing each other in the closet.
Still not a bad, we could still pull this off. Like we could make it happen. Just fine.
We could make it happen.
Yeah. Did you hear about the mummy they found covered in chocolate and nuts? It was a Ferrero Rocher.
The Ferrero Rocher.
That's really good.
You're working up a very Wonka-style death sentence here. From Balthazar 228 for $4.99. I'm just so glad we were given content. Erika was Borneo to present. Wait. I'm just so glad we were given content. Erika was Borneo to present, like born to present, I guess, while monkeying around. And then they go on to say, sorry, we were given content. What an excellent way to finish. Mocking my trip, Balthazar 228. You better hope I don't run into you in a dark alley.
Do you know why you shouldn't brush your teeth with your left hand?
Yes, I can't brush my teeth with my left hand. It's busy throttling your neck, breaking your hyoid with my grip strength.
Actually, it's just because it's much better to just use a toothbrush.
Folks, that's the show.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for being here. Me cutting Forrest off at the press. It's the sound.
Thank you for tuning in, everybody. Erika, any last things you want to shout out to anybody while we're here? Any final announcements or whatever?
Folks, wish me the greatest deal of luck. I'm about to go downstairs and have a bowl of Cocoa Pebbles before I go to bed. It's going to be awesome. Also, Forrest and I are both going to be at BajaCon with Seth and a bunch of other awesome people this weekend. Forrest is giving a talk, and I'm giving a talk too. They're going to be great talks. They have not been written yet, but they're going to be really good once they are. Trust me. It'll be great.
I am in the process of making a thing that I should have been making for the past year, y'all. It's coming along.
It's going to be really good. It's going to be really good. It's going to come together. Don't worry about it. I don't know.
Follow me on Twitch or don't or whatever. I'm not a cop. Thank you so much to Lux for producing tonight. Thank you so much to Erika for hosting tonight. It's been a lot of fun as always. Thank you so much to the mods in chat for keeping things civil and safe. Thank you so much to the people in chat, even the ones that suck. Thank you so much to our callers, even the ones that suck. Fuck ICE, trans rights and human rights, free Palestine. Have an awesome rest of your day and never stop learning. Bye-bye.